Gas him up, Scoob.
Yep.
Dan Dickerson on the Roku call.
Do you like the fact that, okay, it was both Dickerson and Benetti, and on TV, like when you saw the replay, it says 103. But then they've got to specify exactly how fast it was days later. Oh, it was only 102.6. But come on, man.
It was fast, John.
Oh, yeah.
And it was vintage Verlander. In fact, they showed the last guy to round out a complete game, so short list, with a pitch that fast was Justin Verlander more than a decade prior. Mm-hmm. It did bring me back to those days of Justin Verlander, watching the ace come out to stop the bleeding. Like I had wondered, long weekend, how much panic there would be on radio from losing the first three of the Guardians, and it feels like it all gets washed away because Skubal stops the bleeding, pitches the best game of his very exciting career, and now the Tigers are still 5 games up on the Guardians when you get back from Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, I mean, okay, at some point, whenever it is that they play the Guardians next, like it does feel like there's a Guardians issue.
Sure.
But that kind of feels like maybe the only issue. I mean, okay, you got a Dodgers issue, but so does
everybody else.
A lot of other teams. Because every time they play another good team, like they played the Padres, and you're like, okay, yeah, this is a good team. And the Giants coming in, the Giants are a good team.
Yep.
In that NL West, like they're competing with the Dodgers, like they're right there, and that was a solid performance yesterday.
Yep.
And when you have an ace, like that is part of the definition of an ace. You stop the bleeding. It's a Skubal start, and you come out, you stop the bleeding, you get yourself a win. Now that was, ultra dramatic, but he stopped the bleeding.
Yeah, Benetti on the radio, like the theatrics of it all in the 9th inning as he navigates you through it. You really do view it differently, the series with the Guardians, and because of what Skubal did, and that's the beauty of an ace. It's very much like what Verlander did during his MVP season, where if they lose a couple, he'd put his foot down. He'd stamp that out, they'd go get a win, and they would keep the train on the tracks, and that's what the Tigers are doing. They're in first place, train stays on the tracks, Tarik Skubal pitching like MVP Verlander. And if you look at the numbers, he's pitching better than MVP Verlander. ERA is about the same, whip's a little lower, strikeouts are way up, walks are way down. He's pitching like an MVP candidate right now.
Yeah, WAR is down dramatically from
his is?
Yeah. He's right now, okay, he's at a 2.2, and Verlander was at an 8.6.
We're about a third of the way through the season, so he's projected to get a 6+ WAR. Look, Judge is the favorite because Judge is having a great year. He's a Yankee, all this stuff. But if the Tigers are the best team in the American League, and he's their best player, and he pitches like guys who have won the MVP before, he's in the conversation.
He's in the conversation. I don't know that we'll see a pitcher win it again.
Ever?
I don't want to say ever. I'm not going to put myself in that corner, but I don't know that it's going to happen. And some of it's not his fault. It's an innings issue. It's, and so, okay, it's the first complete game of his career. Does he have more complete games? Verlander had 4 in that 2011 season. It's not a huge number, but he pitched an average of 7 1/3, where Skubal right now is pitching just under a 6 1/3.
Right.
So I think part of it is the perception of once every 5 days versus an everyday player, and it's not only that, but it's you're only going into the 6th inning.
So if you take out Shohei, and I think you should, because he's more than just a pitcher, we've only had 3 pitchers win the MVP in the last 40 years.
Right.
Roger Clemens in 86, Justin Verlander in 2011, and Clayton Kershaw in 2014. And those guys, Clemens threw 250 innings, Verlander threw 250 innings. Kershaw was at 198. Skubal, I think, is a 200-inning guy this year, especially the way he's chugging along. Is it enough? It's rare to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, did the Tigers have to win 100 games? Like, what has to happen? Like, if the Tigers are a 100-win baseball team, and this dude wins the Triple Crown again, and he's more dominant than last year when he won the Cy Young, clearly he'll get that hardware. Is it simply as he doesn't hit, he's not Aaron Judge, he doesn't play for the Yankees? Like, what would have to happen for Skubal to win the MVP as a pitcher?
More performances like we saw on Sunday. And it doesn't have to be all Maddox's, right? You don't have to have a complete game under 90 or under 100 pitches. But what we saw from Skubal last year was he pitched better as the year went on. It almost felt like he was rounding in the form. And where other guys' arms would get tired, that's when he became stronger. Yesterday, that was his season last year in a nutshell. At 103 miles an hour to finish it off,
that's ridiculous.
Is absolutely insane. Now, can he do that throughout the course of the summer? He showed that he could last year. Can he do it this year? And maybe it's the effective compounding interest, right? You win the Cy Young last year. You were you're the most dominant pitcher on the planet for a year, and now you show it again. Maybe it's one of those things where you, like, unlike a batter where you could have a great season and win the MVP. For a pitcher, it has to be a slow burn. It has to be a buildup.
Yeah, you have to be rock solid, steady, consistent. But I would argue that's what he's done through 11 starts this season. Is he's their ace, he's their backstop, he stops the bleeding, and he goes out and pitches like nobody in baseball. I mean, complete games, they don't happen as often anymore. To do it in under 100 pitches with 13 strikeouts is as dominant a pitcher as since Justin Verlander that we've seen in this city.
Yes. My only reservation is, and you brought it up, it's rare for a pitcher to do it to begin with, to win an MVP. And because pitchers, and Skubal is still in this, they don't go as deep into games as they used to. I think it becomes harder and harder for a pitcher to be able to build up that credibility.
What's it going to take? Is it even feasible? 248-539-9797. If
he has, okay, to relate this to another sport, Heisman Trophy. You got to have the Heisman moment. Like, he just had an MVP moment.
Good. Yes.
The problem is, okay, how much does that carry over to the next start? And does he have another MVP moment? Not that every time you go out there, he's going to lose some more games.
No, but
you don't have to have those MVP moments, but you have to have some of those. And I would argue you probably need more of those in late July, August, and September.
Yeah.
When the voting opens up.
You're right. You said Verlander had 4 complete games in his MVP season.
Yeah, and I don't know where they were in the season.
But sprinkle him in, right? Like, if he does this 3 more times, and the Tigers are the best team in the American League, I'm not going to say baseball, but the best team in the American League, AL MVP, it shouldn't just be Judge and a runaway, is the thing I would stress.
Yeah. That's where I think timing will matter in regards to this. Have some of those starts, have some of those moments at the end. We're getting a chance to see Javi's ejection, which I thought, I love the fire that Javi has right now. Do we like ejections? No, but the fact that he had to be physically restrained by 2 other players, I absolutely love the fire. Come on, let's go, Javier.
They got it on the TVs here in the studio. Yeah, real quick pit stop on that. I get where he was coming from. He's like, dude, I was sitting on that pitch knowing it's not a strike. You're going to ring me up on it, and I can't even have a conversation with you.
Right.
He goes, we're humans. I understand the umps aren't perfect. I'm not complaining about every call that they miss. This one I had an issue with, and the ump didn't even let me air out a grievance.
Yeah.
So then he went nuclear.
Yeah, which was awesome.
Yeah, you got multiple guys restraining Javi Baez. AJ, after the game, said, by the way, I know people like seeing manager get tossed. I still had to manage a 1-run game and get us out of there.
4 innings left.
Yeah. So AJ ends up staying in the game, and the Tigers win. Couple ticket texts, 248-539-9797. Guardians own the Kitties. Guards clearly punted Sunday. I was hoping Skubal would throw a perfect game.
Well, I know Quan didn't play. I'm not going to sit there. Let's not go down the asterisk row here.
Yeah, Tigers are up 5 games in the division right now. So for all the hyperventilating that may have been taking place on Saturday night,
I do think there is a Guardians issue.
Yeah, you
clearly
said that. Texter says you forgot Willie Hernandez won the MVP, junior in Detroit. I qualified it as 40 years. I should have also qualified it as starting pitchers because Dennis Eckersley also won the MVP in, 92? That's Joe and Mount Clemens. 3 starting pitchers in the last 40 years, taking out Shohei, who also hits. It's rare that we get a pitcher who wins the MVP. Skubal had an MVP moment on Sunday. Did it against the Guardians, big division foe that's been a problem for this baseball team. It's 97-1. All right, guys, get a brighter smile without breaking the bank. That's Brightside Dental. That's your spot. If you're looking for a reason to book that dentist appointment, I've got 2 for you. 1, summer's fast approaching. Memorial Day's in the rear view. School's almost out. Get in before it gets busy. Camps, sports, vacations. Whether it's your first visit or your first in a long time, Brightside Dental is ready to take care of you. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. Make an appointment. Get back in that routine before the summer gets rolling. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. All right, everybody, welcome back. Memorial Day weekend is over. Tigers dropped their first 3 against the Guardians. Skubal's the backstop. Tigers win on Memorial Day against the Giants, and as you wake up today, they are still up 5 games in the division. Nice little cushion. And you get that feeling when Skubal gets on the bump that you're invincible. He goes 9 innings, first career shutout, complete game shutout with 13 strikeouts and no walks, and it was an MVP moment.
Yeah.
For Tarik Skubal. Can he actually win the MVP? We've thrown that question out to you guys. 248-539-9797. John, as you can imagine, people are pointing out Aaron Judge is going to be a huge problem.
Sure.
He's hitting .398 with 18 home runs to lead All-American League batters. He trails Shohei for the lead across baseball. It says, check Judge's numbers and get back to me. Texter says, Judge would need to not win the Triple Crown, and Skubal would need an ERA below 2 to have a real shot at this.
I don't know that the ERA needs to be below 2. It could be right there at 2.
JV, I think, was 2.4.
Yeah. I really think it's more about there are going to be a lot of voters that just simply look at win-loss total, which I think is bizarre in today's day and
For
age.
A pitcher, especially, silly.
That'll be some of it. There's going to be some people that'll look at WAR, which, again, if you just look at any one stat, it's not going to be enough to tell you the entire story. You got to be able to actually watch these games and see how he is pitching. And even to this point, where he's 5-2, right? And you look at, he's given up some home runs. He's not going to be perfect. Aaron Judge will strike out. And so it's a matter of, I think that the biggest moments need to come in a moment like they had where there's a 3-game skid.
Yep.
He stops it, and he stops it in dramatic fashion. And then in August and in September, you're going to have some of those moments, and hopefully the Tigers don't need them.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a perfect game or something along those lines. JV did have a second no-hitter that year in Toronto. Look at Judge is the problem. Like, I have no problem putting Skubal second. There's no way I'd vote for Skubal over Judge right now. Judge is still waffling around 400. That's hard to do.
Look, it's Judge's to lose. I just think Skubal's entering the conversation when you pitch the way he did on Sunday.
Agreed. And so there's a lot of baseball left, and he could still possibly do it. But you look at 2011, I mean, Verlander picked the right year to do it. I would argue, just looking at that, Joey Bautista finished third, but he probably should have been the one that, if it wasn't JV. There was some Boston bias with Ellsbury was second. Think about that.
Jacoby Ellsbury.
Yeah, but just a good player, not a great player, right? So he picked the right year to do it, and Miggy didn't quite have that year. He was going to, the next year, win it 2 times in a row, right?
Mm-hmm.
So JV definitely picked the right year to do it. Plus, I do think back then wins mattered more, and 20 games above 500 as a pitcher is quite a crown to wear. That's a very rare thing to happen. Like, Scherzer didn't do that.
No, that's why I say I think he's as dominant as Verlander was. I mean, what he did on Sunday felt like I was watching left-handed Justin Verlander. To get stronger as the game goes, to empty out the tank at over 100 miles an hour, to punch out the final batter of the game, your 13th strikeout.
Miggy did not have quite the numbers that Bautista did that year. And by the way, picking the right year, guess what former Tiger finished 12th in MVP voting that year?
In 2011?
He has the same name as a former
GM.
GM.
He had a great year. One of the great island years.
Yes.
In his Alex Avila.
Alex Avila one time
Silver
finished
Slugger.
12th
Yeah.
MVP.
He had one really good year at the Dish. 2011. Ticket Texter says, guys, I almost don't want Skubal to win the MVP because then his price tag will go up. Tigers need to extend him now. In the famous words of Teddy KGB, pay that man his money.
Well,
Stock in Brownstown.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be paying a lot of money no matter what. And so does it add a couple of $1 million? Okay.
I don't feel like...
I don't think there's any chance a deal gets done during the season. So you're this season's going to play itself out. And if he wins the MVP and it's back-to-back Cy Youngs, okay.
Yeah, you're not getting a discount because he doesn't win the MVP. It's still going to be a record-breaking contract when he hits free agency. And we've done this bit. It comes up every time he pitches well. The Tigers should make him the highest-paid pitcher in the game. They should give him a long-term commitment. They should do all of those things. And they should do it this offseason. Let him round out the year healthy, put an exclamation mark, make a deep postseason run, and then reward the guy.
Yeah.
Look, if he gets hurt, then it's a different conversation. If he doesn't want to extend here, that's a different conversation. But right now, it's pretty clear. You're going to throw this guy, Garrett Cole, 2025 adjusted bag, and make him say no. He's phenomenal. And he got emotional, at Comerica Park on Sunday, saying, hearing people chant his name and get on their feet and to experience that.
Well, and I thought Benetti did a great job, and Dirks, in regards to when they got to the 8th and finished out the 8th, and they were talking about the possibility of a complete game. And then you could hear the crowd when Skubal came out, but for Benetti to highlight that and then lay out so you could hear it, I thought was amazing. And so the tension, whether you were watching on TV or you were listening on the radio, you could feel the excitement at Comerica. And that's what made it so awesome.
Some ticket text, 248-539-9797, says, Skubal isn't entering the conversation anywhere but Detroit. Max Fried is having a better year for the Yankees. He's got a lower ERA.
Yeah, he's at 1.29?
Yeah, I don't think he's having a better year than Tarik Skubal. Skubal has, I think he's flirting with 100 strikeouts now for the season. The level of dominance, we're talking 13 Ks per 9 with less than a walk per 9. His whip is .85. I mean, Skubal's phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean they've almost pitched the exact same amount of innings, same game started, and so it's the
tick texter says Skubal might not win Cy Young again because of him.
Well, yeah, okay. So Max Fried hasn't lost yet,
right? I think 7-0. But again, the wonkiness of pitcher wins is silly.
That's why I talk about you can't just look at the individual statistics. You got to take it all in, but you actually have to watch them. And Max Fried is having a great year. I don't want to take anything away from what he is or what he's been doing. But when you get to the end of the year, that's where I really think that this comes down to. If Aaron Judge keeps going like he is,
it's his.
It's his.
No, we all acknowledge
then
that.
We're arguing who finishes second, third, fourth, all of that stuff.
Yeah, if Judge flirts with 400 and hits like 50-plus bombs, I get it. He's winning the MVP. I understand that.
If you have, let's just say Judge somehow falls off or he misses time. Mm-hmm. All right, and again, not wishing anything bad on him, but they get to the end of the season, and you are in a race for the best record in the American League. And there's going to be a day where maybe it's back-to-back days or maybe it's the same day where Fried is pitching for the Yankees and Skubal is on the mound for the Tigers. Like, that is where you're going to see separation. How does Max Fried pitch? Who is he pitching against? Does he get a complete game? How many strikeouts? All of this stuff. And then Skubal, same thing.
Yep.
I think you're going to have some more of these moments at that time so that people don't forget the dominant performance that happened on May 25th.
Yeah, all I say is he enters the conversation. I'm not handing him the hardware today. I just wonder, what does he have to do to actually get the MVP? Ticket texters with their thoughts. Guys, the issue is it's Judge and the New York media. Skubal and any other pitcher would need 23 to 25 wins, an ERA under 2, and 300 strikeouts, Tony and Dearborn. Well, no one's getting 300 strikeouts anymore. I mean, those days are gone. Texter says he needs an ERA under 2 and the Triple Crown for pitchers. Did it a year ago.
Yeah.
It's a tall task.
It is.
We pointed out 3 times as a starter, 1 MVP in the last 40 years. Let's get to Bob and Troy. Bob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Well, in 2010, because I was always baffled about this Cy Young, King Felix Hernandez, he went 13-12. He played for a 61-win team. He had an ERA over 2.2. He had like 230 strikeouts, and he had a whip over 1. And he won the Cy Young, his only Cy Young. Mm-hmm. So this under 2 ERA stuff's for the birds.
Well, we're talking the difference. I just want to clarify. We're talking MVP versus Cy Young, right? Like Skubal won the Cy Young last year without an ERA under 2. We're talking to win the MVP. Does it need to go to another level here?
Yeah, that's right. You're talking MVP. He will win the Cy Young. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I'm thinking Cy Young earlier than I am MVP because I don't think about MVPs until August.
I hear you. That's why we only brought it up just as a conversation piece.
And that's my point is you got to have those moments in August.
You're right. 248-539-9797. 7 o'clock hour. We've got the 2 Grand Slam coming up in 25 minutes. Heather at the ballpark on Sunday. People watching. Some of you guys. We'll get to it. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers take on the Giants at Comerica Park tonight, looking for a series win after a 3-1 win on Memorial Day. Gator Montero picked up the win with 5 scoreless. Riley Green had the game's big hit. It was a 2-run single in the 5th. Javi Baez ejected from this one in the 5th, arguing a called third strike. He says he felt disrespected by home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy. Baez had to be held back from Cuzzy by third base coach Joey Cora and Gleyber Torres. Jack Flaherty takes the ball tonight. Logan Webb for San Francisco. Tigers go for that series win at 6:40 here on 97.1. The celebrations are wrapping up in Indy. Drivers are headed to Detroit now for this weekend's Grand Prix. Indy 500 winner Alex Palou will be a little late. The 3-time series champ is in the midst of his nationwide victory tour after winning his first 500 this past weekend. Palou's the favorite in the Grand Prix on Sunday. He's won 5 of the first 6 races this season, and he won the Grand Prix in 2023. The Hurricanes snapped their 15-game Eastern Conference Finals losing streak, beating the Panthers 3-0 last night, avoiding a sweep as well. The losing streak was the longest in history in a playoff round other than the Stanley Cup Final. In the Western Conference Finals, Oilers and Stars play Game 4 tonight, Edmonton leading that series 2-1. And the Minnesota Frost won their second straight PWHL championship with a 2-1 victory over Ottawa last night. Detroit's been passed over twice this offseason for an expansion team, with the league instead choosing Vancouver and Seattle. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back for Memorial Day weekend. We have a lot to get into this hour on the show. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000 with us. Heather at Comerica Park on Sunday for the Skubal start. We got to get into some fan behavior. Was this appropriate? Was this inappropriate? You saw some things.
I did.
7:35, we'll do that. Now, Saturday night in Detroit, my understanding, it was a zoo. Because you had Tiger baseball game against the Guardians, big crowd, extra inning game. You had the weekend.
Oh, yes.
It was the weekend, right?
It was
Saturday, yeah. Oh, you're talking... Oh.
The artist, the weekend.
Yeah, sorry.
And you had Movement, which is like an electronic music festival also going on at the same time. And I saw people complaining that they were stuck in parking garages for over 2 hours, not moving, honking horns, wondering what the hell is going on in the streets.
I would have parked my car and just gotten out.
The only time that I've been stuck like that in a parking garage downtown is when I had taken, I can't remember if everybody was there, if it was just Lucy and Ruby, but we went down for the fireworks. Mm-hmm. And we were down at Hart Plaza and we had parked underneath in one of those parking garages and stayed for the entirety of fireworks. But then we sat and we sat and we sat. And it felt like forever. I don't remember exactly how long it was, but I know we were there for longer than an hour.
Do you consider yourself a patient person or an impatient person?
In a moment like that, I can be very patient because
you can be.
Yeah, what the hell am I going to do? I'm in a parking garage. Like there is, I can't. The more I honk, the louder it gets, the more I get irritated. So I know my limits, and it's just when the car in front of me moves, because I'm boxed in by everyone.
Yeah.
Then I'll move.
So I saw some videos and I heard some stories. It was the at least the MGM garage, which is free to park in. I'll use it for Red Wing games. It's a nice little hack. But everybody gets that idea, and then everybody tries to leave at the same time.
Especially now that you said it publicly.
Everybody knows. This is the worst kept secret. But to have zero movement at the front of that line, I feel like in those moments, 10 minutes feels like an hour. I couldn't imagine being there for 2+ hours, wondering, did someone die? Like, what is going on at the front of this line right now? Why can't we get one car squeezed out of this garage? I wonder if people had, like, nightmare situations on Saturday in downtown Detroit at any of the events.
Oh, trust me, the anxiety level when you're in a parking garage, if you're outside in a parking lot, like if I'm leaving a Michigan game and I'm stuck in traffic, leaving the Ohio State game a couple of years ago where it had snowed and you knew it was going to be slow, everybody was still celebrating. Like at least it feels like, okay, I can see the sky.
Right.
I have an exit to get out, even if I just have to get out of my truck and walk. When you're in a parking garage, there's no exit. You are in a confined spot with a roof over your head, walls, and vehicles. I get the anxiety, and maybe somebody in that situation didn't know that all of this was going on.
Right.
Like they're there for the Tigers game,
yeah.
and they had no idea that the weekend was there or that the movement was happening.
The movement.
And they're just trying to get on the 94.
The 75. Like in hindsight, if you knew it was going to take 2 hours, you just pull into a spot and you go do something else, right? Like you'd almost go back downtown.
That's what I would want to do if you knew how long it was going to be. Obviously, most people don't, so you sit and wait.
You think it can't be more than another 15 minutes, right? Like any second now, this convoy is going to make its way out.
So you had these three things going on, obviously the reason for it, but this is why I don't mind parking farther away. I find it way easier to get out downtown when you make a little bit of a walk. Like a Lions game, I don't know if I'd want anything to do with getting into that garage behind the stadium.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you have to be a season ticket holder for that. But even the two Tigers garages, I have parked there before for a Lions game, and man, it's hard to get out. It's like I'd rather park behind LCA and walk from there because I can just get going. Like sometimes you be too close. Like you're right. Like MGM right there is so close to the service drives and Grand River, and everything's starting to fracture apart to get to the suburbs and stuff. It's like it was a perfect storm on Saturday.
But I don't even get how if you were in this, let us know how this eventually got resolved. You just do one at a time, right? Your turn, my
zipper
turn.
Method?
Yeah. We got to let one out of the garage, and then even if it's 2-1. There should be some kind of give and take to get people out of that.
You had a really non-aggressive driver trying to get out and didn't know. You know what I mean? You need somebody that's just going to get out there and
go. You got to force your way in.
Yes, you got to. You're not going to go anywhere.
Hey, we're going to trade paint, buddy. I'm getting out of this garage.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with Tom on this. When we went down for that AC/DC concert, we parked closer to Hart Plaza, went to dinner. We actually were able to find a spot on the road, and then walked to Ford Field, and then when the concert was ending, we took a nice stroll back to the car, and then we hopped on Jefferson, hopped on the Lodge, and boom, we were out of there. I don't like parking in parking garages for this reason. And if I park in a parking garage, chances are I'm going to pull the old guy move and leave early, which I hate because you miss moments or you miss songs. But if you just park a little further away and are willing to walk, then you have a better avenue of escape.
I don't mind walking, but like Saturday night, that was an extra inning game for the Tigers. They lost, but at the same time, like you don't want to leave early when the game's
that's
that
my
close.
point, yeah. But if I park in a parking garage, because I know, first of all, when I park in a parking garage, I'm going to back into my spot no matter which way, if it's angled parking or straight parking, so that I can actually get out. If you're trying to back out into a jammed parking structure, like you're just never going to get out.
Let's get to the phones. Jake in the car, you're on 97.1.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
So my uncle was in town from Nashville, actually. We didn't go to the game or the concert or anything. We just happened to be at MGM, parked in the garage, and, totally forgot. We left about an hour after the Tigers game, so I would say maybe close to 11, and we walked out into a absolute insane situation. People weren't just following the line to get out. They were trying to cut through parking spots, and we happened to be on the third floor, and I'm not kidding. We sat there for over 2 hours before we finally got out. The weekend ended right as everybody was leaving the Tigers game, and I swear I've never seen anything like it.
Sounds awful.
It's a perfect storm.
It was so frustrating. Like, it wasn't even the fact that you had to wait. It was all the morons trying to cut through the parking spots, not, taking their turn. And at that point, it's just like, okay, whatever. Like, just one spot, I guess, means the difference to you guys.
When did you end up getting out? What time?
I'm not kidding. It was after I think we, got in the truck at about 11, and I think it was, 12:45 or 1 before we finally got back out of the parking garage.
Wow.
Oh,
Now,
that's awful.
Jake, I wonder, how much of this is because I park in that garage for Wings games, and we end up on the third or even the fourth floor, depending on how late we how close we're cutting it. How much of this is the entire second floor is getting out before the third, or we're not even seeing the movement because they're letting all the other levels clear out first?
That's the thing. We were like inching, one spot at a time for a good, 15 minutes, which is fine. You zipper, you let, one person go. But then people started losing patience, and then they're just cutting through parking spots. And at that point, I mean, it's just chaos.
Yeah, there's no order at that point. It's every
it just
man
gets
for
worse
themselves.
and worse and worse.
Yeah, that's almost 3 hours.
Yeah.
Jay in Dearborn, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, I years ago, I forgot which one of you guys said. I park at least a half a mile to a quarter mile away everywhere I go. Because of exactly that. 5 years ago, dude, it's not just the weekend that caused the 2 hours. It's that movement. I got married in downtown, and we all had hotels at the Renaissance, and we took pictures at Belial, and we had everything timed out perfectly. So me and my wife, or at the time fiance, the only thing that we didn't do was check in, but we were gonna set our stuff, change up again, refresh, before the reception. And thank God my sister-in-law already checked in, because when we walked in the Renaissance, the line from the movement, and that's the Tech Fest, right?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken,
yes, the techno, music,
I swear to it was the longest line I've ever seen in my life. Thank God my sister-in-law, like I said, checked in earlier. Nothing was moving. It's that vibe alone will cause delays, in anything. And on top of that, there was, your regular downtown stuff going on. Tigers game, blah, blah, blah.
Well, yeah, it's a huge festival. People come from all around the world to come to Detroit for this movement festival. Then you throw it in with a hot baseball team playing the Guardians. Then you throw it in with a big-time artist like The Weeknd, and you're up on the fourth or fifth floor of one of these parking garages. And as John in Lake Orion says, this is why I bring a pillow and a blanket in the car. Says this has happened to me at Pine Knob before. I'll just take a nap until traffic clears.
Now, I was downtown for a wedding, the Garth Brooks concert, which was humongous at Ford Field. It was one of the last things we did before COVID. I figured this out why it happened this Saturday didn't happen then. It's those idiots that came up from Cleveland to go watch these games. They don't know how to drive.
Yeah.
What's a one-way?
Yeah. Too many Ohio tags.
Blame Ohio. All right, we'll get to the 2 Grand
Always
Slam.
works.
It never fails.
Shoe fits.
Heather in the news next as well. It's 97.1. I'm happy that was off air. Heather with the news before the 2 Grand Slam.
My goodness, just shaking my head. John. Well, there's an investigation underway after one person was shot and killed and 3 others were injured at a park on Detroit's east side over the weekend. So officers responded to a disturbance that was reported around 10:30 Sunday evening. This was at Jane Field. One man had been shot and killed. A second man had been shot and wounded. Plus, police say another man was stabbed and another was hit by a car. A lot going on. While there is no description of any suspects at this time, officials are asking anyone who may know anything about the incident to call the police. A lot going on in one evening there. Also, a lot went on in Warren. A suspect is in police custody after causing a fatal car crash during a police chase that took place over the weekend. This was on Saturday evening. All started when officers saw this guy driving a black Chrysler 300, driving recklessly, tried to pull the guy over for that, but guy said, nope, I'm going to keep going, and that's when it led to a police pursuit. When the Chrysler was crossing an intersection, collided with 2 vehicles. The driver then got out of the car, fled on foot, was later arrested, but one of the drivers involved in that crash, a 71-year-old female, died from her injuries. Occupants of a second vehicle, police say, did not have any serious injuries. They do say an investigation into the incident is ongoing. I feel like today I've got a whole lot of Aaron Rodgers news. I'm going to kind of break it apart so we're not getting like overload. I'm going to start with this one. He just recently took a trip to Austin, Texas to go talk to Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And while a lot of football fans were hoping maybe he would shed some light on his football career, he didn't do that. But instead, he did discuss vaccines and conspiracy theories. And at one point, Rodgers told Rogan that he believed that the U.S. government deliberately created HIV to profit from making the vaccines. I'll get to more Aaron Rodgers news coming up later in the show. There's more, of course. Okay. Let's talk about this. We didn't get a chance to do this because of the holiday, but Billy Joel had to cancel all of his scheduled concerts because he was recently diagnosed with a brain disorder, which is super sad news. It's called this normal pressure hydrocephalus, or NPH for short, basically where there's like extra fluid in the brain's ventricles. It causes hearing issues, sight issues, balance issues. Scary. Really scary. His team did put out a statement saying that his condition has gotten worse because of his recent performances. And it's like doctor's orders. You need to take a break. They did say he is undergoing specific physical therapy, but like I said, has been advised to refrain from performing during this recovery period. A lot of posts and well wishes, not only from his fans, but also his ex-wife, Christy Brinkley, released a statement. His wife thanked everybody for their love and support. So hopefully he gets well quickly.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to win $2,000, this is your time to call 248-539-9797. Do it now. I'm going to wrap with this. You might have heard this news as well. Phil Robertson, the patriarch of the family behind Duck Dynasty, passed away on Sunday, 79 years old. No exact word on the cause of his death, but he had been suffering from Alzheimer's disease. He had a blood disorder as well. The family said they're going to have a private service, but we'll share details about a public celebration of his life coming up soon. You might have watched him I never saw the show
popular, yeah.
because
it
I
was
never had
so entertaining.
Yeah, I mean it was on for a long time. The show premiered, the Duck Dynasty premiered in 2012, ran for 11 seasons, and now there's going to be a new version. This Duck Dynasty, the revival, debuts on Sunday, June 1st. So.
It's sad. Yeah, it's sad any time anybody passes, but somebody that entertained us for a number of years.
I didn't know much about him. Did you know he was a really good football player?
Yes.
I didn't know. I mean, I had no idea. He was a quarterback.
They talk about it on the show
at Louisiana
bit,
Tech University. Mm-hmm. Could have probably went pro, but he liked hunting more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's Heather with the news. It's time for the 2 Grand Slam.
All right, I'm ready to give away some money. We all know the rules. Super simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $2,000 if you get them all right. $25 for each question answered correctly.
Our contestant this morning, James in Huntington Woods. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, James.
Good morning. How's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We're doing all right. I like to ask this question. Do you feel lucky?
I'm feeling pretty good, yeah.
Okay.
Today's my wedding anniversary.
Oh, hey,
congrats.
happy. What year?
19.
19. Oh,
Congrats.
all right. Almost a
20 right around the
decades,
corner, yeah.
All right, if you don't know one, James, say pass, and we'll get back to it if there's enough time. All right, your time is going to start as soon as I start the first question. Here we go. Who did the Detroit Tigers play yesterday?
Giants.
Do the Detroit Lions play the Dallas Cowboys next season?
No.
This music festival was at Hart Plaza this weekend.
Movement.
Who is the head coach of the Indiana Pacers?
Carlisle.
Tom Cruise plays this character in the Mission Impossible movies.
Hunt.
Holly is located in this Michigan county.
Oakland.
This team drafted Mason Graham in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Browns.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen played at this college in 2016.
Wyoming.
This artist had the 2020 hit Save Your Tears.
Weekend.
What is the chemical symbol for potassium?
K.
You are so close.
This is heartbreaking.
Man.
This is an
Is
absolute.
that the Cowboys?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. You had a 50-50 shot at winning $2,000 on your anniversary. Here's a better question. All right, you're coming home with a nice wad of cash. You going to tell your wife?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
James, you did that so effortlessly. I think you still had like 8 to 10 seconds left. You cruised, you breezed, and you on a yes or no question.
I know.
I'm like heartbroken
that
for
is a real
you.
Shame.
I know it's still $225, but
But so close.
All right.
Nice job, James.
James, we'll get you paid. I'm stunned.
$17.75 short of what it could have been.
I know.
Rub it in a little more.
I'm
With
just
the details.
stunned.
I mean,
Yes
is
or
a
no? Do
first.
they play the Cowboys? Like that might have been the easiest one on here.
I thought yes, and
they
then
play
I thought
they play him late in the season, and it's a big home game, right?
But and then I thought, okay, well maybe he's just not a football fan. But then he nailed the Mason Graham question.
But maybe he's listened before and knows that you only get so many opportunities to pass, and he thought this isn't one to pass on because it's a yes or no. I'm just going to pick one and use my time wisely.
I get just being definitive. It's yes or no. Take your shot.
Yeah.
But
I think Jim, it's you.
So the 2 Grand Slam, it features very few either ors. The one that's the most common is upper, lower peninsula. We've had a couple true or falses in the history of the game. I believe this is the first time we've done a yes or no.
It threw me off for
I
a
think
second.
it did too.
Well, we're
allowed to. I'm not saying
make it
you're wrong.
predictable.
No. Look, I thought
And that's the one that tripped him up.
I can't believe that. That's I think you had the right word, heartbreaking. Probably the most heartbreaking loss ever.
and he knew too when we go, hey, there's one.
Yeah, he goes.
This is like
Dallas,
28 to 3.
Good effort, though.
Yeah.
Good effort, James. And I do want to say thank you to Femininity Law for sponsoring the 2 Grand Slam. James should save you a few bucks.
Yeah, they're real thrilled with you, James. Your next chance to win is Thursday, 7:25, same time. 8 o'clock, we're going to get into Aiden Hutchinson. We're going to talk Skubal a little later in the show. A recap from my camping weekend.
Be careful.
You guys will score through a series of questions, whether it counts as camping. I'll provide details. We'll do that. But we got to get to Heather's weekend. You were at the ballpark.
I had a blast. We had a great weekend.
And you saw some things.
I saw a lot of things.
Some things you didn't want to see.
That's true.
Talk about that next, 97.1. Ticket texters, they're feeling it. Says, send the guy a Fear Javier t-shirt as a consolation. Man, I would have said no to the Cowboys too. Why would you ask such a question? You guys had me fooled too. And another texter says, I thought we were done with those bums.
Nope. Still on schedule.
2 Grand Slam, heartbreaking. Yeah. 9 of 10 right. Lost on a yes or no question. Do the Lions play the Cowboys this season? Texter compared it to Skubal. So close to a perfect game. He had it all going for him.
Yeah. That's why they're tough to hit.
I finished strong. 103. Getting potassium as K. Look, we're going to get to some Skubal stuff later in the show. Hutchinson, what's the holdup? He's medically cleared. Where's his contract extension? We'll get to that. Plus, my camping recap. We'll score it 1 to 10. Was it camping or not? You guys ask questions. I'll fill you in. We'll do that later. Heather, your weekend.
We had an incredible weekend. We debated about doing like a last-minute trip up north for the long weekend, but that kind of fell through. Didn't feel like doing that, so we made the most of our time at home. And on one of the days, we decided to go to the Tigers game. Bring Brooks to his very first game. Emily's been to a game before, but we haven't done it as a family of 4 yet. So we went on Sunday on Kids Day. Thought this would be the best day to go. Also, we loved that 11:30 start time. Oh, beautiful. My gosh, it was awesome.
Get home before nap time.
It was great. Well, we did that. Naps got all messed up. That's okay. We knew that was going to happen, but it was just an awesome day. But I saw a lot of interesting things. I haven't been to a game in quite a while, and when I was working there, it was a very different ballpark.
Well, we went together.
Well, okay, that's true.
I guess forgot about our moment.
That was just different, though, because I sat inside, and I've never watched the whole game for the Tigers Club. I guess that's just something different. Okay, I know I was there. It was just different. That was a different.
It doesn't count with us, John.
Yes, no.
It was a different feeling.
This is her bringing her kids.
Work event. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. I guess we have been to a game.
But this was your first. Just go and be a fan.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was packed. It was awesome. Brooks is too little to take to a game. I kind of broke my own rule because I don't think little kids should go to games. He was too little, right? Like, because he's at the stage where you can't hold him. He's 1.5. He wants to move.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be contained, but yet there's so many people you can't really let him walk on his own.
Did he have his own ticket?
No. Kids 3 and under don't need tickets if they're going to sit on your lap.
He didn't have a seat.
He did not have a seat. Neither did Emily.
He could have got folded up in the seat. Teddy's done that before. Hold on.
Seats were pretty expensive. So I'm like, I'm not going to buy, and we're most likely not going to sit in our seats very long anyway.
You're going to do the carousel.
We're going to do the carousel, the Ferris wheel, the face painting, which we didn't do all of because the lines were really long. So I was like, all right.
Welcome to having a good
Emily get her face done.
She got her whole, and she wanted to keep that on all day, all night. She told me she'd sleep with her head up, and I said, no, sweetie, we have to wash it off. She loved it. She loved every second. But we did see some interesting things. One in particular, when we got to our seats, because we did sit for several innings in our seat.
Yeah.
And we got down, looking to our row number. I'm like, okay, here it is. And I was like, oh, right in the middle, which is kind of where we were sitting. There was one man. I thought, okay, well, what's the likelihood that we're going to sit right next to this dude? Right next to him, of course, because all the seats are sold.
Yeah.
But it was this guy who had his shirt off. You know, you always see one of these men at the games that is like, you know what, it's too hot. I'm taking my shirt off. And it's
a lot less rare to see a woman like that.
It is. However, more rare. I have seen it at a game in a bikini top.
Oh.
She's taken her. I've seen women wearing bikinis, which I'm not a fan of the no shirt. Even at an outdoor sporting event.
I am 100% with you. I don't want to sit down next to a dude that is shirtless. And it doesn't matter the body type, but I'm assuming it seems to be rare that there's a extremely fit individual sitting next to you. Was this individual taking up more than his fair share?
He sure was.
Mm-hmm.
He was also not a Tigers fan.
Oh, that's a detail I didn't know.
And so we're sitting right next to him. I'm like,
Ohio.
Don't
always fits. Ohio.
So I wanted to get your opinion on the no shirt or shirt at a sporting event.
It's a no-go.
I think so too.
It's an absolute no-go. Just wear your shirt. And I asked this question. I don't know why they allow it. Because if you go to a restaurant, right, it's no shirt, no shoes, no service. I think it should be the same at the ballpark because you're going to be sitting down with food next to this individual.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden they get up and cheer, and you got the hairy armpits right in your face.
Oh, thankfully, they weren't doing a lot of cheering, so the arms weren't up in the air.
Thanks, Tarik Skubal.
Yeah.
Yes. Scoob saved you.
Personal note from Heather Park. So what the question is appropriate
Did you make
or
Colin
inappropriate?
sit next to him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did.
Switch spots, yeah.
I was going to sit next to this guy.
So we want to know where people stand on the shirtless guy at games?
What's your opinion on it? Is it okay because it's outside and it's hot? And it wasn't even, and it was hot on Sunday, but it wasn't really that hot.
What was the high? 68?
It always feels hotter in the stadium.
Sure,
like
sun beating
I
down
would
on
say
you.
it always feels like 10 degrees warmer because there's no breeze and the sun's right on you. So it was warm. I got hot. I had a little jacket. I took the jacket off.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't feel like it's appropriate.
So I wouldn't go shirtless.
How
to the
hairy
game,
was he?
But
He wasn't that hairy, thankfully.
Okay. Yeah.
But he was sweaty
Big.
and big.
So now we're fat shaming the guy? Is that what this
I'm
is?
not.
Did he have the moves?
A little.
Yeah.
How about this? He was confident in his body, John. He doesn't care if he's a little pudgy. He's like, I'm proud of what I'm working with.
Come on.
But to me, it's like,
Chubby, put a shirt on.
no, you're going to sit outside, dress appropriately, wear a really
gonna be in a
lightweight,
public space.
moisture-wicking
Yeah.
T-shirt, perhaps. You know, if you want to rock the tank top, I guess is even better than no shirt, even though I'm not a fan of the tank top.
Yeah. Still exposes the hairy armpit.
does.
Right next to your nachos.
It sure does. But you're still covered, and it seems more appropriate to me than going topless.
Going topless to games, 248-539-9797. Thoughts on that? And I do think there's a question about bringing kids to the game because you said you broke your own rule.
We did. I kind of have a rule that little kids just, it's not a place for little kids. Because I did feel bad. We apologized to the guy sitting right in front of us because Brooks was standing in front of our laps, but his little fingers were going through the seat,
Yeah, and touching him in the back.
So we didn't stay long in our seat because that's what was going on. Emily did great. And I thought she was too young, but she actually did really, really well. She sat well. She was excited. She was into everything. We did the kids run the bases afterward, and everything
That's really
went well.
more of a function of, okay, who's that individual in front of me? Okay, you don't want, as a parent, right, and a responsible parent, you don't want them bothering the other fans. I've been in that position where I'm the individual in front, whether it's on a plane or at a game or anything like that, and having 5 kids, I get that it's going to happen. There was a game I was at one time where a kid was literally kicking me in the back, and I was fine with it because I like young kids having that experience. He won't remember, but you are you're imprinting him with things that are important. And I think going to sporting events as a family is a great thing. So having been in that position, I was never going to turn around and be like, dude, stop kicking me. I would have been more irritated if it was my own kid than somebody else's at that point because I understand it's hard in that situation.
The guy was really nice. I mean, I don't think Brooks was really bothering him. It wasn't, he's teeny. It wasn't like his hands were like punching the guy, but his little fingers were going through the back of the chair, touching the guy's shirt. So we felt uncomfortable. We had him on our lap for the most part, but it happened briefly. But he was also never heard these screams come out of this kid. Like high-pitched screams, sounded like a dinosaur a little bit. We also felt bad for that because I'm like, dude, what's happening to my child?
He was just cheering on Tarik Skubal.
I think he was just the loud noises were getting to him. But overall, he lasted we got there early and we stayed late. Also, noticed I've never done a Sunday Kids Day with kids. How long people wait in line
for stuff?
I thought I was really missing something on our way out because I was like, what is everyone standing around for? It was for the kids run the bases. We were able to get down a little bit early just because I know people there, I guess. But I didn't realize how long the line for that was.
I would be
People were waiting forever for that.
Giving the choice between sitting by a disruptive child, even a screaming one, versus shirtless guy, I'll take the kid anytime.
Oh, no.
Oh, it says the guy without kids.
I'd rather the shirtless guy than a screaming kid in my face the whole game.
He was behind you, not in your face.
He's still loud. It's still in the vicinity.
You're in a stadium. And people are going to get loud. They were cheering.
Yeah, it was when people got loud. When people got loud, Brooks got loud, but just sounds I've never heard him make. I was like, oh my gosh, he's really getting
Sunday
into
wouldn't have been the day you would want to go anyway.
Because it's Kids Day?
Yeah.
And I think that's why I felt a little more appropriate bringing him, because it was Kids' Day.
It's defined as Kids' Day.
Yes.
I just think it's an interesting question of when you bring your kids, because at a certain age, it's really more about you than them, right? If they can't enjoy or really remember going to the game, it's about you
their experiences,
more than them.
Yeah, but their experiences are going to continue to build.
Right, but no one remembers what they did when they were 1.5 years old.
But it's not always about remembering.
Your formative years, yes, you're forming, you're imprinting, you're doing all of those things, and it's like why I love taking the kids fishing, even if they were a year old or a year and a half old. I love taking them, knowing I was going to be limited in what I wanted to do. But
that's the other thing. I mean, did you make it through the whole game?
We made it through. We got there early and we ran the bases.
So I feel like that's rare, though, that most people, when they take the little ones, don't make it through the whole game.
We didn't think we were going to, but Emily really wanted to find Paws. That's all she talked about, that tiger. Where am I going to see that tiger? So I was trying to find Paws, ran into an old coworker and was like, do you know where Paws is? And she was like, well, I'll take you downstairs if you want to do the run the bases. I'm like, okay. So we got to meet Paws down there on the field and run the bases. But
perfect.
We were not planning on doing that. We thought we'd leave early, and
that's why I've always looked at it as a conflict. If you're going more for yourself and you don't even get to go to the whole game, it feels like an odd choice to bring a little one. Now but where is the cutoff? I don't know.
It was tough because Colin really wanted to sit and watch the game.
And you guys...
And we didn't sit and watch the game.
Right, because you're running around showing them the park. 248-539-9797. We have the case of the shirtless man at the ballpark. Appropriate or inappropriate? You guys have thoughts on the ticket text. We open up the phone lines. And they had a question about taking your kids to the ballpark and the perfect age to start doing that. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you're going through it. You're stressed. You may be in pain. You're confused, right? I mean, where do I go? Who do I turn to? There's a law firm out there that cares about you, and it's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. I met him. I met his team. They're an experienced staff. They've been working on this stuff for years, and they've been delivering. And their difference is that they care about you. They're not going to treat you like a number in the insurance game. You're not going to get passed around to different agents and different lawyers and not have any answers. They're going to stay with you every step of the way. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. You'll see what I'm talking about, testimonials and results. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law. Now it's KAJY, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. Skubal was great on Sunday. Complete game shutout, first of his career, 13 Ks, 0 walks. And he ended with 103-mile-an-hour gas on the final strikeout. Stopped the bleeding, stopped any freakouts against the Guardians, gave Heather Park a great day at the ballpark on Sunday.
Yeah.
It was an awesome day.
Despite the shirtless man sitting right next to you guys.
That was different.
And the kids, well-behaved. Made the whole game.
No meltdowns. They were well-behaved. We had it was a different day for us because we couldn't sit and watch the game 100% like we would have if we went by ourselves. But it was so much fun. We had a blast.
Ticket texters weighing in on shirtless guy at the ballpark.
Okay.
And the right age or the best time to take your kid. Appropriate. Yeah. Ticket texter says, you guys sound like Karens. You're outside in the heat. You should be able to take your shirt off. Women too.
Okay.
What cup size was he? Heather, maybe the guy wanted to get a free tan. Did you ever think about that?
Well, it definitely wasn't free. He paid good money to get that tan.
Yeah. And it sounds like he's going to have some tan lines in some spots.
Says
there was shade.
Yes.
Huge no, according to the ticket texter. Says, is the water park or the beach the only acceptable place?
Yeah, the beach, the pool, water park, yeah.
Okay. Ticket texter says, for kids, my rule is don't take them to a game or any other event until they're old enough to remember the experience. Until they're old enough, it's subconsciously a selfish experience for you. Signed, Steve.
I disagree.
I do disagree, too. I understand how Steve feels, but I do think that I also would like them to get used to being in crowds and learn how to behave and ways. Like you're teaching them, not only are you introducing things that you like, but you're also teaching them how to behave in those types of situations.
I agree. And I mean, the first time it may be, we're talking about a baseball game, it may be an inning or a couple innings. And I understand the expense of doing that, but it is conditioning them to be able to handle those environments.
Right. Yes.
Somewhere right now, that shirtless guy is telling the story to someone else, how there was a couple that brought their little kids to the game and how it ruined their experience. LOL, a dinosaur sound.
His experience was ruined more by Skubal than by Brooks.
Yeah, he was not a Tiger fan. Corin in Columbus, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good morning.
So I got a problem here because every time someone brings up kids, cops is always like, leave the kids at home, don't take them on the planes. I don't want to sit by them in restaurants or anything. Like, number one, just like Heather and John said, it's time on task. You don't take kids to things, and it's not selfish if they don't remember it because they have to understand how to behave in public. They can't do that if they're at home all the time. Mm-hmm. And if you're going out in public spaces, you don't get to dictate what the public is. People's kids are also a part of the public. So if you don't want to be around kids, then buy private. You don't want to be at them in a game, then buy a suite. Like, that's too bad. Like, there's nothing wrong with taking your kids to a game and allowing them to understand what that experience is like. Because they might not understand what or remember the experience. Hold on, Finley. But you will, but what they are going to understand, or what you learn as a parent is, one, okay, all the things that I need to take. Maybe I didn't take enough snacks. Maybe I need to take this toy. Maybe I need to do these things. There's always things that can help you learn what to do when you're taking your kids. So, Heather, you absolutely did the right thing. Kudos to you.
Thank you.
And don't listen to Costas. He doesn't have kids. He doesn't understand.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of that on the ticket text,
tell
too.
Finley that we support her as well.
It's always when the phone is on, right? Whenever you're on a phone call, that's when they really need you.
Yeah.
But this is a rule you've had too, Heather.
Well, I'm not a fan of taking infants to a game. Well, things have changed since I've had kids. I've had all these rules before having kids, and I'm like, okay, I understand a little bit more. But bringing an infant to a game, I never understood that, except the fact that you want to go to a game, and guess what? You got a kid, you're going to bring it along now. But it's really seeing an infant in the hot sun. They don't want to be there.
Right. If
they're not
the
learning the environment
is uncomfortable due to sound, due to heat, cold, whatever it might be.
But you see it. You see people bringing infants, and they put the
headphones on them.
They don't always, though.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you got to say. I mean, you may tell them to put the earmuffs on when they're 16. Earmuffs!
The question was the age, and you're saying any age.
Yeah, I don't really have an issue. Now, I'm not going to take, like, I think back to when all of the kids were young, and obviously Teddy is there right now. Teddy's 3.5. He could go to any sporting event. It's just a matter of the time of day matters. Sometimes it matters the night of sleep he had the night before. That'll affect the enjoyment for him or for us at the game. If you're under a year and it is strictly holding, if they can stand, that makes a big difference. Like if they could stand in front of you and you have the space to be able to, maybe you're crowding your wife a little bit, but he could stand up. I think that's fine. I have no issue with taking kids to any event.
Brooks did really well. Those little dinosaur screams were not constant.
Right.
They were just like when everyone was cheering. I'm like, what the heck is this
he
sound?
wanted to join in.
He sat on the ground. He ate some goldfish off the ground.
And now he's going to watch you. Like if you have the game on, this will happen probably when the Lions game is on and Colin's watching the game. Crowd goes nuts and it's a little bit louder. He may pull that scream out at home because that's what you're supposed to do when something goes well. When Dad all of a sudden stands up and starts cheering, all of a sudden the dinosaur scream comes out. It's awesome.
John, you're 100% right. It's important to introduce kids into social situations early so they can learn about being a member of civilized society.
Yes. And avoid Costas at all costs.
And get used to being around shirtless people, apparently.
And maybe to other people it's acceptable. I mean, it was fine. He didn't bother us.
It seems to be more acceptable when the guy is in the other section.
Not right next to you.
It's very different when the guy is next to you and that sweat is dripping off onto your arm.
Are you guys surprised by Jim at all here? I mean,
no.
He didn't go to Bronner's as a kid. He didn't go to Canada as a kid. Did he do anything?
No. We did go to games, but I don't remember.
How old were you?
I don't remember going to games at 3 or 4 years old. You start remember going to. I feel like your early memories are 5, 6, right? That's kind of when the kid will.
They may be, and I mean, shoot. Sometimes I can't remember what I did last week. Yet I'm 49 years old, so it doesn't. Sometimes it's about the experience and being there and building that knowledge base, even though you may not remember it, but being able to act in those situations, exposing them to those situations, I think is what you should do as a parent.
And I'll own the blind spot. Everybody knows I don't have kids. I've always just looked at it as when did I remember things? And that's when I would if I had a kid, that's when I would take them to stuff. They could actually appreciate it, enjoy it. It becomes a shared experience. You guys are saying imprints.
Yes.
Early markers.
I think
memories.
so, for sure.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Ticket, text, and phone calls. And we do want to hear more about this shirtless debate at the ballpark. We'll get some of those phone calls in. Talk Aiden Hutchinson in the 8 o'clock hour. He says he is medically cleared. So what's the holdup on this contract extension? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans, the Tigers look for a series win against the Giants at Comerica Park tonight after winning 3-1 on Memorial Day. Cater Montero earning the win with 5 scoreless, and Riley Green had the game's big hit in the 5th. Javi Baez arguing a called third strike in the 5th was ejected from this game. Third base coach Joey Cora and Gleyber Torres both had to hold him back from home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy. Great pitching matchup tonight as the Tigers aim for this series win. Detroit sends Jack Flaherty, Logan Webb for San Francisco. That first pitch at 6:40, a 6:15 pregame right here on 97.1. The Lions beginning OTAs in Allen Park tomorrow. Mandatory minicamp happening June 10th. Lucas Raymond, Simon Edvinsson helping Sweden to a bronze medal at this weekend's World Championship in Stockholm. Team USA taking home the gold, beating the Swiss 1-0 in an overtime thriller. Tage Thompson scoring the winner. Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark will miss at least 4 games with a quad strain. The injury snaps an incredible streak for Clark. The last time she missed a non-preseason game, 2017. She was a sophomore in high school at that point. And in the NBA playoffs last night, Thunder hold off the T-Wolves 128-126 the final. They take a 3-1 lead in the Western Conference Finals. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a playoff career-high 40 points in that one. Tonight, the Pacers and Knicks play Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals in Indy. Pacers holding a 2-1 series lead. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We got phones and ticket text to keep getting to. Some sights from the Tigers this weekend. Heather was at the ballpark on Sunday, sitting right next to a shirtless dude.
Yeah.
Wanted to know about people's thoughts on the shirtless guy at the ballpark. Is it appropriate? Is it inappropriate? And then you got your kid yelling like a pterodactyl in the stands.
Yes, a baby pterodactyl. Very high-pitched.
Yes. 1.5 years old.
Yeah.
The right age to start taking your kids to the ballpark. 248-539-9797. We also have this Aiden Hutchinson conversation. Yes, Stoney.
Yes.
A petrodactyl.
A pterodactyl.
It's only he could. This Hutchinson thing we want to get to as well. He's medically cleared. He's been very excited to get back out there and ramp up for the upcoming season. He says he feels great. Time to get the deal done then, right? Because we know Brad Holmes' MO, it's to work ahead of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He got St. Brown done early, and he got Joseph, all these guys, Jared Goff, and it was a good thing he got Goff done because the price only goes up.
Right.
And you'll find the same thing's going to happen with the pass rusher market. Myles Garrett set the mark at $40 million a year. Micah Parsons and TJ Watt are also seeking long-term extensions. It would seem to me that Brad Holmes would be working to get this done now. I don't know if the injury has put any doubt in his mind, or what's more likely, maybe Aiden's camp is the one holding this up because they want to see what happens with Watt. They want to see what happens with Parsons. He may want to bet on himself and try to get even more money. But it would seem to me Brad Holmes' track record suggests he wants to get a deal done, yet there is no deal done.
I think this is, in terms of structuring the contract, there's a couple of things that are probably holding this up. One is the structure and the amount of total dollars and how they may have agreed on, well, here's the total dollars, and now they're trying to figure out, okay, when do we want to take the hit, the cap hit? Mm-hmm. Well, when can we take it this year, next year, and also planning for restructuring down the road? Because if you plan that right now, knowing that in year 3 you're going to restructure it, maybe you add a couple of years, you add some money, all of these different things,
all the little tricks,
and it's all the bonuses for, if you're the sack king, if you defensive player of the year, like all of those different things play into, and you have to plan for that added bonus money being used against the cap. That's part of it. It can be a very complicated contract. On the other side of things, it also may be Aiden Hutchinson. And I've said this all along. Is he willing to bet on himself? How much is he willing to bet on himself? Because that number, and what's Myles Garrett making a year right now? 43?
40, I think, is the average.
And that's a guy that's been Defensive Player of the Year twice.
Yeah.
If Aiden Hutchinson goes out this year and leads the league in sacks,
wins the award,
wins the Defensive Player of the Year award, that number that he gets paid will be greater next offseason than it is now.
Yeah.
It's just, that's the way it is. And you go a further year down the road, that it's always going to be a little bit more. And is Aiden Hutchinson sitting there going, hey, I want to be here, but I want to maximize my earnings and the value that I am.
There does need to become a point, though, where if it's not happening, they should spend the money for the next couple off seasons, right? Like Aiden's deal doesn't kick in until 2028, 27, right?
Yeah.
Because he's got this year 25, the 5th year option in 26. If they're not going to come to terms now, see, the benefit to doing it now is you try to keep costs down, you spread the money, you use that 5th year option to kind of roll into it.
Right.
If it's not going to happen now,
that's for the team.
Yeah. But if it's not going to happen now, then the team should go out and add players with the money that they have that they're not spending, right?
They can.
But they're not. So they
haven't.
Because
doesn't mean they won't.
Because this is a huge domino that has to fall, and without any answer, you're kind of in limbo as an organization, right?
Unless they know the answer.
Unless they're choosing not to extend him right now.
Or he's choosing not to sign right now.
And they've told them.
Right. So that's why I said whether the answer is Hutch, whether it's the team, whether it's both, we have no idea. But if they know the answer, then yes, you're right. They could go out and utilize those funds in a different direction.
But they haven't.
Doesn't mean they won't.
How do you guys view this? How are you guys viewing this? Why isn't the deal done? What's the holdup? Is it Aiden's camp? Is it the Lions camp? What's your read of the situation? 248-539-9797. And do you want it done right now? Or are you someone that feels like, boy, I want to see him come back healthy?
Oh no, I would love to have Aiden Hutchinson wrapped up. I don't have any issue. I think he's going to be just as dominant this year as he started off last year.
We'll get those Hutch phone calls in the mix. We got some Tiger Ballpark stuff. Matt and Flint, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. So I'm with Heather. I'm a bigger guy, but I'm not huge. But I wouldn't be taking my shirt off. I wouldn't want to sit next to someone like that. I want sweat dripping into my beer or my food.
Gross.
I'd rather sit next to the loud kids because, they're kids. They're there enjoying the game. They might not know what's going on, but, so what? Kids, let them be kids. And then I just wanted to touch, at what point do we start fining these umpires?
Oh, boy.
Because Phil Cousy, or whatever his name is, clearly needs glasses because the replay showed it was not a strike. And it's irritating. They're ruining the game, the umpires.
You talk about Javi getting tossed. I thought it was a sharp point by Benetti and Dirks on the TV broadcast. They said once we get to a point where you can review or challenge a strike call, Javi doesn't get tossed because they just come out and review it. And if he's right, he goes over to first. If he's wrong, it de-escalated the situation and he stays in the game.
Right. And we saw the implementation during spring training. Now, we didn't see it used a lot because a lot of the managers said, hey, this is not something we could do during the season, so let's not use this as a crutch now.
Because the pitch was below the zone.
There's no question it was.
The guy screwed up. And Javi wasn't even mad that the ump screwed up, Phil Cousy. He was mad that he wasn't even allowed to have the conversation.
Right.
He felt like immediately he was
an
shut down.
Early ejection.
Yeah, and then Javi went nuclear, went ballistic, had to be restrained. Ump screwed it up. Ump screw stuff up. It's why we have replay in sports. And if you let people challenge it, manager gets to pick 1 or 2 times a game that he thinks it's critical. Stand up for his guy, get an extra base runner, score a key run. I'd have no issue with it.
I think we are eventually going to hit that as long as they'll keep testing it out in spring training. As long as they get to a quick operation.
Yeah, it can't take too long because games, we don't want it dragging the other way. I mean, we just finally sped the game up. Ticket texters. I've been to multiple games this year with 10-year-old boys who have their shirts off flexing for the cameras, and they put them up on the big screen. Where do you stand on that? Happens at hockey games, too. I mean, this is kind of just ingrained into sports, going to games.
Gosh, I feel different. I feel a little differently about that.
Sure.
I think
it's
because
okay to have
a
a double standard. I have no problem with that either.
So kids can have fun, but adults can't.
Okay.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me if they show a guy on the screen at the baseball game or the hockey game taking his shirt off, flexing, and having a beer. Like, okay, we're outdoors at a ballpark.
Yeah, does he
right.
put the shirt back on?
If it's in the next section or if you're watching on TV, sure, it's funny. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
If he's sitting next to you, it's a different story.
Yeah, and I don't think this guy did, but for some reason now I'm having flashbacks of maybe his shoes were off too. Because I remember now, I'm like,
was he wearing any clothes?
Well, we had to walk past him to get to our seat, right?
Yeah.
I was like, we should have entered from but we were literally like right in the middle of this row. That was strange too. I don't know. Just leave your shirt and shoes on.
Can both be right on this? It's okay to have shirtless guy, and it's okay to have the kids at the game.
I didn't say you can't take your kids.
It's the whole environment. It's like I remember the first time I saw somebody at a game not wearing a shirt. Now, I was watching on TV, and I'm like, that happens? And I'm like, okay, this is part of the norm. This is part of the situation. Would I ever do it? Absolutely not. But it's like, okay, this is what you get as part of the environment.
Yeah.
Like when we took our kids to Cleveland for the game, first time in hostile territory. I can't tell you, man, and etched in my memory, my kids' reactions to some of the things that happened in that game. And I was like, hey, listen, we can cheer for our team here, but we need to be kind of cool too. Like, we reel it back in, guys, okay? Like, they wanted to talk trash after the game. And I'm like, no.
Get to your car.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not saying you can't take your kids to the game.
And I'm not saying you can't take your shirt off. I was just curious to see what your opinion was. Is it right or wrong? And to me, you just leave your shirt on. I
didn't have the visceral reaction that you did. I also wasn't sitting right next to him, to John's point. Ticket Texter says, Costa, you're just sad there's no take your cat to the ballpark day.
You know what else I saw that day?
What?
Somebody outside of the ballpark pushing 2 cats in a cat stroller.
Okay.
I saw a lot. Anyway, proceed.
No, John, we don't have a cat stroller. I know that's what you were about to ask.
It was a double cat stroller. Yeah,
I wouldn't even think that of you.
There are minor league ballparks that have done like a purr at the park, like a bark at the park spinoff. See, our cat doesn't like other cats, and cats, they're not like dogs. I don't think it works as well. Age is different by sport. Toddlers at baseball games are acceptable. For a football game, I feel like you have to be 7 or 8 minimum on the ticket text. Seeing kids react to new experiences, some of the best moments you get as a parent. Well, I said it's more for the parent than it is the kid at that point.
Did you see all the pictures I posted?
I did. They were very adorable, and Emily with the face painted.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome.
Yes. I do have a heart, John. Hutch comments, phone calls next. Camping review later in the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, you know in sports when you're sidelined by an injury? I've been there. It is absolutely personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. And that someone is David Femininio. He uses the slogan, "Get David, get paid." It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Tigers pick up a win on Memorial Day against the Giants. Back-to-back wins after Skubal did his thing on Sunday. Needed to happen. Stop the bleeding after they lost the first 3 to the Guardians. We'll talk about it at the end of the hour here, as well as camping recap.
Huh.
You will judge whether this counts as camping. We'll take questions from Ticket Text in the show, and I'll answer as many of them as we can, and we'll give me a score 1 to 10. 10 being, oh, you were camping. 1 being you stayed at a hotel. We'll get to that coming up at 8:35. Aiden Hutchinson. It's a question we posed today because he says, I'm good. I'm medically cleared. I'm feeling great. Lions will have OTAs coming up later this week. Like, we are getting into next season.
Mm-hmm.
And we are getting into next season without an Aiden Hutchinson extension. So what's the holdup? My read of the situation is that Brad Holmes likes to work early. Get the Sewell deal done early, the St. Brown deal done early, even the Goff contract, which took a little longer because more money and there's extra hoops to jump through, the finer details that you were talking about. They got the Goff deal done May 13th last year. This Aiden thing is dragged out longer. So it's to me, it's either Aiden's camp doesn't want to do it because they want to bet on themselves and get more money, or there's some apprehension from the Lions physically. And I don't know that that's the case, so I put it more on Aiden's camp.
Well, and I wouldn't even classify it as being dragged out longer.
The deals typically
he's still
get
under
done.
contract for 2 years.
Yeah, but the precedent the organization has set, this is the longest it's taken to extend a guy that we would assume they want to extend.
Yeah, and so I think it's more complicated because, and the Goff was complicated to begin with. His was a restructure.
Yeah.
And those could be a little bit dicier in regards to wording and where the money is, and if they were to release them, how does it get accelerated? All of those different things. Aiden's deal is going to be a little bit more complicated because, yes, it is technically a restructure because he hasn't finished his contract. But it's also going to be, he's a guy that I'm assuming they want to keep around for the entirety of his career.
Sure. So you're thinking
another decade.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to sign him to a 10-year contract.
But you have to keep it in mind.
Right. You have to keep that in mind. So in 3 years, in 29, are you going to have to restructure his deal? Do you want to go into it knowing that 29 is the year that you have to restructure Aiden Hutchinson? We already know next year in 26, they're going to have to, it's a Goff year. You've got to be able to restructure those and stagger them so that you can restructure them because there'll be some acceleration, there'll be some, kicking dollars down the road, all of those different things. But because this is the second contract, you think that there's going to be a third or even a fourth contract, you've got to be able to plan for when those moments happen.
And I think they have done a good job of that. Like when Sewell and St. Brown got extended, if you looked into it, they did a great job offsetting cap hits. So they both wouldn't hit big at the same time. When you have a lot of these, it's kind of like whack-a-mole. Like you got to stay ahead of this. You got to make sure that you're doing a good job keeping them all in play at the same time. They've done that. They've done a really good job staggering cap hits, and even the most complicated deals, the quarterback deals, they get them done before this time. So I just wonder what the holdup is with Hutch.
There could be a number of different ones. And I think it will get done, whether it gets done before the season, after the season. There will be an Aiden Hutchinson extension.
It does matter when, though, in terms of finances. Because if Micah Parsons gets his deal done today and TJ Watt gets his deal done next week, the price to keep Aiden Hutchinson just goes up.
Right. And so I think we can all agree that for the team,
get it done.
Yeah, it is going to be cheaper today than it may be tomorrow.
So then we would back up what I'm saying, that it's an Aiden camp thing, that it's not done yet.
Okay.
And he's not wrong to do that. He's well within his rights to gamble on himself.
Right.
But that's my read of the situation, is that he's gambling on himself. That I don't know that a deal's getting done this summer based on the precedent from the Lions.
I think a deal will get done this summer.
Okay.
And just because it didn't happen today or it didn't happen last night doesn't mean it can't happen later today or Friday or any time in the month of June or early July. I think it gets done.
Okay. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Michigan State Police are searching for a driver who hit and killed a naked man on I-94 in Washtenaw County over Memorial Day weekend.
Ooh.
Yeah. So the deadly crash happened early in the morning of Sunday, happened along westbound I-94 near US 12 in Ypsilanti. Police said that calls started coming in around 2:30 a.m. from witnesses who said they saw this nude man walking along the freeway. By the time police got there, medics got there, the man, who was identified as a 52-year-old Warren resident, had already been hit by a car. The car did not stop at the scene, and unfortunately, this man died right there at the scene. Unclear why he was walking, why he was nude. Lots of questions there, but also, obviously, police want to find the man who hit this man as well. So, or woman, the driver who hit this man. So the investigation is ongoing. A former police chief in Arkansas who is serving time for murder and rape escaped from prison on Sunday. Grant Hardin, who had been in prison since 2017, was serving a 30-year sentence, escaped. And according to the Arkansas Department of Corrections, he escaped through a Sally Port wearing a makeshift outfit designed to mimic law enforcement.
How was he able to design
the
outfit?
Exactly, get his hands on this outfit. They closed down roads right in the immediate area of the prison. They were searching vehicles. As of Monday evening, still had not come across this man. So they're on the lookout for him. And then when it comes to that other jailbreak in New Orleans, 3 more of the 10 inmates were caught on Monday in 2 different states after more than a week on the run. So one was arrested in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The other 2 were arrested in Walker County, Texas. 2 more inmates are still on the loose. I'm guessing they'll be found.
Eventually be caught, yeah.
Yes. They all escaped on May 16th. They were able to, remove the toilet and escape through this hole behind the toilet. 5 people in total, besides these inmates, have been arrested as well. Let's talk more about Aaron Rodgers. I told you I had a lot of him in the news. So here's another story. So obviously, he hasn't retired from the NFL just yet. But when that time does eventually come, there's a strong chance that he would end up retiring as a member of the Green Bay Packers. But that's not quite yet set in stone. So he did an interview on another podcast, the YNK podcast, and he was asked if he was planning on retiring as a Packer once his career was over, and this is how he responded.
Well, he was asked the question, so he answered it. And I, as much as this pains me, I agree with him. Like, what does it matter to sign a one-day contract with the team that you played with for a long time? It really is so insignificant.
Counterpoint, it doesn't hurt to do it either.
No.
It would be preference to do it for everybody, right? I don't know, to just bookend your career, kind of tie up the loose end. What harm is there in doing that?
What's the point in doing it? I just don't understand. Like, I was kind of that same way. Is like, was I going to retire in Washington? It didn't matter to me. I played a decade there. Whether I signed a one-day contract as 10 years and 1 day, it makes no difference in his legacy as a Packer quarterback.
It's Heather with the news. All right, guys. Did I go camping? It's next, 97.1. Ready for a straighter smile without all those metal braces? If you've been thinking about Invisalign, the perfect time is now. With Brightside Dental, they've got invisible, comfortable, and now more affordable than ever options for you. Free Invisalign consultation that's no pressure, just answers, and if it's right for you, flexible payment plans to make it easy to fit in any budget. Start your Invisalign journey for as low as $59 a month. Straight teeth, straightforward pricing. That's something to smile about. Mention Jim Costa in the morning show. Lock in that price. Call 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Talking Skubal, end of the hour here. Big time performance on Sunday. Got to have it. Spot. That's what aces do. John, I went camping over the weekend.
Where'd you go?
Place out in Fenville.
Oh, I know where Fenville is.
Yeah. It was nice. It was relaxing. I had a good time. There's been some dispute over whether it was camping, though. When I first brought this idea up, I think, Heather, you were out that day. I can now report back. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and then we can score whether this is camping 1 to 10. 10 being roughing it outdoors, 1 being you stayed in a hotel.
Okay.
Did the shirt come with the reservation?
This? The camper shirt?
Yeah, the one that you're wearing.
Yes. No, I purchased this.
Oh, okay.
But as proof I'm a camper.
Come with the charcuterie board?
I'm a camper. The's proof. I'm wearing it today.
Yeah.
Did you sleep in a tent?
Just because you label it doesn't mean it's so.
No, did not sleep in a tent.
Okay.
There was a mattress.
Good.
Oh, there was a mattress.
Yeah.
A real mattress, not an
real
inflatable mattress?
Comfy mattress. Heated mattress.
Oh.
Let me tell you, when it's in the 30s at night, you're happy to have a little bit of heat there.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you happen to be sleeping next to someone. You could
yes,
share body heat.
I am aware of this.
You can also put on a blanket.
Wear some thermal long johns or whatever they're called.
Wear some pajamas.
Mm-hmm.
But I built a fire. I know that was something that was discussed. I built a fire, John, with sticks and
How'd you light it?
Little torch that they provide.
Torch.
Yeah, a little handheld thing. You just flip the switch and there you go.
Called a lighter?
Yes.
Torch. You called it a torch.
But yeah, you collect some dry sticks, you build it up. They had a little fire starter and the lighter, and I built a fire. I feel like that should get me some points in the camping category.
Did you make your food over the fire?
I cooked eggs one morning in a skillet over the fire.
Okay.
Did they deliver the firewood, or did you at least go to the camp store and pick up a bundle of firewood?
So the bundles are actually
delivered to your
campsite. They're already
waiting
for you when you arrive.
Okay. So no.
Okay. So no, I didn't.
You did not
carry the firewood over.
Yeah.
Did you have access to
didn't chop it down either.
electricity? Like, could you charge your phone?
Yes. But there was no Wi-Fi.
That determines camping or not.
And hardly any service, so we truly were disconnected. I felt good, by the way. I feel like a lot of us are addicted to our phones. I did enjoy outdoors time. It wasn't like I was sitting there playing on my phone outside. I was actually outside, enjoying the outdoors. That's part of camping.
What was the ground like?
Grass.
So you were your mattress was on grass?
No.
Like where you were sleeping, like your
he was in a building.
Was it in a tent? You were in a building?
An A-frame.
Was there a door?
Yeah, like an A-frame.
Like
There's
a real door?
Yeah, no, latch, like wood doors.
Oh. Was there a refrigerator?
You were in a cabin.
No.
So it was like
no
a cabin.
refrigerator.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of.
You were on a
one-room
wilderness.
cabin.
Was there carpet?
No.
You were on a wilderness getaway.
Okay.
Not camping.
Made s'mores. Does that count?
What was the bathroom situation like? Well, did you have a private restroom?
It was pretty luxurious, to be honest. It was
it's like a steam shower.
There were a couple showers. They
jacuzzi.
Played light music. No jacuzzi.
Light music.
Was
there a butler in there?
There was no butler. There's no little fresh mints as you left. No.
Oh.
But I walked trails. We walked through the dunes. We were outside.
So you went up north.
You went on a hike.
And did outdoorsy things.
So let me ask some more questions that have been presented on Twitch. And I encourage everyone.
Yeah, send them in.
Twitch.tv/971 The Ticket or on YouTube. You can go ahead and search those, watch, and send us your questions. Okay, so you already answered this one. Did you sleep in a tent? No. Did you bring a cooler?
Cooler was provided.
So the answer is no. These are yes or no questions.
Okay.
Did you bring a cooler?
Some context is helpful,
Did you bring a cooler?
I did not bring a cooler, John.
Okay. Did you cook something other than hot dogs over the campfire?
Yes, eggs.
Okay. Yes.
And s'mores.
Okay.
And a cinnamon roll. You could warm them up over the fire. Those were nice, too.
That was your microwave. Did you make the cinnamon roll yourself?
Did I bake the cinnamon roll? No, I did not.
Okay. I didn't ask if you baked it. I asked if you made it.
No, I picked it up from
what they delivered to
the general area. Yeah.
General area.
Yeah. Wasn't a store, but yeah, they had kind of a communal area. No, there's no
where
restaurant.
You could go and get all your food and bring it back to your. Yes. So
yeah.
You went to a grocery store.
There was not a grocery store, John. It's not like I was walking through.
I mean, I think that's okay. I mean, if I was going camping, I would pick up some snacks.
Like they had some pastries, muffins and cinnamon rolls in the morning if you wanted to grab something.
I think that's
some diced fruit for you.
That was not diced
fruit. Was the bed in a housing place? So
yeah, I would say so. Yes,
it was heated.
Yes. Heated mattress. That
was nice.
It had its own linens. Like you didn't need to bring a sleeping bag.
It had its own linens. Yeah, no sleeping bags. Not sleeping on the floor.
Did not set up any of your living situation.
No, it was set up for us when we arrived.
Yeah, no, you didn't go camping. Okay, scale 1 to 10.
Yeah, that's
1.5.
What?
1.5.
You think this is a 1.5 out of 10?
1.5.
I'm at like a 3.
That's very generous. Greg?
It says two. Was that a two?
Peace sign?
Got a 2.
2? Okay.
We need Tom's verdict and yours as well. 248-539-9797. And you can send some questions in.
The only reason it's even a 1 is because you cooked over the fire.
So it'd be a 0.
I'm surprised you didn't burn your hand.
Oh, come on. Have
Seriously.
some faith. And the eggs were cooked perfectly.
Yeah. How come you didn't make bolognese?
From scratch, right? Yeah.
Let me ask you this. What did you cook the eggs in?
Like a skillet.
Okay. What did you do with the skillet when it was done? Did you leave it there for somebody else to clean?
Yes.
Yeah. You didn't go camping.
Yeah.
I'm down to
So
a
if
1.
I had,
I'm down to
it's
a
not my
1.
skillet. Like I
Right, because you didn't bring anything with you.
Yeah.
So no, you did. I'm sorry. And I don't want to take away. I think it sounds like you had a wonderful weekend.
I actually did. That's the other thing I would say is I feel like this was tailor-made for anybody to go and have a good time. Like you clearly don't have to be an outdoorsman.
Could be a city lover, yeah.
And you can still go and touch grass and appreciate some nature and get a little R&R and relax and rest.
I mean, they call this glamping.
No, that's not even glamping. This has nothing to do with camping.
But that's what
But
they
my shirt
call
says
it.
camper,
It's
John.
they call what you need to write. Cross it out.
Yeah.
Cross it out.
Yeah, cross it out and put.
It says camper.
Glamper.
Glamper.
I think they call it luxury camping.
Oh, they do?
The place calls it luxury camping.
Yeah, you can label it however you want, but no, it is. They're calling it black tie camping
on the Twitch feed.
Yeah,
I feel like building a fire, cooking over the fire. I thought I was going to get higher than 2s. I really did. I thought this was going to be like 50-50,
Okay.
some 5 out of 10s.
What in your mind makes this a 2?
What do you mean?
The building the fire, he says, and roasting some more.
With the torch.
I guess maybe my
Well, it's
3
not
is
like a
too
lighter,
generous.
like you like. I'm just gonna shut up. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texture says heated mattress equals not camping. You get a negative number, Costa.
Yeah.
It's not camping on this scale. It's a 2 out of 10. Cookies. That's glamping, not camping. You were not camping. 3 out of 10. Jim, question for you. Did you tip the concierge at the, quote, campground, Tony, in Oxford? No, there's no concierge. You're waiting for me to answer that seriously?
Yeah. I mean, whoever it is, did they come at some point and clean your cabin?
No. I mean, when we
did
left.
they make your bed?
Did they do your linens? Did they provide towels and wash
Did you put
them?
the do not disturb on the on your
No, there was not like
door?
maid service between days.
I mean, you were only there for what, 3 days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rick in Newport. Rick, you wanted to grade this? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I'm going to give that a 2. I'm being very generous when I say this. I'm going to call that glamping, and I don't even know if I'd call it that. I mean, that's. I mean, you're borderline at a hotel at that point with a heated mattress, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I've been to a hotel where there's been a heated mattress. When I was in Japan, they had a heated toilet seat, which was amazing.
I do have a question though.
Yeah.
Did you use the bug spray, or did they put it on for you?
They provided bug spray. We didn't need it. It was kind of cold.
They provided bug spray.
I wanna know how much you
literally
paid for
took
this.
nothing with you.
Besides yourself.
Clothes, change of clothes.
Yes. What you would do on any business trip or vacation.
They didn't provide sunscreen?
No, they did not.
Yeah, I see. You got burned.
I'm catching straight. So that should count towards some even a half point.
No.
Well, half point.
I thought it was John who played for the Redskins.
Oh boy.
You didn't even take your own bug spray. They provided it for you.
They did.
Yeah.
They provided a bunch of stuff we didn't use.
Was it the children's off?
John, I didn't use it. I didn't examine it. It was in the little locker.
Yeah, and it was next to the soap and shower cap that they provide for you.
No, we brought our own deodorant and toothbrush and toothpaste and all that stuff.
Was there lights in this cabin?
Yes.
Oh. I was going to say, did you have a
there
lantern?
was electricity.
Yeah, they had lanterns.
I know,
but
I thought maybe it was just so you could charge your phone. They didn't have anything else. No TV.
No TV.
Yeah, but just lights, fan.
I like that you have to clarify. No, there was a fan if you needed it, but there was no TV.
Yeah, you weren't camping.
No, this is at best a 1. At best a 1.
Quote, did not sleep in tent, immediately rules it out as camping. Cookies. Jim, if you survived, you didn't go camping. John in Lake Orion. Cookies went to luxury camping. It's not camping. Get a tent and rough it.
I think you need to do that. I think that'd be great for you to do a true rough it 3-day weekend with a tent, you and Kelsey, and just see how it goes.
I wanted to enjoy the trip. I don't know that I would
Camping is
enjoy it. I don't know
fun.
that I would enjoy it.
I would even go as far as I absolutely love taking people fishing, taking people camping. When I described, going up to Northwest Ontario, one of the great things is exposing people to that environment and making it palatable for them, right? They don't want to build the fire. They don't want to fillet the fish, fry the fish. They don't want to do all of the work involved. And that's fine. Yeah. It's not for everyone. That's why
stuff like this exists.
It that I love. And so I'm not going to sit here and say you didn't go on a great vacation. It sounded like you had a great vacation.
I did.
The only argument I will make is that this is nowhere near camping.
Jim, stop talking. You're digging a deeper hole. How are the towel warmers and champagne glasses? Sounds like a camping simulator, camping adjacent experience. Were the lights dimmable? Yes.
They were?
Yes. Well, it's like a lantern. You could twist the light. 0 out of 10. Camping requires sleeping bag and a tent. You find your own food like fishing. You bring your own utensils. You build your fire from scratch. That's fake camping. Brutal. You went week camping. They're being hard on you. Plenty of campgrounds with cabins. It does count because it's a campground, but it's not much more than that. All right.
Is it a campground?
I would say so. Greg's pointing to the clock.
Of course you would.
Saved by the time. 248-539-9797. Scale of 1 to 10. Was it camping? We're going to get into the Tigers next. 97.1.
Do you find yourself avoiding pictures, avoiding maybe going shirtless at the ballpark because you just don't like the way you feel, the way you look? Imagine being able to take that shirt off at the ballpark and being 40 pounds lighter than you are right now, and being that in just 40 days. There's still time this season. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 pounds in those 40 days with Ideal U. And since I started the program, I'm down 70 pounds and I feel great. Book today, and Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. And when you get all of that entire stat sheet, they're going to assign you a weight loss coach, and they're going to build a program that works specifically for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us and find out how easy it is. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. And be happy taking those pictures and taking that shirt off yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Benetti on the call. What a moment on Sunday. Skubal stops the bleeding, does what an ace does, and invoked memories of Justin Verlander. Pumping heat in the ninth inning to get another punch out. We'll talk about Skubal. We've got some ticket text to wrap up this camping conversation. I'm wearing a camper t-shirt. I wanted to know if what I did was even close to camping, scale of 1 to 10. I thought I may earn some 4s and 5s, a lot of 1s and 2s. And Heather, I think, were you generous with a 3?
I was, and now I'm regretting that.
Yeah,
Maybe
I went to the
1.5,
1.5, and I'm back down to a 1.
Yeah.
Cookies, it sounds like you camped at the Great Wolf Lodge, Robin Monroe.
Yeah, I know. When we went to Disney, we stayed at the Wilderness Lodge, and yeah, that was not camping.
Jim, all you did is light firewood with a lighter. That's not camping in the slightest. Not camping at all. I'm not throwing shade. Jim, you went on a retreat. I'm sure it was fun, but don't call it camping. Sean in Ann Arbor.
Agree with that 100%. You do you, and if you and Kelsey had a great time,
we did.
That's all that matters.
Did you wipe with toilet paper or leaves?
That is a good distinction.
Based
Yes.
on how I've described this, it's not going to surprise anybody that there was plenty of
there was TP.
nice toilet paper.
Probably 2-ply.
OMG stop. He didn't go camping. This is getting embarrassing. Jason in the lovely Traverse City area. He's working. He says 1.5 for Jim. When John asked Jim what he cooked his eggs in, I swear he was going to say hollandaise sauce. Oh, my God. That's good. That's a good ticket text. Jim,
did you use on okay, the skillet.
Where are we going here?
Did you use butter to saute them, or was it Pam or something that sprayed out of a can?
How'd you eat it? Like, did you then transfer it to a plate with silverware?
Yeah, was it a paper plate?
Yes, John.
It was a paper plate?
It was a paper plate.
Yes, but you used Pam, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not camping.
They didn't have fine china out there. In the,
I'm not. It's not the fine
It
china.
wouldn't have surprised me had you said yes.
The way I've described
yes.
Oh, here's another question for you.
Yeah.
How do you dispose of the paper plate?
They had like a trash area.
Throw it in the fire, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Costa, you went to a hotel with trees and grass. 1 out of 10. Cookies, I'm with you. I stopped camping when they invented Wi-Fi and central air. These people are out of their mind.
Hey, camping is not for everyone. I'm not sitting here trying to sell. If you don't like camping,
don't go.
Then don't go. It's okay.
Cookies had better amenities when camping than most of us have at home.
Yeah, and a couple here. John, will you break in Cookies, please?
Yeah, people have asked if you'll take me camping.
John, please take Cookies camping and record it for all of us to see. I would love at some point to take you and Kelsey on a true camping trip.
What does a true camping trip entail?
I've described it to you.
A little bit outlined, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's for me.
And I don't necessarily know that I would use Northwest Ontario as the destination. I think the mosquitoes would be a bit much for you guys.
Yeah, the way you described it last week, where you're just like swimming in them. The air is more mosquito than oxygen.
Yes.
No thanks.
You're breathing them in.
Yes. How good was the mint that was left on your pillow, Costa? Okay, we're just starting to repeat.
Did it melt on the heated mattress? Then you got a little chocolate stain.
Heather, I think that's what you said. That what really loses me points is a heated mattress.
Yeah, I mean, I've
was
never
nice,
even
super nice.
seen a heated mattress.
Well, when it gets chilly, right,
And the
in
electricity
30s.
really got me too,
See,
and the
I don't-
dimmable lights that was, and the fan.
When you initially
Didn't
get
need
in the
the fan.
mattress, it seems like that is a great idea. However, when you sleep, I don't think I could ever sleep on a heated mattress.
No.
I would just sweat to death.
Oh, no, it was a good contrast because it was cold otherwise, right? We had kind of a chilly start to Memorial Day weekend.
Like the cold sheets.
And
Plenty
linen
cold.
was provided.
I appreciate using the heat of
So if I had brought
The
my
one
own
sitting
bed
next to me.
sheets, you would give me like half
Bed
a point?
sheets? You bring a sleeping bag. You don't bring
Yeah,
bed
bed
sheets.
Well, the way you said linens.
Yeah, because
Yes,
of how you're
yeah,
describing
yeah.
it, they provided linens.
you
So
They
don't
provide
use,
sleeping
how many
bags.
points would I get for a sleeping bag? Like a full point or a half point? Like how could I engineer this to be...
Not even a half point, but
Okay.
it would be in your favor if you were going to be a camper.
How do
having a sleeping bag.
yeah.
We'll move on with this, but some people have texted in about campers. And John, you had said off air, you think people who have campers are glamping.
Yeah, I've done
Because you
that.
have like a full kitchen,
Sure,
you've got,
I had
bedding.
I had the
and-
fifth wheel. It's got a bathroom in there. It's got a shower. Now, whether you use it or not, I mean, it's very small. But yeah, that to me is, even if you go to a rustic site, right, where there's no electrical hookup, you're still glamping because you have a physical structure that you took to set with you. So that's the camping part. But when you have a kitchen table, You have air conditioning in a lot of them. That's glamping.
All right, 9 o'clock hour. We're talking Skubal, MVP moment. What does he have to do to actually be the MVP in baseball? Aaron Judge has something to say about that. We'll talk about Skubal and what he did on Sunday. We'll talk about John's app overload. Mm-hmm. Yell at some clouds. We'll get to Aiden Hutchinson as well. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tigers go for a series win against the Giants at Comerica Park tonight after a 3-1 win on Memorial Day. A 2-run single in the fifth by Riley Green was the game's big hit. Cater Montero got the start, 5 scoreless, and he got the win. Dylan Dingler driving in the Tigers' other run. He's now hitting .295 on the season, and manager A.J. Hinch likes the way he caught Montero, too. Javi Baez was ejected from this game in the fifth, arguing a called third strike. He had to be held back from home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy by third base coach Joey Cora and Gleyber Torres. Tigers go for the series win against the Giants, 6:40 tonight with Jack Flaherty on the mound here on 97.1. The celebrations are wrapping up in Indy. Drivers are now headed to the Motor City for this weekend's Detroit Grand Prix. Indy 500 winner Alex Palou will be a bit late. The 3-time series champ is in the midst of his nationwide victory tour after winning his first 500 on Sunday. Palou's the favorite in the Grand Prix this upcoming Sunday. He's won 5 of the first 6 races in the season, and he's won the Grand Prix previously in 2023. The Hurricanes snapped their 15-game Eastern Conference Finals losing streak, beating the Panthers 3-0 last night to avoid a sweep. That losing streak was the longest in history in a playoff round other than the Stanley Cup Final. In the Western Conference Finals, Oilers and Stars play Game 4 tonight. Edmonton leads that series 2-1. And the Minnesota Frost win their second straight PWHL championship with a 2-1 victory over Ottawa yesterday. Detroit's been passed over twice this spring for an expansion team, with the league instead choosing Vancouver and Seattle. At the Corva Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, weekend was not off to a good start. Tigers had lost 3 in a row to the Guardians. Oh boy, panic ensues. Tarik Skubal on the bump on Sunday did everything he could to shut that down. 9 innings of shutout baseball, 13 Ks, 0 walks, as dominant a Maddox as we've ever seen. John, that's what aces do. Mm-hmm. That's what MVPs do. That felt reminiscent of what Verlander used to do when he won the MVP. Stop the bleeding, go deep into the game, calm everybody down. And, by the way, have a little something extra at the end. Throwing 100 mile an hour, 103 on the gun for Skubal on his final pitch of the day. That felt like MVP stuff. That's an MVP moment. Judge is the favorite. It's Judge's to lose. I wonder what Skubal would have to do to win the MVP. Because the case would be moments like that. If the Tigers have the best record in the American League, maybe all of baseball when all is said and done, does that not give him at least a chance, a conversation?
Sure, he's in the conversation. Ultimately, it will depend on what Aaron Judge does. It's his to lose. And if he gets hurt or if he goes in a slump, which doesn't appear that that's ever going to happen.
Guy's hitting 390.
Then, I mean, he's in the conversation. Does he ultimately win it? I think there needs to be a lot of things that line up just right for it to happen. And that's going to be Aaron Judge not having the season he's having. He's also in contention with Max Fried, another pitcher that is having a great year. So not only is there competition for MVP, which there clearly will be no matter if he's having a great year or not, or great year, there's going to be other players. He's also in competition for this year's Cy Young.
MVP is a big deal for a pitcher. Since, we'll go 40 years, you've had 3 starting pitchers win the MVP. And I'm not counting Shohei because he also hits. It's Clemens in 86, it's Verlander in 2011, and it's Clayton Kershaw in 2014. It's a short list. What Skubal's doing, the numbers are right there with JV in 2011. Mm-hmm. Whip's better. ERA is about the same. Strikeouts are up. Walks are lower. I mean, he's striking out 13 per 9, and he's not even giving up a walk per 9. He's unbelievable.
Right, but when I talk about everything lining up, first of all, just what Tarik Skubal needs to do, he needs to have more of these performances.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to be spaced out so nobody forgets about the first one before he has the second one.
Yeah,
and nobody forgets about those in May because he has them when it means the most in August and September.
I think doing it against the Guardians, your biggest threat in the division, bonus points there. And if he has a couple more of those in a big series or two late in the season, it would go a long way. I want to point out the Tigers won 95 games when Verlander won it. The Dodgers won 94 games when Kershaw won it. Red Sox were a 95-win team at 86 when Clemens won it. They shouldn't have to win 100 games for him to win the MVP. I think it really just comes down to, is Judge having
an MVP season?
And then you'd lose out because they're going to give it to the New York Bomber who hits 50 home runs and flirts with 400. Yeah, I get it. I'm not saying Skubal should win it over Judge. I wonder what Skubal would have to do to get that. And some of it might have to be, hey, Judge gets back down to earth because he's in outer space right now.
Yeah. I mean, so it's,
that part of it's out of Skubal's control.
There's two different conversations here. There's one that is going outside of what Tarik Skubal is doing.
Yeah.
But what does Tarik Skubal have to do to give himself the best possible chance to win MVP? And he could have numbers that surpass what Verlander did in 2011 and still not win it.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just reality.
It's reality. There's just other factors involved. But I do think that he's had his first MVP moment. And that is stopping the bleeding, stopping a skid, albeit it's only 3 games, but it was a division opponent, and it is doing it when the team needs it the most, being in dramatic fashion, having a Maddox, and then it also has to be, like I said, it has to be done in August and September when voting is actually going on for the MVP race.
Where was your head at Saturday night? So they had lost 3 straight. They lost in extra innings. It's the Guardians coming to town. I'm sure you're thinking, oh boy, what's Monday going to be like? We're going to have to talk people off the ledge. The tone changes when Skubal pitches the way he did. By the way, you guys wake up today, they're 5 games up in the division. They lost the series to the Guardians, but they have a 5-game lead still in the AL Central right now. Amazing what an ace can do for you.
And they're playing a good team.
Yeah, the Giants right now.
Yeah. And so it's Saturday night. AJ Hinch has probably trained me too well in regards to it's 1 of 162. And now I know it's 3 in a row, but if you look at their skids, they started off with a 3-game skid, and they had a 3-game skid against Cleveland. The longest skid they've had at any point during the season to this point has only been 2 games, and they've always found a way to respond. Now, this time the response was mainly Tarik Skubal, but this team is made up of guys that step up at different times. We've seen Javi in the walk-off. That's going to be one that a lot of people remember from this season because it was Javi and because it was such a dramatic moment. And we've seen Spencer Torkelson have his moments. Riley Green have his moments. Matt Vierling, now that he's back, I expect him to have some moments throughout the course of the year. It's, Zach McKinstry started off on fire. And a lot of these guys' numbers are coming back to earth, but they pick and choose. And a lot of that, to me, is just simply A.J. Hinch creating favorable matchups.
Did you notice he said part of the reason he didn't get tossed, he wanted to defend Javi on Memorial Day, but he also goes, hey, I got to manage the rest of this game.
Yeah, there's 4 innings of matchups left to go.
Exactly. No, he's the conductor of this whole thing.
So if we're just simply talking about the team and what would the response have been on Monday morning versus not having that Tarik Skubal performance? Yeah, there probably would have been talking some people off the ledge. Oh, this is what the Tigers are. This is what they're going back to. No,
this is what they'll be in the postseason.
Yeah, I don't
mirage.
have those concerns. I don't think it's a mirage. I think the Tigers are real, and they are still the best. They still have the best record in the American League.
In terms of what Skubal needs to do to seriously have a shot at the MVP, Texter says he needs a no-no. That's Dave in Saginaw. He has to break multiple records. I don't think we're going to see a starter win the MVP for a very long time. Jose Ramirez is ahead of Skubal in the MVP race. That's Mitch in Blissfield. and says he wasn't exactly facing the strongest Guardians lineup on Sunday. Guys, I don't care.
Yeah.
That's their fault, not our fault.
Yeah, I mean, if Quan's not in the lineup, that's,
Oh, no.
That doesn't mean anything to me. I mean,
I think Riley Green missed a game this series, too. Does that win not count for Cleveland? Do we take that game away? I mean, it's just stupid. Skubal had one of the great starts in a very long time. I don't care who it was against.
The question you can raise is, do they have a Guardians problem? And that might be the issue. Like the Guardians, and
when do they see him next?
I mean, I'd have to go look.
I think it's in June. They'll face them in Cleveland. Maybe early July.
July 4th.
4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
Next
4th of
major
July,
holiday.
3 games down in Cleveland, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Okay.
None of them on Roku.
Can we talk about that too? I know that really bothered you, and I know it bothers a lot of our listeners. I understand if it's a money thing, like you don't want to be nickeled and dimed for another app and another app and another app. But guys, it's 2025. Like, this is free, and a lot of these give you trials. This really bothered you.
It did, and it bothers me even more that I was lazy and didn't explore it. I just had the fatigue of, I don't want to explore another app. I love the fact that it was at 11:30. But even those Roku games, if you look at the schedule, some of them start at 11:30, some of them start at 12:05, some are at 1. West Coast games are at 4. And I get the whole West Coast.
That this week they're going to play at 6:48,
right, I know, but if you are doing
10.
something unique, like Roku is doing on Sunday mornings, this is where I think the NFL has it completely nailed. If you're doing something unique, like international games, what time do they start?
You know what time they're starting every single week.
Right. And so that's part of the issue that I had with this is I love the 11:30 start. I knew it was going to be at 11:30, but the next time the Tigers play on Roku.
Father's Day, by the way.
Yeah.
It's on the schedule. It's going to be, I think it's 12:05 against the Reds. Yeah, it's different. I get, but John,
I like the consistency of knowing it's 11:30. If it's going to be unique and it's going to be different, then keep the uniqueness, keep the difference, and make that consistent. That's
I argue
part
the
of
opposite, because if I know it's unique, I know I have to look it up. It's really not that big of a deal that it's
I don't
a different
want to have
time.
To. Okay, call me lazy, call me whatever. I just don't. I don't want to have to. I'd love on a Sunday morning to be able to turn the game on at 11:30 and know that that's when the game starts, and not have to sit there and go, oh, today's doesn't start till 12:05. It's a minor inconvenience. I get it, but when you are, as we approach football season, and games are on Peacock, they're on Amazon, they're on Netflix, they're, some of them you have to go to and you got to get, the game package, like all of these different apps. It's just exhausting. And when I woke up on Sunday, I didn't want to explore it. I know it was easy. All right, and I'm the heel.
You're not alone,
I'm the
though.
one that said I didn't want to go through the effort because I'm just tired of the effort.
John, I actually think most people are going to be with you on this. Like, I think I'm the one at odds with the audience, but I look at it and think if it's free,
which I didn't know.
I understand, fine. 2025, we all have all these apps. Like, I don't have cable. I'm very used to just navigating from one to the next. Where's the game? What's it on? I'm going to go check. I just think you got to get with the times.
If you have cable, is there a Roku channel?
I don't think so.
All right, so I mean, it's still another app that you have to download.
But like, what does it mean to jump through a hoop? It's click button. Like it's not like this is hard work.
No, but
we're so conditioned with apps on our phones. Our TVs have the apps on them. Like,
but I'm also programmed that when you download another app, underneath it in the fine print, it says, in-app purchases available. And I didn't even want to look it up because I didn't want to sign up for another app. I didn't want to have to cancel an app after the 7-day free trial. Like, I was assuming all of those things, and I get it. I assumed wrong.
I'm sympathetic to people.
I was the ass.
I'm sympathetic to people who don't want to spend more money and get nickel and dimed, and it's $10 here and $20 here. That part, I understand the frustrations. What I don't understand is people were frustrated with, I had to open a different app on my tablet. Like, I'm sorry that's the world in 2025. But it may have caused some guys to miss what Skubal did on Sunday, so we can throw that in the mix as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you can bet on a moonshot, and you could take your winnings to entirely new heights. So whether it's a big blast or somebody goes opposite field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talking Tarik Skubal and the difference that Sunday makes for the outlook for Memorial Day weekend. That was an MVP performance. What would he need to do to actually win the award? Some of it is out of his control. Aaron Judge is on a tear. The other thing we brought up is how Sunday went. Some of you didn't watch it. Roku, barriers to entry, hoops to jump through.
Yeah.
John, you said, what was it?
I was just app exhaustion.
Yeah.
I'm just
app overload.
I know that now. I know it was. This is the actual app that was built for me. I don't have to sign up. I don't have to give them my information. It's just there to watch for free. Yes, it's my fault.
John, my guy, all you got to do, speak to the remote Tigers game, and it will give you your watch options. John, you literally download an app and press one button for free. Watch the game. Surprise, surprise, the Glamper is advocating for people to sign up for more apps.
So normally I would jump all over that, but as I've learned, you didn't have to sign up for this one. I didn't have to put in my information. All I had to do was basically go to the website and click play. I get it, but leading up to that, I didn't know that, and I just didn't. I assumed there were going to be a lot of hoops to go through. I was going to have to sign up, free trial, and then discontinue. I just didn't want any part of it.
I totally understand that some of this is generational, but I think a lot of people have cut the cord regardless of when you were born. It's just kind of how things have worked. And it's annoying that you've rebuilt cable in the aggregate, right? Like you may have saved money canceling cable, but then if you are like me, you use Hulu for live TV, and then you throw in an Apple TV subscription, and you got to have HBO to stay on the current shows. And honestly, Netflix we have, I don't know why, I hardly watch anything, but you start to rebuild cable in the aggregate. I'm just used to going from one app to the next to the next. There are apps on all the smart TVs. It's no different than the apps on your phone or going to a browser on your computer. To me, the hoops to jump through is really normal. I know it's not to everybody. I would meet people in the middle who said, I hate getting nickel and dimed. I don't want to spend $9.99 for Apple, and if Roku was making me pay, even if I don't have to pay, but I have to circle back and put a reminder in my phone to cancel, that part is annoying. But you ended up listening to most of the game on the radio, and I was driving back, so I did the same thing. And the highlights are nasty. I mean, if you've watched Skubal pitch, that was as good as he has ever pitched.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, Benetti... Again, old guy anger. Benetti was on the radio call, the TV guy, and the radio guy was on the TV call, Dan Dickerson. Both of them, I think, do a tremendous job. I love listening to both of them. And if you listened on the Odyssey app, again, we're talking another app.
Yep.
It was like they did a great job of the buildup of that performance by Tarik Skubal leading into the ninth. And they let everybody know, because I had assumed
he already had one.
He already had a complete game.
Nope.
Just because he's Cy Young winner. Like this is a guy that has had some dominant performances, but he has never had a complete game. The buildup they had in the eighth and then coming out for the ninth as the fans cheered him out of the dugout, and they cheered every single pitch, every single strike. Like it was a great experience.
Skubal said he got a little emotional.
I imagine he did.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's just a cool moment that the fans got to share. He got to share with the fans. I mean, that's what this is all about. I mean, our city shows up and shows out when the product's great. And I don't know what it means for his future. I hate that every dominant Skubal start has to have the backdrop of, what does it mean for his eventual price tag? And it's a damn shame he's going to be a Dodger in 2027. Guys, it's an off-season conversation. And the Tigers should do everything in their power to give this guy a record-setting contract. He deserves it. Speaking of contracts, Aiden Hutchinson. He's talking about it. He's medically cleared. Mm-hmm. He's raring to go. He's excited for this season. He has not yet received a contract extension. Wonder what the holdup is. If you got theories, we'll talk about it at 9:35. First, Heather with the news.
Former Ohio State football player Julian Fleming was seriously injured. I know I'm starting with a bad one. Was seriously injured in an ATV accident. And his girlfriend, who was riding in the passenger seat with him, Alyssa Boyd, was killed in the crash. It's so sad. He was driving, right? His girlfriend was in the passenger seat. It happened in Columbia Township, Pennsylvania. It sounds like a deer jumped in front of the roadway. Authorities say that he sustained serious injuries, was transported to a nearby hospital. He has since been released. Like I said, His girlfriend passed away. Neither of them was wearing any safety equipment at the time of the incident. They do say the crash remains under investigation.
It's
freak accident.
Yeah, it's a freak accident, and it's a terrible outcome.
You know,
because obviously somebody lost their life. But I mean, he was at Ohio State for 4 years, and then played his last year at Penn State.
Yeah.
He was supposed to sign with the team, didn't because he couldn't pass a physical. That's irrelevant to this story, but just giving everybody kind of the backdrop, he was, by all accounts, a great teammate to when he was at Ohio State, when he was at Penn State. And it's awful.
And the thing I think about is that he's probably guilt-riddled too.
Oh,
I mean,
yes, absolutely.
Awful.
Yeah. Like I said, I've got Aaron Rodgers news to last all day, so I'm going to do another Aaron Rodgers story. This is Aaron Rodgers news. Danica Patrick, speaking out, claims that her relationship with him was so emotionally abusive that it wore her down to nothing. So she kind of talked about their relationship, their breakup on the Sage Steele show on Wednesday, and just said that while it did wear her down to nothing, she also failed to see the many red flags. Yeah, so she didn't go into any details about the emotional abuse, but he leaves a trail of blood. Yikes.
Yeah. Well, he's had a lot of relationships that have not ended well.
Yes.
And,
she acknowledged it. This is not a surprise.
No, it's not at all.
No, I think a lot of Packers fans probably feel that way, and same with Jets fans.
Yeah. You might have seen this trending yesterday. The president of France, Emmanuel Macron, says that he and his wife, though, you guys, were just horsing around. They were just playing around when cameras caught his wife just shoving him in the face. So it happened when they arrived in Vietnam on Monday, and they were waiting to, disembark the plane. The doors open on the plane. He didn't realize that he was there in sight, that the door was open yet. And man, you see his wife's hands on his face, shoving him pretty hard. He turns around, kind of stunned, like, oh, there I am, the cameras. He puts on a smile, he waves. They do end up walking down the stairs together. He did offer an arm to her, but she
didn't take
it. And after all that, he basically says, hey, everyone needs to calm down. We're just play fighting, I think was a term he used.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, whatever.
Horsing around.
It didn't look like play fighting to me.
No.
It did not. No. It did not look like horsing around by any means.
It's like, shut your mouth.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
A recent study about divorce and its impact on children shows that children whose parents divorced when they were 5 years old or younger have reduced earnings as adults and increased chances of teen pregnancy, incarceration, and death in their young adulthood. Basically, they say there's three main factors that contribute to this. Financial resources, loss in financial resources. Obviously, most things are then split in half. A decline in neighborhood quality. Families, they say, after divorce also tend to move to neighborhoods with lower incomes, and then missing a parental involvement. Like your non-custodial parent isn't as involved as they were. And they say those three things accounted for 25% to 60% of the impact on these children.
Yeah. Divorce sucks.
A lot.
Yeah. Instability.
Does suck.
Divorce sucks.
It can be done. It can be done in a way that doesn't suck so much, I think. I mean, my parents are divorced and it didn't suck so bad.
I think that's rarer.
So I think that it depends. It's much rarer.
It's a credit to your parents.
So I do think it can be done, but and of course the study didn't show what it would have been like had these parents stayed together.
Right, in a terrible household.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. That doesn't show. This study doesn't show everything for sure. Quick, one more. Grown men are now wishing their friends good night. And the internet is loving it, apparently. It's a new trend on TikTok where men are just kind of reaching out to their friends before bed just to tell them, sweet dreams. Just checking in.
If you text me that, I will punch you in the morning.
You don't want a good night text tonight, John?
No.
These are phone calls these people are making.
Yeah, it's a phone call.
Full-blown phone calls.
And it's highlighting the need for male friendships, making sure you're checking in on each other, making sure you're all right. And you're kind of like fighting against those, masculine
Did you say these are
norms.
single people?
No, they're not all single people because some of these people, they're being
your
filmed.
wife's for.
Yeah. I could tell my wife good night. She could tell me good night.
But
You don't need Jim to call you?
No,
Hey, buddy.
I don't.
Hey, camping
no,
buddy.
I don't.
But some of them could be single. Like one of the males could be married, but calling a single buddy, just checking in.
Good night, buddy.
Hey, I'm all for calling, see how
Checking
things are
in on
going.
friends,
how
yeah.
you doing?
good night.
I'm not going to call
Sweet
just to
dreams.
say
Sleep
good
tight.
night.
Don't let
the bed bugs
bite.
Yeah, make sure you tuck yourself in.
Good night room. Good night lamp.
Yeah.
Yes, I got it.
What are we doing to
I don't know what we're doing.
It's Heather with the news.
I don't know.
Coming up next, Aiden Hutchinson. Where are we at with an extension? He says he's healthy. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways that they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or, yes, throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase of $799.99 or more with a new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Talked a lot of Tigers today. Skubal, that Sunday performance. Tigers 5 games up in the division after Memorial Day weekend. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. If you want to hear about Heather and shirtless people at the ballpark, you can also do that. If you want to.
Yeah.
She was not.
She was
No,
not.
Just to
I was
clarify.
not.
Yes, just to clarify.
Well,
No.
I don't know, maybe you want to listen and hear for yourself. We also talked about camping and my version of it, and everybody gave me a score out of 10.
Yes, which you were not either. Camping.
I was also not shirtless camping. Anyway, if you want to go back, you can listen to all that. Odyssey Rewind, the app's there for a reason. You can even hear about complaining about apps. Skubal
Yes.
pitched on Roku on Sunday.
Yeah. Shaking my fist at the moon.
All right, Hutch. Good news. He's feeling great. He's ramping up. He's fully cleared medically.
Has been for a while.
Why isn't an extension done yet? What do you think the holdup is?
I mean, we're shooting darts at a blind. We're blind. Like, we don't.
What's
know.
your theory though? Because typically the deals get done early. Like Holmes has worked ahead. When he had 2 full seasons left of Sewell, he rolled in the 5th year and got it done. He got it done on draft day. Same with St. Brown. And when the deals are a little more convoluted, like a quarterback deal, Jared Goff's deal was done a couple weeks after the draft, May 13th of last year. So with Hutch, is there any hesitancy off the injury? Is there a desire for Hutch to play it out another season to earn a bigger payday? Because if I'm Brad Holmes and his MO and history suggest get it done earlier rather than later, because you lock in the price today as opposed to paying a premium tomorrow.
Right. So, yeah, there is a chance that Hutch is betting on himself and says, you know what, the 7.5 through 5 games, 11.5 the year before, I really think I'm going to win a Defensive Player of the Year, or at least be in contention for it, maybe be, if not 1, be 2, maybe lead the league in sacks. All of those different things could lead to a bigger payday, which would cost the team more. Hence, yes, Brad Holmes wants to get the deal done now. It is a little bit more convoluted because, and I'm just going to give you some names, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Taylor Decker, Frank Ragnow, Penei Sewell, Aleem McNeil, Alex Anzalone, Derek Barnes, Kirby Joseph, DJ Reed. All of these guys have had contracts either extended, redone over the last basically 12 months.
Okay.
Go give me 13 months,
sure,
because Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown were done before the draft. So the numbers are getting tighter. It doesn't mean that they can't sign him to a long-term deal. It doesn't mean they can't sign him to a record-breaking long-term deal. But when you're talking about doing a deal of this magnitude, you want to make sure, because I think we can all agree that Aiden Hutchinson is a guy that they would probably want to keep around for the entirety of his career.
Yeah, 10 plus years here.
Yeah. And maybe, okay, last 2 years, whatever, he goes play somewhere else, whatever. But they would like to make him a Lion for life. Not that they're going to give him a 10-year deal for $400 million. It's the fact that they need to structure it to fit in with all of those other contracts. So when are the biggest numbers in his contract hitting versus Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, and all the other guys that I just talked about? When are the areas to say 3 years down the road, this is the year that we're going to restructure that contract, maybe add a year or 2, and it's not a new deal, but it's a restructure, and you add a couple of years at the end. And how many times can we do that?
Yeah,
through the entirety of his career. So there's a lot more planning, a lot more numbers, a lot more jigsaw puzzle that you've got to fit together. So it is more complicated. And it's also, on top of that, it's Aiden Hutchinson. Is he betting on himself? Is he saying, I'm going to be Defensive Player of the Year, and that number, instead of being 40 this year, it's going to be 45 next year or more, because of Micah Parsons hasn't signed his deal yet.
Well, that's the other thing. TJ Watt and Micah Parsons are sitting out there kind of like a year ago when you knew, hey, if Goff gets his deal done, guys like Trevor Lawrence and Dak Prescott and now Brock Purdy are all going to make more.
Mm-hmm.
I'd
Same
rather
thing with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown
yeah.
was the highest paid receiver for what, 2 days?
Yeah, and then the market resets. And since then, Jefferson and Chase and these other guys have gotten paid. You want to get it done ASAP. I bet you Brad Holmes already has it with his cap people worked out of which years they want the big cap hits to fall in. Like I'm sure they've already mapped that out. Sure. They did a great job with St. Brown and Sewell and staggering them, and they'll have to restructure Goff in 26. They probably already have that. So the holdup feels to me like an Aiden holdup. And I'm not trying to vilify him or turn him into a bad guy. He has every right to wait and prove it healthy next season and get even more money. But that's my theory, is it's an Aiden holdup, because history would tell us Holmes and the staff probably already have their numbers. I've already got the deal done with Kirby Joseph. I'd imagine Aiden was right there at the top of the list too.
Sure. And
real quick, do you have any hesitation with the injury? I know that we're going to get some ticket texts. Some people don't want it done quite yet. They want to see him play.
Not at all. When they came out and said that this was, in essence, a broken bone, very dramatic broken bone, but it didn't involve the ankle and didn't involve the knee. No issue at all. Bones will heal. Probably got I don't know how they repaired it, but probably got an iron rod in there, and it's very unlikely that gets bent. And so I don't have any issue thinking that he's going to be the same Aiden Hutchinson this year as he started off the year last year. No reservations at all in regards to that. And so it's really a matter of, and just because it's not done on May 27th, doesn't mean it won't be done in June or it can't be done in July. I think it will get done before the season starts.
Interesting.
Even if it's not. Like, I have no panic to think that it won't get done before he becomes a free agent or before they even have to use a franchise tag on him. So it doesn't matter to me whether it's done now, if it's done next year.
It does matter. I mean, it's money. The difference is money. I mean, if they wait until after Parsons and Watt get paid, you will pay more for Aiden Hutchinson. At that point, you may as well drag it into the season, right? I mean, if you're not going to get him at a deal.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, we don't know if Micah Parsons is going to get a new deal. We don't know if J.J. Watt's going to get a new deal. We don't know if Trey Hendrickson's going to get a new deal. We don't know any of those things.
Yeah. And the one deal that was done is Myles Garrett at $40 million a season. So they're big numbers that they're dealing with here. And I think that's why it does matter, because the longer you wait, the bigger that number is going to get.
And maybe they've said, hey, we're not going above Myles Garrett.
And he goes, well, I'll go earn more money than Myles Garrett this season.
Which is good for all parties involved except for the salary cap.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. If I'm Brad Holmes, I'm seeing what version of Aiden we have for the first half of the season before I would extend him. You can't pay him in the future for what could have been last year. Steve in Novi. The kid's coming off a major injury. He's only had a half season of true dominant edge production. Of course, I'm waiting to sign him long term. I want to make sure he's still healthy. That's an unnamed texter. I hope Aiden holds out until he sees if they can get him help and how much the team regresses. I'd hate to see him join Barry and Calvin. Great career with nothing to show for it, from an unnamed texter. The Hutch Edge discussion reminds me of a nagging honey to-do list. We need all the Lions fans and radio hosts to calm down and quit asking when it's going to be done. It will be done when it's done. That's Joel in Fenton.
Yeah, I'm with Joel.
And you guys can let us know. 248-539-9797. I get it done today. You have no hesitation getting it done today. I'm sure Brad Holmes wants to get it done today.
But I'm not sitting there and saying it has to be done
I'm not trying to incite panic. Again, he has this year on his rookie deal. They've already picked up his fifth-year option. If things really broke down, they could still franchise tag him once and even twice if he's playing as one of the top 5 players at his position. Effectively, they have 4 years before they would really box themselves into losing Aiden Hutchinson. It's just about saving money, because every dollar is going to matter the more they extend these quality players they've drafted. It's 97-1.
Hey, we're going to continue to have even better days, more nice days stringing together. Summer is right around the corner. Don't wait. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They've done that. They will continue to do that. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now, and you could save up to $1,000 if you just call for details. You can also schedule a free in-home estimate, no obligation, see what's going to cost. They also offer same-day service. So if you call before noon, they're going to be there same day. Find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Good slide from Cole Keith on that play.
Oh, yeah.
Good at bat from Dingler. Skubal was hanging out with the guys on the TV broadcast at that time, and he said, we never score runs when I'm on headset. Tigers win on Memorial Day, back-to-back wins, kind of cleanse the palate from 3 straight against the Guardians. And as you wake up today, as you get back to work, they're up 5 games in the AL Central. Now, the worst part of that weekend was Saturday night because you'd lost 3 straight to the Guardians. Mm-hmm. You lost in extra innings. You're going, here we go. And for some of you, you were stuck, as I understand it, for hours in some of the downtown parking garages because it was a Tiger game.
The weekend.
Yes.
The
artist,
not just Saturday.
And movement, which is this big deal, right? Memorial Day weekend. So you throw all of it in there.
It wasn't Sunday morning.
For some people it was, John. They were there till midnight and past midnight.
Probably had to have a movement.
So what do you do? Like, if you were there, you can speak to it better than us. We've all been stuck in a parking garage for longer than we'd like. Mm-hmm. And it's easy to get impatient and you feel like, boy, 15 minutes feels like an hour. I couldn't imagine 2+ hours. Do you get out of your car? You go, what is going on at the bottom of this parking garage?
Yeah, you feel trapped. And if you're in a parking garage, like it's all the cars are running and you feel like you're just sucking, fumes. The only time I've been in a situation like that, and strangely, I was very patient.
Really?
Yeah, because we were down there. I think it was just Lucy and Ruby that were with me. We were down there to watch the fireworks. And we had parked just underneath Hart Plaza, or somewhere near there, underground. And it took us probably close to an hour and a half to get out because everybody was leaving at the same time.
Yeah.
And just no one was going anywhere. And it was just minute after minute. And it just, every minute felt like it was 2 or 3 minutes long. 10 minutes felt like an hour. And the actual passing time was like an hour and a half. But there was nothing I could do about it. So there was no sense in it. It wasn't like, hey, I was just about ready to pull out and somebody cut me off or somebody was pulling in. Like those things weren't happening because no one was going anywhere. So at that time I was just like, we'll move when we move.
It's like if you knew it'd be more than an hour, you just go do something else. You're downtown, right? You go find something to do.
Mm-hmm.
Get some food or whatever. 2 hours. And the videos I was seeing were the MGM garage, which worst kept secret, you can park for free. Like when we go to Red Wing games, we'll park there. And it takes, 15, 20 minutes to clear out.
Yeah.
No way it gets to a half hour. I feel like if it got to an hour, I would get kind of restless. I'd be like, all right, pull the car over. What is going on? But you don't want to get out of line because then it's going to start moving. You don't want to leave your car because then, hey, now you're the jerk that's keeping everybody from leaving.
Yeah. I didn't know that this had happened until you brought this up this morning, and it can be an agonizing situation where you want to get home, you just want to go to bed, but you can't get out of the parking garage, and you literally are trapped and helpless because most of those garages, it feels like there's only one exit.
Yep. Tom, you got a thought?
The thing with that situation, that setup there with that garage is that it spills out into the service drives, and you got people coming from multiple venues. And somebody, when we brought this up earlier, said the weekend and what else? The game, the Tigers game got over at the same time.
Oh yeah.
So you had people just going absolutely everywhere. I usually tend to park farther away from the stadiums because getting too close to the stadiums or the venues, that can almost create the problem. Unless
you're in the eye of the storm.
Unless it's free parking, which makes it worth it then. But I got to tell you, what do you guys think is probably a worse place to be stuck? A parking garage or the tunnel? The Windsor Tunnel? Because I got backed up in that tunnel one time, and yeah.
Well, you're actually stuck at that point. At least a parking garage, you could pull over to a spot and walk out of the garage.
Right,
if you
right, exactly.
Yeah.
There's no options.
The tunnel, do you start looking around and going, that water seems to be coming in faster than I remembered.
Yeah, exactly.
Start to freak out.
I would probably feel more anxiety if I was stuck in the tunnel.
Yeah.
Even though, years and years and years have gone by, we've had no issues with the tunnel. It would just, in my mind, you start playing those scenarios and you're like, this is the time.
So you haven't been to Canada, right? Is that what
Yeah, that was the bit, yeah.
Not
so you've
the
never
bit.
been in
It's
the
a
tunnel.
fact.
It's like when you really start breaking it down. It's like
yeah,
he's never
we're asking
been.
him. He doesn't even know what we're talking about.
I know what the tunnel is,
of
though.
the tunnel,
Yes,
but
yes,
you've never
yes, yes.
experienced the tunnel. You've
You
never
just think you drive
experienced the
through
bridge.
the tunnel just to drive through the tunnel because you never drove through the tunnel.
I have been to
He's
Canada.
waiting for the Gordie Howe to be done because he wants to
Yes.
drive over one that's named from our
Is
hockey
that EV
guy.
friendly?
Yes.
I have been to Canada as many times as the Stanley Cup has since I've been born.
Wow.
I said it last year. Connor McDavid and Edmonton
We're-
win, then I'll
you have
join the
the
Cup. I'll take a
JMO laugh?
visit. And
Could we insert this?
kinda how life has worked out.
Smarm alarm.
So will you? Let's say Edmonton's in a game 7. That's they were last year. You should have gone to Canada.
Should have gone to Edmonton to watch.
No, just drive through the tunnel and
Okay.
back.
Oh, okay.
Like you'd think maybe the curiosity would just be, I wonder what it's like to drive through the tunnel.
Yeah. Or be in a foreign country.
I've been to a foreign country.
Where?
I've been to Dominican Republic for vacation. I've done Mexico for vacations. Where else have I been? Mostly tropical vacation stuff.
All the cruises.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Honduras.
obviously, they're hitting us up on Twitch here. It's great camping in Canada.
I'm sure it is, John. I'm sure it
You
is.
could actually go camping.
You can. A couple ticket texts on this parking situation. People think we're crazy for leaving the Lions games early, but this is the exact reason we do. We park by the exit of the parking garage and get right out. Signed, Julie. Yeah, but then you're missing...
Could be some great moments.
A dramatic moment. Like, could you imagine leaving early on Saturday night? I know the Tigers lost, but the game went to extra innings.
So this is where I take Tom's point. I will park, like when we went for the AC/DC concert, we ended up parking closer to Hart Plaza and then just walking to
I don't mind walking.
Ford Field. Yeah, I don't mind walking because then when I'm done, I can get right on Jefferson. I can get on the Lodge. I can be out of town. But if you're stuck in that mix, it certainly takes a lot longer if you are there. And I don't, a lot of times now, if we're leaving because we got to relieve the babysitters or whatever, I will leave early. But if I know I want to stay to the end of a show or the end of a game, that's the plan that we'll take ahead of time.
Got stuck in the MGM parking garage for over 2 hours after Rams-Lions last year. The stupid light at the bottom traps people. We sat in the car for 45 minutes, went and gambled for an hour, came back, and then still sat for another 30 minutes. There is that light at the bottom, and you'd think like it would keep some traffic going, but the problem is you got to wait for the whole first floor and then the whole second floor and then the whole third floor.
We don't need Costa in Canada. We're just fine over here.
Okay, then.
Oh, they don't want any exports from you.
What's the tariff on me? Synopsis for the show. Cookies doesn't camp. Skubal's a badass. Hutch won't get signed this year. And also, good night, John. That's Scott. Gator is in the studio. Gator, how are you? How was your Memorial Day weekend?
It was fine. Kind of uneventful, kind of quiet.
Okay, that's nice.
Any grilling?
What's that?
Any grilling?
No. I'm not really much of a griller.
Oh.
Yeah, I haven't used my grill in forever. It's actually still in the garage somewhere, but I have... My stove has a grill top on there that I can use, but I just haven't used it.
Okay. Outdoors at all? And it was kind of chilly to start the weekend.
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, I went on a walk every day, and Sunday, gathering at a friend's house. Very small gathering. We sat outside for a while, and then it got cold. It's just, not ready to have that. I guess Mother Nature isn't ready for us to have fun yet.
Oh, I disagree, but yeah, I was outside
Had
almost
a lot
all weekend.
Of fun.
Yeah.
Heather went to the Tiger game Sunday.
Nice.
Yeah, and it was hot.
I was going to, and then I realized I had this other thing I had to go to, or that I was going to go to, and I didn't want to spend that much time away from the house and the dog and all that, so I made the decision not to go. And then I was pissed because, of course, I couldn't figure out how to get the game. My Samsung TV, which would have Roku, is 15 years old, so it doesn't.
Yep.
And
I'm with you.
Yeah. It was a real issue, and I was cursing a lot as Skubal is throwing a perfect game through 5 innings, and I can't watch it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was not happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm following along on my phone, and it just became such a pain to deal with. And I was very upset that I didn't just...
Have you ever been shirtless guy at a game, at a sporting event?
Does it look like I'd be shirtless guy at a game?
No. But I know there are people like us who do. And I'm not saying... I would never.
Not.
Yes.
I would not. No.
Yeah.
Good for that guy for having the confidence, though.
The shirtless guy?
Yeah.
It was so awkward because we had to, we had to squeeze past him to get to our seat. It is different when you got to be right up in that guy's business.
Was he glistening?
He was.
Ooh.
And he
Well,
had
it makes the passing
glisten.
go easier. I mean,
Was he hairy?
That's true,
slide right on by.
No, he wasn't hairy.
So you only had to do one. If he was hairy and glistening, that's a real.
Yeah.
You do not want to brush up against that.
Dripping.
Yeah, no. Oh, no.
What's that in your nachos?
Oh.
John. What are you guys talking about today?
Well, I've been shirtless guy.
You have?
And when you hear how I've been shirtless guy, you're gonna not believe it.
Did you have an extra ticket to the Devils game one time, but you had to paint an eye on your chest?
What?
Sorry, it's a Seinfeld reference. I'm sorry, Doug.
Wrong guy.
Are you going to tell the story?
At a sporting event?
Well, I mean,
At
I
a
can
Tigers
tell
game?
the story. We're way
Like we
past
could go with
break. I
that
can
one.
tell it to you right now, or I can say it for our show.
You guys can start your show with it.
I'll
if you want.
start the show
All right,
with it.
perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I am Doug Carson. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Kang is behind the glass. We got Paul on phones today. Hope you had a good, long weekend. Of course, acknowledging Memorial Day yesterday. And thank you, everyone who called yesterday. It's always one of my favorite shows to do is just get a chance to remember fallen heroes in this country. And Scott, how was your long weekend?
It was all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything exciting?
Not really.
No?
I don't think there was anything exciting.
Oh, living on the edge, huh?
No,
Yeah.
none of that really. No. No, I wouldn't say so.
No.
I did enjoy lots of sports though.
Okay, well, we will get into the sports coming up. I do want to follow up what I said there at the end of the show. I was once shirtless guy at a game.
At a game?
At a game, yeah. So younger version of Doug, circa 94, 95-ish. I was working at another radio station, was doing play-by-play for University of Michigan baseball. It's a Tuesday afternoon game against Bowling Green, I believe. It's like 90 degrees. Sun was out and shining. I'm up in the booth. There's, 60 people in the stadium. And I'm looking around and and I'm doing the game by myself. I've got 30 feet of of cable that I can run down and sit in the sun. I sat down in the sun, took my shirt off, and did play-by-play for the Wolverines and the Falcons. That's the last time I was shirtless guy at a game. Kicking back.
Shirtless guy? Now, you weren't just shirtless guy at the game. You were shirtless guy broadcasting at the game?
I was a shirtless play-by-play guy.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
I don't know what to say about that.
It's all right. No, you don't have to say anything. But it was great. I showed you the video that they dug up of me doing play-by-play, sitting in the stands. I did, because I used to do that a lot. You'd sit up in this little booth that was hot and sweaty, or I used to run the cable down and sit in the stands. And they found some video of that from me, mid-90s. I had the mid-90s sunglasses. I was wearing the sandals, like the Jesus boots that everybody used to wear. Yeah. I was this close to having like the puka shell necklace.
You may have.
I didn't. But that's sort of the look that I had going on. I look like that guy in that video.
Did you have the frosted tips, Doug?
I never had frosted tips.
You wish.
I know, right? Would have been sick.
Was it a little long in the back?
I never did that. The only thing I did wild, I told you about that, was I shaved it down on the sides and I had like the 3 Vanilla Ice lines.
The steps,
great.
Right? Or something like that?
Yeah. It was stepped. It was sick.
Nice.
Yeah.
That is sick.
Yes. All right, so we did go up north this weekend, Gator, and yesterday I executed the 4 a.m. departure. Drove back and was a bit tired. Did take a nap after the show, but it is what it is. Milk that last day. Get everything you can out of that trip up north.
So for people that went up north this past weekend, and maybe this is the first time you'd been up north since last year, I want to know the shock and awe that
the
was
ice damage.
The ice damage to the trees up north. And was it noticeable for you? Were you sad, or what was going through your mind when you go to your normal hauntings and you see that it looked different?
I think that's a great question, and I'd be intrigued to hear from the people who have just come back, because honestly, it's amazing how some areas look untouched and others look like a bomb got dropped. I didn't notice this, and maybe it was just because they hadn't done much work, because I've been up there a couple of times since the ice storms hit. The main entrance to Boyne Highlands, so for people familiar with that, you're on Pleasant View Road. You take a left there by Teddy Griffin's, the restaurant there, and you go right into the Boyne Highlands property. In the winter, they have something called the Enchanted Walk, where they have this path that goes through the woods where they light it all up with all kinds of Christmas lights.
That's nice.
And it's a really cool deal. That woods is gone.
It's like a Hallmark movie.
Yeah, the woods is gone. Like the Enchanted Walk is probably over because the woods is gone. It's just been, I couldn't believe.
Well, now it sounds like a plot for the next Hallmark movie.
What do you mean?
A young couple meets up at the Enchanted Woods only to find that the trees have been
wiped
destroyed.
Out.
And,
is that
and
what
someone's
it is?
going to try to save the trees while somebody else comes into town, a handsome stranger, and he's there from a development group that's trying to turn it into condos.
Wow. Side gig for Gator, writing scripts for Hallmark movies. Anyway, so yeah, that whole area was gone. They, as you're driving around, you can look and you go, I can see hole number 4 of the Ross course. I could never see that before from the road, but there were a bunch of the trees are gone. These are small examples for us. But I think the one thing that we drove down when we were leaving, you get down near like Boyne Mountain. And this was 2 trips ago because I was leaving at 4 a.m. yesterday. I wasn't looking at anything, but it looked untouched or relatively untouched. So, yeah, for people that just, how did you make out? If you, like you said, it's probably a weekend. A lot of people first time up there.
Yeah, I'm wondering how the traffic was, because normally traffic can be hellish.
Can be.
But there were, the baseball game on Sunday, there were 37,000 people there. The baseball game yesterday, they had 31,000 people there. So there may have been some staycationing going on, too.
So cool. And we will get to the baseball coming up. 248-539-9797. Rick's on a cell. Oh, Rick has put us on hold. Hello, Rick?
Yes. Hey, how are you, Doug?
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I just want to let you know, I heard your travel story. We left Charlevoix at 7:30 last night.
Yeah.
And just flew all the way down. There was literally no traffic.
That's crazy. That's not typical on a holiday weekend.
Yeah, I know. I was watching Google Maps.
7:30 is a bit of a later start.
Good. That's a time I would.
7:30 is a later start.
Yeah, but then we were debating whether to do that or get in early in the morning like you did, and we chose to just face the consequences. But there really weren't any.
Yeah, I'm glad it worked out for you. Hey, I noticed something, and I brought it up in the air yesterday, and I want to know if you noticed the same thing. The immense amount of deer carcasses and dead animals on the road.
Oh.
I brought it up yesterday. Yeah. I never remember seeing it that bad. And somebody sent a text that counties have been told not to pick up the animals off the road. I don't know what's going on, but did you notice it?
Yeah, absolutely. There were at least a half a dozen deer carcasses on the road. So, like you're saying, I don't know if they're not going around and picking them up, or they don't have the funding, or what.
I don't know what's going on, but I couldn't believe how many I saw. Thanks for the story. And look, if you noticed that too, and maybe somebody can provide some insight of whether or not they aren't getting picked up. It's kind of grim, and I will tell you that there were some that were dangerous, like in the middle of the freeway.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Large carcasses. Oh, it's awful. 248-539-9797. John, you're next. Hi, John.
Good morning. How are you?
What's up?
So I have a cabin in St. Helen, and then on Sunday we took my daughter to Hartwick Pines up in Grayling, and there was a whole lot of damage up there to the pine trees. You could see a little bit, but I'm guessing a little bit farther north towards Gaylord is where it got really bad.
So St. Helens a little bit further south, correct?
Yeah, it's kind of like just north of West Branch, 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think it's just north of there where you really start to notice some damage.
Yeah, there was a little bit, but not like you see them on TV of the Gaylord.
Yeah, Gaylord's supposed to be really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really didn't feel like driving much farther.
No, I don't blame you. How far north did you say you made it?
Hartwick Pines in Grayling.
Okay, gotcha. And it wasn't too bad there, huh?
No, a little bit, but not horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, man,
as far as traffic goes, the traffic was nice coming home until you got the Bay City, the Zilwaukee Bridge southbound out. So.
Oh yeah, you had to do the 675 thing. Where I was devastated not have to cross that bridge. No, so we
saved.
We have a builder up there that's doing a little bit of work for us. Everything's delayed for a long time because all resources are going into cleaning projects. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get into the Tigers a little bit. Successful last couple of days. The beginning of the Cleveland series was a bit dicey, to say the least. We will discuss it all straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Speaking of projects you want to cross off their list, just make it easy, man. If you've got problems with your garage door, just pick up the phone. Call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, and they're going to come out. They're going to assess the issues you have with your garage doors. They're going to fix them. If they're sluggish, if they're making weird noises, they've got all the solutions because they've got the people that are trained to know exactly what the problems are and to fix those problems. All calls are answered 24/7 by a live person, and they offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Give them a call today. They got same-day service and emergency repairs are available, and weekends are available at no extra charge. Again, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or check them out online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, so look, long holiday weekend. If you want to share your stories, did you notice the dead animal carcasses? And did you notice the damage, the ice storm damage, which a lot of people have talked about? But as you pointed out, Gator, probably this weekend was the first chance for a lot of people to get to their places up north. Did you escape unscathed, or was there damage where you were, and hopefully not too much? 248-539-9797. Okay, so Tigers. Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see him bounce back. Obviously, Skubal on Sunday, and then Montero was great yesterday in a series that every 90 feet, right, is going to be important. And the Tigers, because these two teams don't give up a lot of runs, Detroit and San Francisco, and they won that game yesterday behind another interesting outing from Cater Montero, who I'm not quite sure what to make of Cater Montero. I feel like, Scott, sometimes this guy might be something, and other times I'm like, no, maybe not. And because he's good. When he's on, he's great. and yet, and I think part of it is he's got these dual roles. He can be bulk reliever guy. He can be starter guy. I mean, I imagine A.J. Hinch loves having a player like him that he could just have in his back pocket to use whenever necessary, and in any role necessary.
I mean, just look at the games he's pitched in May. It's been Jekyll and Hyde. The first game in May that he pitched back on May 8th, Tigers beat the Rockies 11-1. Now it's Colorado, worst team in baseball, so maybe let's give that a little break. But he went 8 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, and obviously the Tigers won that game, and he got the W. The next game, he pitched against Boston. Tigers ended up winning that one in extra innings, but he only lasted 3 1/3 innings, gave up 5 hits and 3 earned runs. Then he pitched against St. Louis. Tigers lost that one 11-4. I believe things got out of hand that one later. But he pitched 5 2/3 innings, gave up 5 earned runs. And then he goes yesterday, 5 innings, 1 hit, 2 walks, and no runs. It's amazing. I don't know what he's ever going to. Is he a guy that can find consistency?
I don't know.
Or is he just, emergency? We need somebody because somebody got hurt, or we're going to go with a bullpen and we need somebody to get things going, or whatever the case is, because that's just kind of how he's been. He's got like 3 really good starts this year and 4 not good starts at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's me and consistency. Everybody's got talent. The guys who are consistent are the ones that are that's what makes you great, is your ability to be consistent, because otherwise you're kind of just a guy. And I think Montero's better than just a guy, but every once in a while he just steps up and gets him a much needed outing. The Cleveland series, how do you process the Cleveland series? Because going into Sunday's game, it had started to become a little bit of a disturbing pattern. Cleveland had won 8 of 10 against Detroit, including late last year. They swept the 2-game series. They took the 5-game series. Then they won the first 3. Are we in the infancy stages of a Cleveland problem here?
I hope not. I don't know. It seemed like they just struggled to get the bats going. I mean, the pitching was pretty good, but the bats just didn't show up anywhere near enough. You go back to that game. Was it the where they gave up at Thursday night? They had the chance in the 8th inning with the bases loaded and nobody out. They didn't score, and then Cleveland comes back and scores 4 more in the top of the 9th inning to really put that one away. It's a missed opportunity, and 1 hit can change the fortunes of everything. They didn't get the 1 hit against Cleveland. What they did was they got Skubal out there on Sunday, and they were able to take care of business. And I don't think it's a Cleveland problem. I think it's just one series. Let's get past it and see what happens next time they match up. This is the first time they saw them this year. And then Cleveland goes up promptly. I think lost yesterday too. So it's a 5-game lead over second place in the division. I'm fine with where the Tigers are at. But there are areas this team needs to improve for sure.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. It's funny. I went through, since the Tigers turned it around, going back to August 11th of last year when they were 55-63. They beat the Giants in the 3rd game of a 3-game series. And that kickstarted, this stretch where they played incredible. If you look at their records against teams in the American League, it's pretty amazing. Against the Yankees, they're 4-2. Boston, they're 5-1. Baltimore, they're 7-2. Tampa Bay, they're 3-0. Toronto, they're 2-1. That's the Tigers versus the AL East. versus the AL West. Seattle, they're 5-1. LA, they're 5-2. Oakland, they're 2-1. Houston, they're 3-2. Texas, they're 1-2. It's the American League Central. The White Sox, they're 8-2. Kansas City, they're 6-1. Minnesota, they're 2-1. And against Cleveland, they're 3-6 since they turned it around.
That does not include the playoffs.
That does include the playoffs. It doesn't include the 2-game sweep that happened right before August 11th. But that's why they'd won 8 of 10. I mean, look, sometimes teams have your number. And it might be the case with Cleveland, which is unfortunate because A, they're a rival, B, they're in the division. It may be irrelevant in the end because they might be able to do all their heavy lifting against everybody else. Cleveland won't be able to catch them. That's what we hope. And the games against Cleveland, if Cleveland does happen to have their number, it won't matter. And then they, I guess if you draw them in the postseason, you might have to, slay that demon then. But I don't know. It's kind of early to say so, but it does feel like there might be something going on there. And remember, Skubal, who is unbelievable on Sunday, the last time he faced Cleveland was that postseason, and they beat him in that huge game. And we know how good Skubal actually is. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to John on Livonia. You're on 97.1. Hi, John.
Carson Anderson, how we doing?
Good, John. How are you?
I'm great, man.
Good.
Hey, so guys, basically, I've read the script, all right? I've read the MLB script.
All right.
And Skubal should win his second Cy Young. But due to voter fatigue, I know he's going to get robbed by someone like Max Fried or something like that. And it's just kind of annoying to think,
So you're upset about something that hasn't happened yet?
Yeah, I've read the script, so I just know it's going to happen,
Well, whether it does or it doesn't, as long as the Tigers are like getting to the World Series, that's fine. Somebody else can have the Cy Young. Let's just go win the whole thing.
Yeah, but I just think it's undeniable that Skubal is the best pitcher in the league right now. I saw something that Skubal is like the first pitcher people have like feared in a while, and I believe it.
John? Where'd you see that? Who wrote it or said it?
On like TikTok.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking. I can get it. Like he feels like he's a bully when he's out there.
Oh, when he's locked in like he was on Sunday. It's just a matter of time. You feel like before he starts throwing his first and second no hitters, right?
Yeah,
and he can be that locked in and that good. That being said, Max Fried's had a hell of a start to the season.
Yeah, I
got an ERA of 1.29 with the Yankees while going 7-0. I mean,
fine, take the Cy Young. Let's just go win the whole thing. 248-539-9797. Mark is next. Hi, Mark.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
I was down in Ohio, Granville, Columbus area for a graduation party.
Yep.
Came back yesterday morning early. I never saw so many deer carcass in my life. Probably saw a dozen carcasses on the side of the road.
And that was coming from Ohio, not even from up north.
Yeah, Ohio. I said, Ohio has more deer than Michigan? I didn't believe it.
I don't know what's going on, Mark, but it feels maybe that's a deer population has exploded. Maybe they're particularly frisky this spring. I don't know, man. Or as somebody said yesterday, and maybe somebody could confirm it for us, that on some administrative level, they've told counties not to be picking up these carcasses. And I have no idea whether it's true or not.
That could be lack of funding for the DNR or whoever's in charge of that.
I don't know. 248-539-9797. By the way, Champ and Chump posted on the website. See who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the Weekend on yesterday's program. 97 the ticket. You know, we were talking about the extra 90 earlier. That was an example where they got an extra 90. In a series like this against the Giants, these two teams are really, really good at keeping opposing teams. They're both top 5 in ERA. They're both top 10 in batting average against and stuff like that. Walks and hits, per innings pitch. In fact, I think the Tigers are number 1 in baseball in those stats allowed. You really get, everything matters. And yeah, expected to be a low-scoring affair. They all are, and that was another example of it. 3-1, Tigers get the win, and there were twice in that game where they got an extra 90 feet, and that was important. And how about Javi getting thrown out on a pitch that he couldn't lay off of in the past? Gets called a strike.
Well, I thought Andy Dirks did a great job of explaining what happened. The previous at-bat, he swung at that pitch.
Yeah.
And he realized he swung at a pitch out of the zone.
Yep.
So the next time he comes up, he's not going to swing at that pitch. And he doesn't. And it's way out of the zone, and it was called a strike, and he lost it. Now, he starts walking away. Who knows what was said?
Yeah.
But it looked like, from the angle I saw, I don't know if he looked like he said too much, but he was clearly ready to turn and start walking away. But, of course, those precious umpires, they can't possibly handle a word or two from an opposing player as they're walking away that nobody's going to hear because you got 31,000 people there that are booing you, so nobody knows what's going on in your conversation. But by all means, please, make sure that you're part of the game and throw somebody out for something they've said as they're walking away instead of just ignoring it, cleaning off the plate, and bringing up the next batter. Jack.
Yeah. I mean,
it really bothers me.
I know it does.
Umpires just really bother me.
Again, you don't know what was said.
No, I don't know what was said, but I know he was walking away.
He was walking away, and A.J. Hinch was trying to intervene. My God, and Benetti put it perfectly. Oh, Hinch was a step away.
He was.
He was doing play-by-play because if Hinch gets out there and gets in between them, he protects Javi. Javi gets taken back. Javi stays in the game.
Well, and then Javi gets tossed, and then he really lost it.
Yes.
And I don't know. I don't know if baseball will do anything about that or not. I hope they don't, but they might because he was really having to be restrained by Cora and was it Gleyber Torres? I think was the other one.
Yep. And they did a good job.
Especially,
Cora did a really good job because he's outsized pretty significantly, and he did a really good job.
Yeah.
Let's go to Christian on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Christian?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Gotcha, loud and clear.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Gator, I totally agree with you on that point about the Javi getting thrown out. I think they need to bring in that ABS system ASAP. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can't happen soon enough. Automated balls and strikes.
It's still getting. I've done a lot of research on the technology. They're still kind of fine tuning it. And I think they got a ways to go. And that's why it wasn't because everybody seemed to like it in spring training. They just aren't sure of the accuracy of it. So it's still getting tweaked because you got to remember that what we see on TV is there for the television broadcast. But there's a lot of other factors that go into the strike zone because batters are different sizes, batting stances are different. And that we just have a standard rectangle on the that is used for television. But anyway, it's a whole nother topic.
Yeah. And I was going to follow up on the guy talking about the ice storm damages.
Yeah.
My buddy has a cabin up in Gaylord, and I went up there the weekend after Easter to help clean up. And, I'm only 20, but I have never seen so many tree branches and stuff all around in my life. Gaylord got hit pretty good. It was bad.
I got to tell you, Christian, the thing about it is there's stuff that's just never going to get addressed. They have to take care. People have to take care of the immediate. I got to clear my driveway or the sidewalk or get the stuff off my house. But you get back into the woods and things like that. They're not. I mean, trails are going to have problems, and which sucks for snowmobilers and hunters, and there's just all kinds of stuff that still has yet to be addressed.
For sure. All right, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First time call here, and I love you guys' show.
Thank you, Christian.
Thanks, Christian.
Let's go to Matt and Flint, who's next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
So I work. About the deer carcass thing. So I work for Google now, and I drive the Google car and travel all over. So I see dead deer every single day. But I used to work for Detroit Parks Department, and it's a lot of reasons, mostly lack of funding and lack of adequate pay for the workers. Because you're only getting, like in Detroit, you only get paid $18 an hour to remove animal carcasses, and that's not enough. And so that's one reason. And then another is when they're like on the highway removing them, people don't pay attention, and sometimes they'll hit the vehicle or clip a worker just trying to do his job.
Yeah.
And so that's the other reason, safety reasons.
Well, look, I've always thought that this must be one of the most tough jobs to do, because you're right. On freeways, it's scary. Is there anything different now, though? Is there a reason why now we are seeing more and more? I mean, I brought it up yesterday, and since then, a lot of affirmation from listeners that they are seeing more and more carcasses.
So Oakland County gave reasons, which I think are stupid, and it's they want it there because it's ecological benefits, just to let it naturally decompose. But, I mean, what eco benefits are gained on the highway?
Nothing.
Like, none.
No.
Yeah. And the other one, they said that they're worried about spreading disease to other deer populations and stuff, which, good, because I hate deer. They're irritating. I'm sick of the deer. I want them all gone.
Yeah, well, obviously not everybody agrees with you, but sure. It's I don't know if it does any good to leave them in the middle of 75.
Probably not, but my guess would be it's a lack of funding right now with all the cuts that have happened. That this is one of those things that you'll notice, and oh, hey, look what happened. There was cutting to this department, and before all it would take was a phone call. Hey, there's a dead deer on mile marker 262. Okay, we'll get out there. And southbound? Yeah, southbound. We'll take care of it. And it's dealt with within an hour. Now it's maybe this is a problem with funding, and those calls go in like, yeah, you know what? Our hands are tied. We'll get to it when we can, which is unfortunate.
248-539-9797. Text coming in. This isn't a new thing. The Tigers had a Cleveland problem for years, now dating back to the mid-2010s. Well, starting in the mid-2010s is when the Tigers started to stink. They had a problem with everybody. Like it's now that they're good, they shouldn't have as big of a Cleveland problem, right?
They have a Jose Ramirez problem.
Right.
It's a big problem. I've said for years, I don't want to pitch to him, ever. When there's runners in scoring position, runners on base, I'm just going to give him the base because he'll kill you. And he's done it time and time again. This weekend, this past weekend when they faced Cleveland, they had a problem with their pitching. They just couldn't catch up to it. Whether it was somebody making their second major league start, which is something that harkens back to the years past when the Tigers weren't all that good. Here's somebody making their major league debut against the Tigers, and they look like Cy Young out there. But it's one series. They battled back, won the game on Sunday. Yes, they lost it 3-1. Nobody's happy about losing that, but they didn't lose really any ground in the division. They're still up by 5 games. They've won their last 2, and they're going back at it tonight.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens next time they match up at Cleveland. I suppose it'll be a little bit different because they're used to seeing their pitching now.
Well, they've got, they're in a good spot. Okay, this isn't a reason to panic. It's just something that's kind of started to develop. It feels like they also have a Cade Smith problem, the reliever out of the bullpen, who's. I think he's got 6 strikeouts in 2 innings against the Tigers this year.
Is that good? That's 6 outs.
2 games, 2 innings pitched, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. And last year he was dominating against the Tigers. But yes, when the Tigers were bad, they had a Cleveland problem. And the Tigers are good and might still have a Cleveland problem. This May 27th, 10:25 a.m., Doug has officially called a Tigers World Series appearance. Is that how that's interpreted when the guy said he can already see a future where Skubal's going to get screwed out of the Cy Young because of voter fatigue? And I said, who cares? Let's just go win the World Series. Is that how that person interpreted? I'm calling. Yeah, all right. Cleveland situation. We are not in the infancy stages. We are in a Cleveland situation. You just quoted numbers, and numbers don't lie. It's from Jonathan Fenton. I had no issue with what happened in the Cleveland series. A baseball season is a marathon. But now that our Tigers are in first place, we officially are on target. We have a target on our backs, and we will get the best of the AL Central the rest of the season. We'll be ready for the playoffs. Hope so. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. If you need a lawyer for an auto or truck accident, You got to call Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law. I'd have a family member or friend do that if they had a need for a lawyer for a auto or truck accident. And it's in part because they have the largest auto accident settlement, largest truck accident settlement. It's also because of their white glove service. Many people end up calling Michigan Auto Law because of the customer service. They can't get a call back from the current law firm. So give them a call. Check them out on the web. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. The website, autolaw.com, autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open line, 248-539-9797. Talking Tigers, talking a long holiday weekend here as we all kind of decompress. Certainly fun to travel around our state, and it's kind of one of the first chances where people can get to their spots up north, assess any damage from ice storms, and it's pretty much been unanimous. There are more dead animal carcasses on our highways than we can ever remember before, and we were wondering what the hell's the reason why. And we've had some theories called up. Some people with some suggestions. Derek in a car says, I feel like the dead animal carcasses are everywhere right now. There's dead deer all over the place in Novi, Wixom, everywhere. Everywhere locally. It's from Derek. 248-539-9797. Scott on a cell. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
We're okay.
Hey, there's dead deer on the side of the road because there's more living deer in the woods. The population used to have a natural culling system from November 15th to December 1st, hunting season, rifle season.
Yeah.
And there are less hunters in the woods now because our society doesn't promote it. Kids aren't taught by their parents and grandparents to go into the woods. We used to have 600,000 hunters on November 15th entering the woods. That's below 200,000 now. If you just opened up the season, the deer would naturally cull over 5 years. We wouldn't have this problem. Everybody's worried about a dead deer on the side of the road. No one thinks about the wrecked vehicle and the dead person behind the wheel.
Of course we think about it, yeah.
That's a cost. That's a cost to insurance, and everybody can assimilates that. Just open up hunting season. And you look at this as just look at Ann Arbor and what they're doing to try to get rid of the deer. Unbelievably stupid. And look at Livonia. They're having the same problem. People are feeding them. They're keeping them as pets in their backyard. You got to take them out, and it's a bad topic politically.
Well, Scott, let me ask you this.
Guys.
Well, hang on. I got a question for you because it sounds like you're a hunter. I'm going to assume that.
For 50 years.
Okay. So how much also is that? Is it maybe just on the hunters because some of the hunters are just waiting for the trophy deer to shoot rather than shooting deer?
They had the same problem in Georgia. My brother lived there for 35 years, and they increased the bag, the amount of deer you can take from 1 when he lived there, from 1 to 3 to 5 to 8. Problem went away. The people that are in the woods hunting are out there deer hunting. They're not trophy hunting. If you want to go, I'm a trophy hunter. I've owned my own property for 15 years. I've been hunting for 50. I've killed 3 deer in my lifetime because I'm not looking for a little one. I'm looking for antlers. But there are people out there that would take 5, 6, 7 does if the Department of the state politics and the DNR would let them, but they only allow them to take males. And if you have 10 males and you eliminate 8 of them, those 2 will still impregnate 50 does.
Well, just out of curiosity, Scott, I mean, it sounds like good for him. Yeah. Out of curiosity, you've got a lot of numbers here. Do you work in the field at all?
Well, I'm a retired wealth manager, and numbers are my gig. That's what I do, and I can go through the algorithms. But if you look at the Department of Natural Resource website, they actually have an algorithm of how many deer they have to take, that future value at 5, 10, 15 years out, based on population of today. And there's people in the woods every day. By the way, the problem with the deer on the side of the road is not the DNR. The DNR completely takes care of and grooms all the trails that you were talking about and the deadfall. I can go into that too, but that's on your road commission.
Okay.
The road commission funding has been whacked by the politics in the state, and I don't want to get into that because I'm 66 and I got an opinion about everything.
I'm sure it sounds like it. So thank you for the phone call. It's bad. It's really, really weird. And I just bring it to attention. I don't know the reason for it and don't really particularly want to get into the politics of it, I guess. But at the end of the day, of course, people think about the car damages. I didn't see any of the car damages. I saw the dead deer. But, yeah, cars are getting smoked. People can get hurt. And, I was waiting. Am I ever going to see, a car on the side of the road? Because some of these things seem pretty fresh. God, it was bad. Really weird. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Tigers, hey, we haven't even really gone into great depth, and I want your first thought on the Skubal start on Sunday. Like that's the best of Tarik Skubal. And the crazy thing is, 94 pitches in, he rears back and throws the hardest pitch of his career.
Yeah. At 102.7 miles per hour, whatever, 103. It was amazing. I following along on my phone, and we'll get to the good before the bad. And it's really the great. The great is just the performance. He gets out there, and there are times when you watch him pitch, and Sunday was one of them, where he is so locked in that the opponents have no chance. If they're going to make contact, it's going to be weak contact because that's what he's pitching to, and he's able to command the strike zone so well and hit the corners, drop the bottom out of a pitch, whatever he's got to do, and then overpower you with a fastball that can reach 103 miles an hour. It's insane. And the stamina he's got, I saw a stat on Twitter that day that said that I think he's the first pitcher since Justin Verlander in like 2009 to have a pitch of over 102 miles per hour or 102 miles per hour after the seventh inning. And he did it in the seventh inning, and then he did it in the ninth inning when he went up to 103. And Verlander was the last to do that, and Verlander did it like 9 times that season, and now we've seen Skubal do it a couple times in that one game. It's remarkable to see what he has become, and he just builds in confidence as the game goes on, and he becomes this monster out on the field. And, he's roaring when the inning's over or somebody makes a play or if he gets a strikeout and he turns his back, and so he doesn't want to show up the batter too much. But, he's been known to show up the batters as well. And he's fun to watch when he's like that. When he's on top of his game, he's more fierce than Verlander. Verlander wasn't anywhere near as demonstrative as Tarik Skubal is. Tarik Skubal might be the most demonstrative pitcher we've seen in a long, long time wearing a Tiger uniform. And it's great to watch.
So there were a couple things. One is, did you see how many balls he had in that game?
Not many.
22 of 94 pitches. That's an example of, here's what I got. I'm throwing it. I'm going to throw you strikes. What can you do with it? And the answer was resoundingly nothing. We can do nothing with it. And that's got to be an amazing feeling as a pitcher.
Oh.
Like, you just can't hit my stuff.
Yeah.
You can't hit it.
I'm throwing strikes I'm going to get ahead in the count, which now it means you guys are going to have to start swinging at the first pitch because it's probably the best one you're going to see.
Yep.
And then he'll make an adjustment where, okay, I'm throwing this fastball at 97 miles an hour on the outer half of the plate. Okay, you're ready for it? Well, you're not ready for 101.
Yeah, you can't do anything with this.
And then I'm coming in on your hands, and there's no way that you're going to be able to do anything there. You're going to be, sawing it off and just weak contact. He's amazing to watch. When he's on, he's the best pitcher we've seen since Verlander when he is on.
Yep.
Because there were those games, JV was the same way. Like, is this another no-hitter for Justin Verlander? Because he's got that kind of stuff today. We've seen Skubal do this now. Was this the 4th straight or 5th straight start where he's had 10-plus strikeouts in a game? 13 strikeouts in the game. No walks. And, there was no doubt he was coming out to pitch the 9th inning to get that complete game shutout.
The crazy thing is in sports, you look around and you're just jealous of other teams. And how many times have we brought up names like Connor McDavid, and what an incredible player he is. We've got that guy in baseball. We've got the guy that everybody would want. And when you've got that guy that's going to push 20 wins, the rest of your staff just needs to be a little bit better than 500, and you're going to be 90-plus wins, and you can ride this guy for quite a long time. Now, it's not a guarantee. You still got to win the games, but
look, to win 20 games in Major League Baseball is a lot harder these days because nobody pitches all that deep into games anymore. Skubal might be, a bit of a throwback, although not really. There was a 7th complete game of the season in Major League Baseball that he threw. But more importantly is if he makes 35 starts, you feel like this team's going to win 28 of them.
Yeah.
They should win 3/4 of the starts that he gets out there because he's going to give you that kind of an opportunity to go out there and win the game. Like a bad outing for him, he gives up 4 runs. Still good enough for you to win. Get out there and do something as an offense. So now the bad from the game has nothing to do with him, nothing to do with the team, nothing to do with the Tigers as a whole. It was on Roku. It was on a streaming service that, I understand lots of people might have a Roku capable TV, or if you've got Samsung, that it comes as part of it with your smart TV. But if you don't, if you have another kind of smart TV, like I do, that doesn't get Roku, because my LG TV does not get Roku on it.
So it's interesting, because we have an LG TV. Do you have an app store on your LG TV?
I don't think there's an app store.
Okay, because maybe it's not a store. It's just where you go search for apps and
Yeah.
you type in Roku. It'll download. See, because I didn't know this until Sunday. We're on our LG TV up north, and I went to whatever the search function was to see if we have Roku, and and it said we didn't have Roku, but it said you can download it. I clicked on download. It downloaded, and I'm like, well, this isn't going to do me any good, but I've got the app now. And then up popped the picture of a Guardian player, and it said live. You know, it's like 11:20. So I clicked on that, and I had the game. And here's the thing about it. A lot of people figured this out yesterday, that the Roku streaming for that game was free. And by free, I don't mean I had to put in my name, my email address, and give them my credit card number and cancel after a 2-week free trial. It was free.
So here's what was disturbing, because I saw that I think the Free Press had an article about how to watch the game. So I'm going through all the steps on this. Hey, if you've got a Samsung, I'm like, I do, but it's an older one. No, that's not going to have it. Okay. And I go on LG and their apps or whatever and go through all the apps that they have, and Roku is not one of them. I didn't think to search, and I wish I had, because that would have been smart. It would have been right there. But that's, again, it's one of these problems of streaming games, is that you're not really told exactly what you can do and how to do it. I mean, I'm just tired of it.
Last year,
Apple
Peacock
and Peacock.
Peacock's no longer involved with Major League Baseball, I guess. Last year, Peacock, I think, had this Sunday leadoff package. Roku bought them out. So now what we used to have to do to get the games on Peacock, now you need the Roku app. I get it, man. It's app fatigue. People are sick of it.
So I'm watching the game I go to my phone and I'm seeing there's no score or whatever, and then I get to like the fourth inning and I look at the box score and see that Skubal is dealing. And he's no hits, no walks. He's going through without any issues at all. And then through 5 innings, he's still perfect through 5 innings. I'm like, damn it, I'm not going to be able to watch this game. And I was really, really pissed about it. Then he gives up the hit in the 6th inning, whatever. Okay, well, there goes that. But I still want to watch this. Instead, I'm having to watch it on my phone with the animation.
Right.
Through either CBS
the
app
animation
or ESPN.
was really good, you could tell. I want you to try when you get home.
2 miles an hour.
Try when you get home, because they got another Roku game coming up a week from Sunday.
Oh.
And just see if you can get it, because I was stunned that it was easy and B, free.
I knew it was free. The article told me it was free, but I could not. Yeah, I guess I didn't do the search option.
97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions signing veteran linebacker Zach Cunningham. The 30-year-old former second-round pick played 7 games for the Broncos last season, only 4 tackles after starting 10 games for the Eagles in 2023. Cunningham, though, did lead the NFL in tackles in 2020 with the Houston Texans. Tigers take on the Giants at Comerica Park tonight, looking for a series win after a 3-1 win on Memorial Day yesterday. Cater Montero picked up the win with 5 scoreless. Riley Green had the game's big hit. It was a 2-run single in the 5th. Javi Baez ejected from this one in the 5th, arguing a called third strike. He didn't like the way he was treated by home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy. Baez had to be held back from Cuzzy by third base coach Joey Cora and Gleyber Torres. Jack Flaherty tonight goes for the Tigers. Logan Webb for the Giants. Good pitching matchup. That first pitch 6:40 right here on 97.1. Omari Sankofa of the Free Press has ranked the Pistons' offseason needs. He says that size is number 1, saying the Pistons' front court depth was already on the smaller side before Isaiah Stewart missed most of the playoffs. Second is power forward depth, noting Simone Fontecchio was phased out of the rotation behind Tobias Harris. Third is shooting, and this 4th of July weekend, once again for the second straight year, no Joey Chestnut, the GOAT, in the hot dog competition for Nathan's due to his agreement with a vegan hot dog brand. At the Corva Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. 248-539-9797. Whenever we talk about like streaming services and this, that, and the other, Kang, have we got any texts from Jailbreak Guy? Is Jailbreak Guy, guys, I can watch everything.
Jailbreak Guy text? No, I think they're still up north. I think, not too many. I don't see any. We get a lot of texts, but I'll keep searching here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was one of the things that the article had mentioned about how to watch the game. It did say for Amazon Fire Stick, it's easy to get because Fire Stick will have the Roku app on it. Without, not the jail, but they didn't mention jailbreak.
Just out of curiosity, how old's your TV?
It's 4 years, maybe.
Okay. Because the
LG one?
I do wonder if it's newer versions. Because, like, I had a TV that I couldn't stream anything but the apps that were loaded on it when I bought it. And that sucked.
This one, there's constant updates to the TV, so I imagine that when I get home and try to search for it, I'll be able to find it.
Let me know.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be a thing we deal with the rest of this year. 248-539-9797. Eric's on a cell, and he's on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Eric.
Hi.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Hey, have you ever heard of a VC box that's made by Android?
No.
It's $350. You can buy it through Amazon. And all you have to do is have internet service and plug it in, and all your apps are on there. Anyone you can think of. I watched the Tigers game. I was out in Minnesota ice fishing overnight in these campers with my son. He's in the Coast Guard, and he's the one that turned me on to him and told me all about him. Because people come from all over the world to fish Lake of the Isles up in Minnesota. So when I got back to Michigan here, I eliminated my cable and bought the VC box from Android off Amazon for $350.
Now you still have to pay for the. Do you still have to pay for the apps though, right?
You have to pay. You have to pay for just the internet service, not the app.
Okay, just real quick. I'm just doing a quick search on the Amazon on my phone. It's V and then the word SEE.
Correct.
Okay. And it's legal.
Yes.
Interesting. Might be something worth looking into, huh? And you don't have to pay for any of the apps. You get everything.
You get everything. Don't have to pay for nothing other than your internet service.
When you say everything, do you mean like you can watch every MLB game, every NFL game?
Yes. That's why he has these boxes and these ice fishing units, campers that he leaves out on the lake all winter.
It tells me that's probably not.
I got to tell you, I'm not sure this sounds legal.
I don't think it is.
Well, I can't believe Amazon would be
I
selling
can't
it.
either. That doesn't make. I don't know that they would, but
Well, they sell the
Have
fire
you
sticks.
pulled it up? Did you pull it? Did you Google it and pull
yeah,
it up?
no, I got it on. I've got it on the Amazon app. I'm looking at it right now.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Bingo. Problem solved, guys. I enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
It sounded like there was something else.
Well,
there was going to be a but. I enjoy your show, but
if you've got a device that gets you all the NFL games, like your NFL Sunday ticket, and you're not paying for it, then that's not right. That's not
something
that's not how it
doesn't
works.
sound right about that.
Right.
Yep.
There's something a little fishy.
Either A, he's paying for it and he doesn't know it,
Or, well, you'd figure that out quickly. Or
one would imagine
this box is usurping the system, and it's a matter of time.
I mean, I don't think I ever am going to get away with anything. I always feel like if I decided one day, that's it, I'm going to jailbreak it. If I made that decision at one point, I'm going to jailbreak it. They would figure out in the next 24 to 48 hours how to bust those people, and I'd be doing prison time.
Yeah. Prison.
Hardcore prison
Not
time.
white collar stuff.
Nope, I'd be in prison. Speaking of which, see an update on the escapees from New Orleans?
No.
And then there were two.
Oh, boy.
Only two are left. And we had a reasonably dramatic apprehension of two of the escaped inmates. If you missed the story, I mean, we're going on 2 weeks now that there was a breach with security at a prison near the French Quarter in New Orleans. 10 inmates escaped. They left messages for the guard on a hole in the wall, including the words "too easy," spelled incorrectly, T-O, easy. But as these inmates have been on the run, some were apprehended quickly. We noticed that the 5 youngest, an average age of 23, they were apprehended quickly. The 5 oldest, who had the average age of 32, were still on the large going into the weekend. We're down. 3 of them have the older ones.
Still on the large?
Still on the run, excuse me. Still at large.
At large.
On the run going into the weekend. 3 of those guys have been apprehended. 2 of them made it as far as Huntsville, Texas, which if you're going from New Orleans and you head west, you get to Huntsville and probably made it about halfway to Mexico. So I'm going to assume they were trying to make a run for the border to get into Mexico. I think the number now is 8,
Sounds
18,
like a song.
16 people.
They riding like the wind?
They were riding like the wind.
Trying to make it to the border
It's such a
Mexico.
long way to go, Scott. So they rode like the wind to be free again. There's something like 16, 18 people have been arrested and charged with helping these guys.
For aiding and abetting.
But they had a small SUV. There was a tip, or somehow the authorities found out that they were near Huntsville, Texas, when police officers saw them driving in the area, initiated a stop. They took off. Eventually, the chase ended when they wiped out near Highway 190 and Geneva Road in Huntsville. It was around 6:30 last night. One of these guys, and I'm looking at this, one of these guys had a second-degree murder charge. That's what he was in on. Ooh. The other one was in custody on an original charge of obstruction of justice. If you're in on the Big M and you're going to be in prison for a long time, escape might be appealing to that person.
Yep.
Obstruction of justice. Is this a huge strategical error by somebody that was in prison on obstruction of justice to try and escape?
I mean, obstruction of justice doesn't sound like that's a charge that's going to keep you in the joint for a long
You're not going
time.
to be there for 35 years, are you?
Probably not. But who knows? Maybe he was duped. Maybe he was used by the crew that they needed him to bust out.
Perhaps.
And then they were going to take him with them. I don't know. Who knows? Like to hear from the young man.
Are you 248-539-9797? You think he's going to call us? The 2 that are still at large are Lenton Van Buren. I'm sorry, Lenton Van Buren, Leo Tate, and Jermaine Donald they were the ones that were apprehended over the weekend. 2 are still at large are Antoine Massey, who has like 4 jailbreaks on his record. He has done this repeatedly, dating back to when he was a teenager in like a detention school.
Wow.
He escaped that. The other one isn't quite as checkered past, but he is a convicted killer. The Mardi Gras murder, 27-year-old named Derek Groves. Groves. Yep.
He's the one who had his auntie reach out to the media, right? And say,
turn yourself
in.
Ken, you think it's brilliant.
Yeah, because she's helping him.
Yeah.
That's what you say if you're helping the person. And she's doing a good job because they haven't found him.
Yeah.
Antoine Massey, I can't believe he hasn't been found just because he has 4 facial tattoos. Like, he can't hide his face. Like, I know he's probably hiding. Like, the other guys were walking around like the French Quarter, right? And all that stuff.
Yep.
He's not doing that. He can't. He's got a very recognizable face, like, because of his tattoos. So I wonder, I mean, he's somewhere where he hasn't seen the light of day since he left jail, I feel like.
You might be right. Yeah, he's probably bunkered down somewhere.
Yeah.
And I mean, 2 weeks, you have to have somebody bringing you food and stuff. And how long do you stay bunkered down? How long do you say, I'm in it for life. I need to stay bunkered down for what? 6 months? A year? How long till you're no longer top of mind and you can walk around?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I tend not to want to think about a situation where I would be having to, A, go to prison, and then 2, break out of prison, and then 3, what's my long-term escape from prison plan?
I thought every guy thought about how they'd stay escaped.
Well, I don't think
just me.
Antoine Massey can like just all of a sudden get a dishwashing job 6 months down the line. Like, I'm telling you, like, these facial tattoos are, he has to be hiding forever. Like, he can't change his life, like, hey, just
got to get out of the country.
Yeah.
Tattoo removal?
I guess.
Even then, it still leaves a mark.
If you got an SUV, is Mexico the place you'd want to go? Or would you make the long run for Canada? Because they wouldn't expect you. You're in Louisiana. They expect you to go to Mexico.
Well, again, this gets back to, do you have the skills to live off the land? If you do, then maybe take the chance in Canada, because there's nobody lives in Canada. There are plenty of uninhabitable areas of Canada, or you can hook up and work on a gold mine out in the Yukon or something. But
this wasn't an escape in the 1800s, Gator.
Well, they still mine for gold up in the Yukon. Listen, I watched a lot of.
Actually, you know what's funny is a buddy of mine worked fishing boats in Alaska for summers.
That's the other thing you can, yeah.
Yeah, and he said he worked with some pretty shady dudes.
Yes. This is people. I've been told that the people that live in Alaska are either indigenous to Alaska, you're from Alaska, or you're escaping.
You're
something.
running
away from something.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That is a call.
It could be. I mean, Mexico might be your better option.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, need a new garage door right now? Well, Precision Garage Door Service can get you one in as little as 24 hours. So the only company with new garage doors in stock at their local warehouse. Nobody does it faster. Nobody does it better. So if your garage door is broken down and you can't leave your home, trust me, you don't want to leave your garage and your family vulnerable. You want to get it fixed. Don't wait weeks or months or for one to be manufactured and installed. Precision Garage Door Service has doors in stock, and they can do it really quickly. I know, because years ago I had to get new garage doors. I called Precision. They were awesome. They came right out, walked me through all the options, and now I have beautiful new garage doors. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or check out precisiondoormi.com.
What about tattoo removal? That's a real thing, right?
Okay, but you got to go. Yeah, it is a thing. But somebody comes in. I imagine
matching the description of a. Well, I mean,
it's
so you'd have to find a shady tattoo parlor.
Yes, and I think to remove tattoos, I don't know, it removes them, but doesn't it leave behind a little residue or a scar, a residual scar of some kind?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like it'd be fun.
No, and from what I've seen, some TikTok videos where they show tattoo removal, and it immediately does leave something in the wake. Now maybe it goes away after a while, but I mean, the way it looks, good luck going unnoticed for the next few days if you're going to have that on your face still.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's something. But yeah, the facial tattoo is probably a problem for Antoine Massey.
I mean, if you had to make, would you rather go Mexico or would you rather go Canada?
I'd probably rather. I got Canadian relatives. They'd expect me to go to Canada, so I think I'd go to Mexico. I'm trying to stay alive. I'm just trying to stay free.
Yeah, for you, Doug, you should. If this were you, you should go to Mexico because they know that they'll look at your history and be like, all right, he's got Canadian relatives. They're gonna check out all that stuff. If I were these guys, I'd go to Canada because I think it's too obvious to go to Mexico. I think you got to go with the least obvious route, no matter what. You're trying to get away, right? I know, but I bet you they're thinking, I don't want to go to Canada. Who cares? You want to be free, right?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, for me, it's easy. 2 words: taco bar.
So you're going to Mexico?
100%. And just real street tacos. Here we go. Game on.
Feedback, FBG25 on Twitch says, get a job at Cinnabon in Nebraska. Okay. That'd be not expected.
It's a Breaking Bad reference.
All these criminals started out jailbreaking Amazon Fire Sticks. Of course they did.
The gateway crime.
Hellborn Elfchild says, facial tats are more common, but still dudes laying low. 2 guys left. Scott writes in, 2 left. We're now down to the Prison Break finals, which can be streamed live on Roku. You are not home free when you make it to Mexico either. Just saw a story where a guy finally made it. He started a new life there, even got married, and then we had an international operation. He was arrested there anyway after a wire transfer. Dom in Waterford said, who's more important to re-sign right now, Skubal or Aiden Hutchinson? Okay. Who's more important to re-sign right now, Skubal or Aiden Hutchinson?
Ken, you all right back there? What the hell's going on?
Is there a bug? Is there a hornet? God, I hope we have the cameras live back behind the glass. Kang's running around. Is there
we got is it a killer bee situation? Is there a viper?
It looks like an attack behind the glass.
Man. There was something flying around in here. I don't know what it was. It looked weird.
Okay, here's the thing. You were freaking out.
Yeah.
Paul didn't move.
No. Stoic.
Yeah.
Paul's a Florida guy.
I think he just didn't want to get up.
Also Florida guy. That's
Yeah,
a great
exactly.
call. Florida guy.
Oh, he's seen way worse.
Yeah.
And done way worse, I'm sure. What? Paul. I'm sorry. So which one's more important to sign at this point?
Yep.
Hutchinson or Skubal? You got a longer runway with Hutch. You can make the runway 4 years if you want. You could go, you let it play out this year. Already signed him you're agreeing to the 5th-year option. He goes for that. If you want, you could do the franchise tag, do that 2 years. So it's a 4-year runway. Skubal, it's not. You've got, what, this year and next year?
Yeah.
So
probably Skubal.
Yep. And yet I'm not sure if I don't know. It's got to be a really uncomfortable conversation you're having with Scott Boras and perhaps with Tarik Skubal. It all depends what Tarik Skubal wants to do, really. I mean, he'll say, well, it's up to my agent, but no, it's up to you. What do you want to do? Do you want to stay in Detroit? Surely you can get more money going elsewhere. If you wanted to go and maximize your dollar, you can go into the New York teams or LA or something like that, right?
Yep.
And you can get paid way more than you get paid in Detroit. But Detroit can pay you very well.
Yep.
Like, I think at this point, I mean, the way he's pitched, he's definitely a $40 million a year guy.
Yep.
You're going to have to start with that. And how many years do you want to commit to that? Is it going to be 6 years? Is it going to be 8 years? Probably don't want to go anywhere past that. And I don't know if you want to go anywhere past 6 with a starting pitcher, but other teams can offer more. If he doesn't, when this is the uncomfortable conversation, if Skubal doesn't want, like I say, he wants to test the free agent waters, and you know he's going to get a better deal, and you know this, you have to trade him at some point. I'm not saying do it this year.
Oh, God, no.
No. But would you have to do it in the offseason?
I wouldn't do it while you have a World Series window.
Right.
But, I mean, like at all. You know, I wouldn't want to do it.
Well, then you let it play out through it next year.
Yeah.
Without.
Yeah, if you next, I mean,
because then you could lose him
way
for
down
nothing.
the road.
Right,
Yeah.
but you could lose him for nothing.
I think it's Skubal because of what you said. It's a runway. Dom, thank you for the question. Regarding the escaped convict with the facial tattoos, can you just wear makeup to cover the tattoos? I don't know.
I don't know if he's got a Mac kit at home or what he's working with.
There's a lot of tutorials on TikTok, Gator.
Yeah. Sometimes you just want to look pretty.
Just some extra foundation. I bet you'll be fine.
Yeah, right. Blend. A lot of blending.
248-539-9797. All right. Got a little quiz for all of us. Kang told me that somebody put out a list. 32 NFL teams, 32 underappreciated players. Who do you think is the most underappreciated Detroit Lion? I started working on this morning because I don't know the answer.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard because we appreciate all of them, I feel like.
Right.
So who is the most underappreciated Detroit Lion? Let's take some text on it. You want to take 10? Should we do 10?
Oh, we've had enough of rain. We've had enough of that.
Text us at 248-539-9797. Who is the most underappreciated Detroit Lion? Maybe give us a reason why and make sure you sign your text. We'll read the first 10 that come in. We'll have our guesses and we'll tell you who it is today at 11:38 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is giving you more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during MLB season because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers can get a home run profit boost. This means when you bet on a moonshot, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting on home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook, and it's the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. The bonus is issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, the 10 text. Are you ready?
Yes.
Most underappreciated Detroit Lion. Here's what's come in from Jay Mays. I think with the rise of Gibbs and his injury, it's David Montgomery. Nick says, Jared Goff, people just bash this dude more often than not. I thought about answering Goff. I do think that there is a disproportionate amount of anti-Goff people still out there. I just categorically disagree with them. I'm not saying you're not entitled to your opinion. I'm just saying I'm surprised at how many Goff calls we still get. Matt in Dundee says Jake Bates, underappreciated. Thomas in a truck says Alex Anzalone. Paul in Troy says Khalif Raymond, not a starter, but a great go-to option, pass or run. Lucas says Brian Branch is still awaiting a contract and is outshined by the interception leader. Taylor in Clinton Township says Brian Branch. Sid in Linden says Jack Campbell gets little credit and looks great. Huh. Glenn in Saline says Kirby Joseph not voted as the best safety by peers. Alex in Milan says Jack Fox crucial in the field position in battle in big games. Scott, who would you select as the most underappreciated Lion?
Alex Anzalone, linebacker. He's not getting paid all that much compared to other guys at that position. And he's a defensive leader. He's an emotional leader. I think that this team loves this guy playing on the field with him. I think the coaching staff loves to have him on the field. But I'm going to say it's Alex Anzalone.
Okay. I went with Jack Fox. And it's weird because you know what? You never like seeing the guy. Nobody wants to see the punter. It means the possession's over. And yet he led the NFL in yards per punt. He was over 51 yards per punt. And in some cases, over the course of exchange of punts, you're talking about an extra first down that the other team has to get compared to what their punter might average, right? So hidden yardage, big part of the game. Plus he's got a great arm. So I went with Jack Fox. Kang, did anybody mention who was the underappreciated Lion?
Did you just say the name in this article during one of the ticket texts? Yes.
Okay.
Both you were wrong.
Both of us were wrong.
Someone from the ticket text got it correct, though.
Is it David Montgomery? Because it gets overshadowed by Jahmyr Gibbs, how great Jahmyr Gibbs is, but Jahmyr Gibbs can be great because Montgomery gives him a spell.
It is not David Montgomery.
All right.
Is it Jack Campbell, as Sid and Linden said, because Jack Campbell is everything you want in a middle linebacker. He's got the talent. He's got the drive.
All right.
He's got size. He drops into coverage.
Good.
He takes on pulling guards. He's Jack MF and Campbell. Is it Jack Campbell? I think Jack Campbell gets plenty of love, but maybe not as much as he deserves. So is it Jack Campbell, King?
Well, let me just read to you what is written from NFL.com.
Okay.
Brad Holmes has been wildly successful, a successful drafter in Detroit. Just look at the general manager's 2023 haul. You can reasonably argue that 3 of the Lions' first 4 picks from the draft are now top 5 players in their respective positions. Running back Jahmyr Gibbs, tight end Sam Laporta, and safety Brian Branch. The unmentioned selection in that span of picks, Jack Campbell, who just led the team with 131 tackles. While the linebacker hasn't received Pro Bowl recognition for like his draft mates, he has certainly made an impact in Detroit. The former first-round pick started every game and left quite an impression on his old defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn.
Why are you celebrating? You didn't call it. You said Jack Fox. You went with the punter.
Because I think I love the guy. I give him a ton of credit. I don't think he's underappreciated by me at all.
So then you should be disgusted with this article saying he's underappreciated.
I'm not. I'm thrilled that he's getting his just due.
Boy.
Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa. All right.
Is he due for an even bigger year, guys, this year?
You know, it's interesting because I think he's just scratching the surface, but so many guys are. Like, that's the thing about being young is how good can this team be?
Well, I was thinking about this with the Lions today. I was reading an article. Dave Burkett had like 5 things to look forward to this weekend with the OTAs taking place this week. And one of the things was in the article I was reading about was we spent a lot of time focusing on Hutch's injury because he's the star of the team, and he's going to come back. Should be he's healthy enough to get the green light. So we imagine he's going to be at the OTAs, and we expect him to be ready to go for the start of the season. We know that Ali McNeil is likely not to be here for the start of the season. But then you start going through all the other names. There's a ton of names of guys that are hurt and guys that had significant injuries. Like we don't really think too much about Barnes's injury, but wasn't that an ACL?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a serious injury. Davenport was like a triceps tear or something like that. So, I mean, that's another one that we just think, oh, well, hey, if he's healthy this season, that he's going to be, well, okay, can he recover from the triceps injury where he's going to be effective again? I don't, we don't know for sure. And then they've got other players that are like Malcolm Rodriguez is coming in. It's another guy. I think it's an ACL. So you got a couple linebackers that are coming back from some serious leg injuries. There's no guarantee they're going to be to form and come back 100%, be ready to go. And we really haven't heard a timetable on when these players are coming back to practice. Maybe we'll find out this week. Hey, yeah, they're at practice. They're full go. Great. We haven't heard a whole lot about that. Jack Campbell becomes way more important to this team, knowing that they're not as healthy at the linebacker spot. And that includes Anzalone, who's not going to be at the camp because of his contract.
Yeah, there are concerns. Look, I mean, it's football, right? There's always going to be somebody hurt. We sit here and we talk about when they get healthy. Well, when they get their hurt guys back, somebody else is going to get hurt. It's just the cycle. It's what it is. That's why you got to build depth. And so, yes, all of these injuries are incredibly important, and they should be paid attention to. Hutch is the headliner, and Hutch was in the news. I'd love to hear that Lee McNeil has been 100% cleared. Seems like we're not going to hear that news for quite some time. But you just think about the combination of what we have in terms of this roster, where they are in terms of youth, okay? Early in your career, you might be a guy that looks like you've got a ton of potential. And I always use the same player as an example, and I don't know why. We all thought Jonas Jerebko was going to be a star when he first stepped on the scene, and he never got any better. Like, he was just this guy. He was just a guy. He was nothing special. The Lions have pinpointed like these football freaks that this is what they live for, is playing the game of football. Those are the kinds of guys that are more likely to live up to their potential. So somebody young in their career that starts off and shows a lot of potential, it feels like they've already identified, we're only going to take the guys that are going to get the most out of their potential. Like this could be shaping up to be a team that is really, really good for a long stretch. Because A, they identified talented players, and B, they've identified talent players where football means a lot to them. Like, they're going to take their career seriously. That seems to be something that they do. Sometimes people think to a fault because they're looking for a football character that doesn't measure up in terms of a statistic. You can't quantify it, but it's something that they've done that could set this team up to be great for a long time. We'll see. We'll see if that's the case, but I think there's reason to be super duper encouraged. And yeah, I mean, when I went through the roster today to try and figure out who was the underappreciated player, I was kind of like, honestly, I think almost all of these guys get love and credit because, one, they've deserved it. They've earned it. Two, I think most sports cities are unique, are the same, but have small little subtleties. I think in Detroit, we turn role players into stars more than other cities. I think we love to praise offensive linemen and rave about Frank Ragnow and Penei Sewell. And we love that Khalif Raymond gets a ton of love in this town, right? That role player that steps up. So I particularly struggle with who is underappreciated.
Well, when they're very good, yes, we'll do that. But guys that are just good or average, the fans don't. Just you don't have to go that far back and look at Dominic Raiola or Backus and remember the vitriol that came their way.
The team has to be good for it to be the case. But I mean, let's face it. There were some guys, some Red Wings that were average.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But when you're good, you elevate those players.
Sure, but I'm not with another fan base. I would imagine that every fan base latches on to the unheralded guys.
I think it's unique to Detroit. I think we do it more. I think we do it more than anybody else. I think this is something specific to Detroit. Is we love that that hard-working blue-collar guy that just does his job, keeps his mouth shut. I think we elevate them more than other towns. I think it's a great town to be a role player in. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Kang with a hot take today.
Oh.
Yeah, I heard it and I'm like, whoa.
Hot take.
Yes. We'll get to that today.
We don't do hot takes.
We don't really do it, but even Kang was like, this probably isn't going to be popular. We'll get to that at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's not going to be long now where we can consistently say, well, that weather has gone from cold and dark to hot and sunny in the blink of an eye like it does for us in the state of Michigan. We're used to this, right? I love the heat. You guys love the heat. We haven't really gotten it yet, but when it comes, it's going to stay here for a while, and you want to make sure that everything in your house is running right. Do what I did. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and make sure that your AC is going to run cold and the pool in the backyard, that's running warm this summer. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump are posted on our website. You never know what direction it's going to go. I pretty much did know yesterday. Look, at Gatorade the day off, and I was doing a show, and I even announced, I said, look, Skubal's going to win Champ of the Weekend. So I'm not mad at you if you say, hey, my sub-champ, my other champ, co-champ, or alternate champ would be so-and-so, because Skubal was so freaking good on Sunday. And no surprise, he won Champ of the Weekend. Post our website, check it out for yourself. The Chump of the Weekend is what surprised me. Do you know who got named Chump of the Weekend, Gator?
Roku? Major League Baseball?
No, it was not Roku. It was Scott McLaughlin, the IndyCar driver who wrecked his car during the warm-up lap.
Right, as he's warming up the tires.
Yes.
Doing the left, right thing with the tires. Next thing you know, he spins out.
So, what he did wrong, I do not know. I don't know enough about racing. I have watched the video, the in-car camera, where you can see him steering back and forth. And the last one, he makes a real hard jerk to the left and just loses control of the car and smashes it into the wall that separates the track from the pit. Now, it's a long track. You're warming up the tires. You're going around. It's only in the front straight that would have ended his race, because that wall's right there. If it happened in turn 1, anywhere between turn 1 and turn 4, and before the opening of pit road, he would have just spun into the infield and driven away. But because he did it right by the start-finish line and where that wall is, and I wondered if he went in over the bricks and caught him wrong or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened. But his car smashes into the wall, completely breaks apart the front of the car, snaps off like one of the tires or one of the axles on the tires, and he's out of the race. So somebody called yesterday when they jumped and said, that's a $3 million vehicle that he wrecked on the warm-up laps. I started thinking about, if you're the primary sponsor, and the primary sponsor on the car was Pennzoil.
It's a Penske car, right?
Yeah, I don't know who owns it, but it's the primary sponsor was Pennzoil. If you're Pennzoil and you put your name on the side of an Indy car, you know how you're spending Indy weekend? You're getting wined and dined, you're flown in, you're in a suite for the race, and you are there probably as a guest to see the return on your investment, right? This is a big deal. Name on the side of an Indy car, and you're probably sitting there waiting to see how much airtime your car is going to get. You have some hope. You know, it's a risk, and the race hasn't even started, and you're out. Your car is out. And can you imagine sitting around for the 200 laps after your car is out? That'd be a very uncomfortable suite. That would be some quiet moments.
Yeah, you might want to leave.
You might.
Time to go. Let's go. Guys ready to go? Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, and then, Kang, you watched the interview with him today? I said, hey, this guy won Chump. The poor guy sounded like...
Well, he was devastated. You could see him. He's like in a catcher's stance with his head in his hands.
Yep.
I don't know if he was crying or not, but I wouldn't blame him if he was.
I think he shed some tears.
Dude.
And I understand. I'm not making fun of him at all. I felt... He let a lot of people down.
Yes.
I think he started naming them off.
Yeah, he was like, the crew built me an incredible car. And I had big plans. I
let my kindergarten teacher down.
Yeah, he was like, he did. He was like, my fans, our sponsors, ownership, the crew.
My dog.
Oh, yeah, it was just.
My mailman, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was everybody.
If I had a milkman, he'd be pissed.
Mm-hmm.
The Pope.
240.
Bob.
I got a tree guy.
Yeah. He was just, and he was like, I know probably you guys are all, he said something like, I know you're probably like all laughing. It didn't even make the green flag, but I can't even begin to tell you how devastating this is. Chris in Pontiac, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey guys, how we doing? So I was actually at the race on Sunday. I'm a huge race fan, love NASCAR, love IndyCar. But just kind of to piggyback off the whole Team Penske thing, I don't know if you guys followed the story of Team Penske last week, but they were hit with some major penalties for essentially doing some things to their cars that were unallowed. So their two drivers, McLaughlin and Joseph Newgarden, both had to start in the rear, and McLaughlin obviously crashed out on the pace lap, and then Newgarden, who was still even a favorite to win, he had a mechanical failure halfway through the race as well. They lost two cars.
He'd worked his way into the top 10 too. Look, that happens,
Sure did.
and understandable. Yeah. Like, I got it. You're when you sponsor a car or you have an IndyCar team, you know that there is a chance, and not just a small chance. There's always a chance that you're not going to finish the race at Indy. But to
and
crash out.
Newgarden actually he won the last 2 years, so he was kind of going for a three-peat this year. And as you said, he started at the rear. And about 60 or 70 laps in, he was already in the top 10, so there was a good chance he was going to battle for the finish, and they had a mechanical failure. So just a brutal stretch for Penske.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Chris. Bill's in Utica next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi, how you doing? Great show as always. My chump for the weekend would be Andretti Racing. They finished second and sixth, but at final inspection, they misused parts. And they lost everything, went to the back. And Andretti Racing was going to team up with Cadillac and do the 11th F1 team for next year. But F1 said, you know what, Cadillac can stay, but Andretti, you got to go. You've got to go.
Did they really?
Yep, they got to go. And my champion is McLaren. They've come out of nowhere in the last couple of years, and they are running away with the Drivers' Championship and the Constructors' Championship in F1.
Well, that's quite a rise because they weren't really competitive with Red Bull and Mercedes and Ferrari, and so good for them. Lando Norris, right? He's the one that won the F1 race, Gator?
Yes.
Hold on. You like Zach Brown?
No.
No? All right. He seems like a good dude. The team principal.
I thought you meant from the Zach Brown bit.
No, different Zach Brown. Come on, Scott.
You sure it's a different Zach Brown?
No, I'm not. 248-539-9797. Yeah, Champ and Chump was yesterday. I just brought up the Champ and Chump were. So polls have closed, but thank you for your call nonetheless. They kicked Andretti out. That name's royalty, man. Yeah, you don't care. You don't care.
Mario, Michael, what do you want me to do? I got you.
Marco.
Is there Marco too there?
Yeah, isn't he the one that crashed out of this IndyCar race too?
Yeah. I grew up with Mario Andretti, sure.
Yeah.
You know, on the TV when I was.
He went to your high school too?
Yeah, another one, right?
Jeez, you went to high school with everybody. It is true.
It does seem like it.
No, I watched Mario Andretti when I was a youngster.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We were trying to figure out, like, what is the sports equivalent to crashing out before the race even starts? It's getting hurt in warm-ups, right?
Yeah, it's 100%. It's getting hurt in warm-ups. Although this is
hurt in the layup line.
Yeah, maybe a double start DQ in a race.
Oh, dude, when that happens in the Olympics, when someone gets DQ'd, you work 4 years to go to the Olympics,
and you're done,
and you false start, and you don't even get to. That's got to be
swimming or a foot race or something. Yeah,
yeah, swimming. People can leave the podium early, right, on like a relay.
Yeah.
Before your guy touches the wall.
Yeah. Well, even just the start of a race.
Oh, that's just got to be the worst.
Start leaning.
I mean,
you can't stop leaning, and next thing you know, you're diving in the water. I've been there.
Oh, have you?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever? You left the block early?
Oh, yeah. I think every swimmer has left the block early.
Really?
Yeah.
And you got.
You're trying to. You think you can time it, or you're just not balanced well enough, and next thing you know, you're like, oh no,
splash!
It's happening! It's happening! I can't stop it. Would you start the gun? Pull the trigger! Ow! And then you just.
And you're the only one that falls in.
Yeah. Or if you could draw somebody else, it's great, but it's just it's embarrassing.
Wait, if you can do what?
If you can draw somebody else to go with you, it's like, oh wait a minute, he's going. Maybe he knows something.
Does that happen?
I've seen. Well, yeah. Usually, sometimes there's just one guy, but you get a lot of times there's more than one swimmer that jumps the gun.
All right, Kang's got a hot take. We'll get to that today at 12:05. I do not think it's going to be popular. And I got a question about what's going on in the league. That at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Yaxel Lendeborg, a projected first-round pick, has withdrawn his name from the NBA draft and will spend his final collegiate season in Ann Arbor at Michigan. Lendeborg, the number 26 prospect in ESPN's latest mock draft, averaged 17 points a game last year for UAB and was named Defensive Player of the Year in the ACC. The Lions signing veteran linebacker Zach Cunningham. The 30-year-old former second-round pick played 7 games for the Broncos last season with just 4 tackles after starting 10 for the Eagles in 2023. Cunningham leading the NFL in tackles in 2020 with the Texans. Lucas Raymond, Simon Edvinsson helping to lead Sweden to a bronze medal at this weekend's World Championship in Stockholm. Team USA took home the gold, beating the Swiss 1-0 in overtime with Tage Thompson scoring that game winner. The Minnesota Frost win their second straight PWHL championship, beating Ottawa last night 2-1. Detroit's been passed over twice this spring for an expansion team in the PWHL, with the league instead choosing Vancouver and Seattle. And the Tigers go for a series win against the Giants at Comerica Park tonight. Jack Flaherty takes the mound for Detroit. Logan Webb for San Francisco. Good pitching matchup. That first pitch at 6:40 with a 6:15 pregame right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What do you got, tuna fish today or something?
Is that what it smells like?
A little bit of.
That's a problem. It's not that it was a turkey burger.
Stop eating it, Doug.
Why?
It smells like tuna. can't be good for you.
Just took another bite.
Well, you assume it's tuna.
I said it smelled like tuna.
Well, I'll get it out of the studio. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just.
I would be disgusted.
I'm not saying it smells disgusting. I actually like tuna fish.
Do you?
Yeah, but it's a turkey. It's turkey. Right?
Yeah, I don't know how you're getting tuna out of that smell.
Well, the nose smells what the nose smells, I guess.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm just, curious what it was.
I'm trying to finish it off so you don't have to smell that.
Do what you got to do. I'm fine with it. It's lunchtime. People like to know what you're eating for lunch because every day, like clockwork, and as soon as we break, right before noon, you've got something to eat. Sandwich, leftovers, something.
Yep.
It's a leftover turkey burger, huh?
Yeah, I want to apologize because.
Why? I don't. If it smells like, I'm not complaining. I'm not saying it smells like rotten fish. I didn't say that. I said it smells like tuna fish.
So what's the commercial with the they're all working in a hotel room and the one guy reheats the.
Yeah, you can't reheat
in the microwave.
Fish. You're not allowed to reheat.
Yeah, and that's why if I'm reheating something and you think it smells like fish.
Why would you I don't know why you would reheat tuna. I mean, you wouldn't. I mean, tuna fish is served cold unless you're going to have a tuna melt.
No, it's just a turkey burger. Sorry, man.
No, again, I'm not complaining about it.
It's funny because I'd complain about it if you brought something in that smelled like tuna.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, because I really don't like that smell. I can't remember the last time I had tuna.
Really?
Yep.
Doug thinks it's like cat food. He won't eat it.
Well, when we had cats, that's what tuna smells like to me is the cat food. So I'm not down with it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I realize it's really, really popular. Kang, do you eat tuna?
You're losing Gator by the second.
I know I am.
Just kill him. And then he went with a cat food reference.
Yeah, I like tuna.
Kill him.
Gator, you like tuna?
I love tuna.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just made some over the weekend. You chop a little bit of red onion in there, a little bit of pickle, finely chopped pickle, just a little bit, along with the mayo. Mix it all up together.
What kind of mayo?
Duke's.
All right, good.
I have not gone back to Hellman's since we discovered Duke's a few years ago.
Wow.
I have not gone back. It's Duke's or bust.
Wow, look at you.
I'm
brand loyalty.
It is. It's just great. And Hellman's was great too, but Duke's is a little better.
Gator's got a mayo deal in the works.
Just saying, man.
Hi, this is Scott Anderson for Duke's Mayo.
He's not opposed to it.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm here for it.
Me too, by the way.
Yeah. It's good.
Hi, this is Kang Wynn for Duke's Mayo. Is that what you're trying to? You trying to get some free mayonnaise out of this?
This is Kang and Gator. We love Duke's.
Do you make tuna fish?
Yeah. I like Duke's or Hellman's. Both are good.
I
I don't
like
do
Hellman's,
Miracle
too.
Whip. I'm out on Miracle.
No, Miracle. That's something different.
Help a brother out that doesn't like mayonnaise at all. What is it about Duke's that separates it from Hellman's, in your opinion?
Well, it separates it more for Gator. I think they're very similar. Very good. But
They're
Gator,
very similar. I don't know. Is it just it's a little thicker? I don't know. It adds. There's more flavor to it, without being something that seems foreign. Like to me, Miracle Whip seems foreign. There's that zip of Miracle Whip. I don't know what it is that it just tastes like that's
Like
off.
it's- like
There's
it's-
something different there that I don't like.
Really?
Yeah, I don't deal with Miracle Whip.
Like it's, chemicals or something?
There's just a different flavoring in there that I don't appreciate.
Synthetic? Is there a synthetic?
Kind of like that.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thanks, Brundlefly.
What?
In the movie The Fly, Seth Brundle, the scientist.
Oh yeah, from 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Keep going. Let's keep this reference.
The remake.
Current, yeah.
It was from 40 years ago.
Right. Okay.
When he was trying to transport the steak in his little time machine thing. When the steak came out the other end and he had Gina Davis eat the steak and she said, no. And she spits it out and she goes, he goes, what's wrong with it? And she said, it tastes synthetic.
Gotcha.
Thus it registered in my mind.
No, good.
And that's why I called you Brundlefly.
Good modern reference there.
Thank you.
Okay. So Kang's
Jerk.
Kang's got a hot take. He said this in the office, and I'm like, whoa. And I didn't expect this out of you. But it was the holiday weekend. So what you're about to say you think applies to a lot of people.
Yeah. What do people like to do on holiday weekends, especially Memorial Day? They
Cook out.
Yep. Grill, barbecue, right?
Yep.
What
Did it
comes with
last
that?
night.
Huh?
We did it last night. What comes with that?
A lot of times, eating outside.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to be hot take guy. This is just really how I feel. Gator, am I wrong? I think eating outside is overrated. And let me tell you why. It's the elements. Like, if there's wind, your napkins are flying all over the place, your paper plate, whatever, your cup, maybe it's a plastic cup, red Solo cup, right? The sun beating in your eyes. You got to get shade. You got to wear a hat, get an umbrella, whatever it is, right? And if it's really hot. You're sweating. There's no air conditioning. You're uncomfortable. And then bugs, whether it's bees, I don't know, ants all of a sudden crawling up the picnic table, some other flies or whatever.
Sometimes you may not have a table, so you're just having a plate in your lap.
Yep.
And if you have to cut it,
oh, dude, forget about it. Yeah, I mean, you're at disaster. It's like a Brawny towel commercial coming.
All right, so Gator, you on board with this take? Eating outside's overrated?
I understand where he's coming from with it, and I think you have to pick and choose your spots when you're going to eat outside. If it's a beautiful day out, I'd love to be outside and having something to eat. But I understand if the wind picks up even a little bit, it can be disastrous. I hear you on that. Just sitting outside and having a drink is fine. But when you throw a meal into it, it can be ruined. And it feels like it's like a 50-50 shot, that you're going to have either a great experience or you're just going to be like, this.
Drinking outside is great on a nice day.
Yeah.
That's great. Eating, it's more obstacles. I don't need it. I think I'd rather be inside next to the window looking at a beautiful day.
When you see a fly or a gnat or something like that land in like the potato salad, you're like, what just happened? I can't. No, I can't even, And you have to get then you end up going to Costco and you start buying those like covers that you see, like the covered netting thing specifically for having food outdoors. I don't know if you've ever seen that stuff, but yeah, you start looking for things like that because it can be a problem. But by and large, I like eating outside, I guess.
When it gets warm, I like doing everything outside.
Oh,
I want to cook outside.
Nonsense.
I want to eat outside. I want to drink outside. I want to work out outside. I'll take the weights out to the backyard.
Oh, good God.
I love it all outside. Everything when it's nice out.
All right, this guy.
I'll do everything outside once it gets warm. And the eating outside, these minor nuisances, for me, far outweighed by the beautiful weather and being out there and taking it all in.
He's going to bring the weights outside, Kang. He's going to get his...
what is this, yard time?
This guy, yeah.
That's a scene from Boys in the Hood. That's going back, too. You're working out up front? You got the bench press out there?
It's in the backyard, and it's not... The bench press isn't out there, but I'll take the...
It'll bring it out.
The dumbbells outside. Yeah, it's great being outside. And I can't get enough of it. The Peloton doesn't get any use in the summer months. So I'll take the bike. If I could do it outside, I'm doing it outside.
Wish me luck.
I do. I'll take the computer out on the deck. I have it set up on the deck in the backyard that I can look through the TV and watch the Tiger game. So
listen, I mean, yeah, if you can doing things outside is pretty great. Like one of the things to discover during COVID, at least I discovered during COVID, was when one of us had to be at home doing the show while the other one was in the studio. If I was at home, I wanted to be outside all the time.
Yeah, you did the show from outside.
I did it.
It was great.
Even in the spring and in the fall. I remember I lit the fire in the fire pit outside, just trying to stay a little warmer there. But I really, really wanted to be out there to the point where I still think about, maybe I'll just take the Comrex home and I'll do the show a couple days from home this week.
Do it,
but not this week.
When you did the show from your yard, we got a lot of content out of it. We got a lot of content out of it. Aaron in Madison Heights says, I agree with Kang. Eating outside sucks. Next text. Just get to the truth, Kang. You're afraid of the birds nearby.
They don't help.
100%.
They don't help.
Kang he does not like birds.
Not afraid of them. I just don't like them. Kind of like Gator and the Clowns.
Yeah, I can't stand clowns.
I did not go out to dinner to sit outside and eat. I'll starve before I eat at another outdoor table. Give me air conditioning and climate control. Didn't sign it, but I'll sign it for you. Mr. Soft.
Like going up north, right? I actually look for restaurants that have outdoor seating.
Yes.
I'll be honest about that. Like you go to, what was it? Not a bar.
Not just a bar in Bay Harbor.
Sitting outside there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, remember fondly having a dinner with my dad one time out there, and there used to be this restaurant right in Petoskey that
Great
overlooked
Bloody
the bay.
Marys, and not just a bar.
And used to go up there all the time, and it was called Whitecaps at one point. I don't know what it's called now. It's changed hands like 3 or 4 times.
Is that Beard's Brewery? I think it is.
I think it might be now, yeah. But just being able to sit outside, you look forward to that when it's hot. But yes, it does come with everything Kang was saying. It does. If the wind is there, it sucks. You know, trying to keep your silverware on top of the napkin so it doesn't go flying, or making sure if you have a can of beer and you're finishing up your beer and the can wants to go flying, that's no good.
But it's no different than football indoors and outdoors. Like, I like football outdoors, and the weather isn't going to. Yes.
But I'm not having a steak dinner at
hold on. There's some minor inconveniences to outdoor football games and as it gets colder, but I'm not going to not go. I'm going, man. And yeah, you don't have to wear the big bundle coat for indoors.
But you haven't gone to a football game outdoors.
But I would.
But you haven't.
248-539-9797. Isaac in Royal Oak. Hello, Isaac.
Hey, guys. I loved, especially yesterday after dropped the kids off to their mom, went out with my girlfriend and got a bite to eat and a drink outside. It was wonderful. Contrast that with when I have the children, I end up just being a waiter. It's absolutely miserable. I got a 6-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 12-year-old. Somebody always needs something, forgot something, spills something. I need a new fork. He touched my plate. I don't have enough macaroni salad. My butt does not sit down the entire time, and for whatever reason, I always think it's a great idea. Let's go eat outside. Did you bring enough outside? If not, you got to go back and get it anyways. And for some reason, I always go into it thinking like Doug and leave it thinking like Gator.
Are you? Well, here's the thing. Do you?
Like Kang, yeah.
Is it any different with the kids indoors?
I guess the fridge is a little closer.
All right. Well, yeah, again, it's minor versus major inconveniences. I guess the difference is I think of them as minor inconveniences. And it sounds like
I think
of it as major inconvenience.
I'm actually more along your lines. I am Kang. I can understand where Kang is coming from, but those are like the extreme conditions where things like that happen.
Yeah.
But like going to a restaurant, the outdoor eating, I love it. Like going to the rooftop deck at 24 Seconds is awesome.
Spot.
Going to anywhere in Royal Oak on Main Street during the summertime and eating outdoors, that's where you prefer to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all that's fine. And you know, the whole can thing when the can goes flying, that happens in your backyard. But typically, if you're at a restaurant, you've got a glass, and the glass is going to stay where it's at.
Carson Anderson coming up today at 12:30. Got a question about what's going on with this league. Let's get into the Tigers and their win yesterday, coming off the Skubal dominance on Sunday. That is straight ahead here on 97.1. Tigers back in action tonight. Logan Webb going for San Francisco. Jack Flaherty for the Tigers. Flaherty coming off a decent start. Not a great start, but I would call it a decent start and better than some he had. Still like Jack Flaherty, and I'm still optimistic that Jack Flaherty will give them some good starts the rest of the way, Scott, but it would be good to see him build on his last time out. Kind of a weird time for the Tigers. They lose 3 in a row to Cleveland and led to some panic on the social media. I think you can get some extreme opinions on the socials, but bouncing back with a dominant Skubal performance on Sunday and then a win yesterday in one of those games that every little bit mattered. You're going to have to scratch and claw to get runs against the San Francisco pitching staff that's been pretty good at defense. It's been pretty good. Both these teams, I think they're both top 3 in Major League Baseball in earn run average of their pitching staffs. Let me double check that, but obviously they're both really good. At the end of the day, got to hand it to this Tiger team for finding a way to get that win and bouncing back after the 3 losses against Cleveland. No need to panic. They are 3-4 in ERA. San Francisco is 3. The Tigers are 4. Sorry. Anyway, good win.
Yeah, a very good win. And last couple games here, they've gotten great pitching. Montero pitched 5 shutout innings yesterday, like that. With Flaherty, he's coming off back-to-back outings where he's been good. And you look at him on the season as a whole, his numbers, like some of these numbers, you're like, what happened here? Well, here's what's happened. He's given up the long ball. He's not giving up a ton of runners. His whip is at 1.18, and it's very good. And he's got a good strikeout total, 64 strikeouts and 53 innings. But the problem is he has given up so far 11 home runs. That's too many. A 225 batting average against is very good. So it's just the untimely home run that he gives up that ends up hurting him. If he can figure that out, then it's the Jack Flaherty, the consistent Jack Flaherty we saw last year, which was a great Jack Flaherty with a 211 batting average against, with the low ERA of 2.95, the below 1 whip. I mean, those are numbers we love to see, and he can trend that direction if he takes care of leaving up the meatball.
Yeah, you mentioned good starts lately. Yesterday was the 4th straight start that a Tiger starting pitcher went 5 or more innings with 2 or less earned runs allowed. That's pretty good. You can win a lot of baseball games doing that. But I'm also trying to figure out who Cater Montero is. Like, sometimes Cater Montero feels like an absolute dominating guy that can pitch the way he pitched yesterday, and other times, he doesn't look like he's anything special. And I guess I'll just say this, I guess you are what you are, and if you're consistent, well, then you'd be one of the better pitchers in the league. Yeah. Because when people use the term consistent, they mean, he's good, he's just not consistent. Well, then he's not good. Because
he hasn't been this lights out great guy in the minors either. So last year he came out of nowhere, gets called up and like, who's this guy? And has like a great start, and then not a great start, then a great start. He has been woefully inconsistent. But the outings that he has, it's like the every other outing is not just good, it's very good. That's what has you going, wow, how is it this coupled with this? I don't understand, but that's just baseball, I guess. So you take the good while you can. I don't think he's a guy who's going to have a firm grasp on one of those 5 rotation spots anytime soon. But what he is a guy they can use sporadically to help keep some space with this rotation for guys that you don't want to tax too much with innings, like Jackson Jobe or maybe even Casey Mize. And, when Reese Olson comes back, you're probably going to want to space him out a little bit too and take care of those guys and leave it up to the workhorses and Skubal and Flaherty.
As Matt Manning struggled, I think the door opened up for a guy like Cater Montero to walk through it and say, I'll be that swing starter for you. I'll be that guy that can be a spot starter here and there. I can give you long innings out of the bullpen. I can be sent down and called back up. That I kind of envisioned that this was going to be that was maybe what Manning's role was eventually going to be. I guess I thought of him more as a starter, but there's some versatility here. And my guess is, knowing the way A.J. Hinch likes to use puzzle pieces and fit them all together, I'm going to guess A.J. Hinch loves Cater Montero.
He probably does. The guy gives him all he can give him. I mean, it's maybe there's a ceiling. He knows what the ceiling is, and to get every other game good Cater Montero, you take what you can take, and that's enough for him. I mean, because right now, at Toledo, they've got a couple of guys that you have low ERAs, but their other numbers aren't as great as you'd like them to be. But we'll see. It doesn't feel like that there's that next guy coming down the pipeline just yet.
Do you think when the Tigers are healthy, Reese Olson's back, is Cater Montero in the bullpen or is Cater Montero in Toledo?
I think he's back in Toledo.
Yeah, thank you for your service. But I'll say this about Cater Montero is I am no longer at a point where I just see a Tiger start, Cater Montero's going, and I'm thinking, bet the over.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I totally get that. But I think if you're looking at areas to improve the Tiger team, I think it's easier to improve on the pitching staff than it is with the lineup. And yet the pitching has been very good. I'm not complaining about it at all. It just seems like maybe there's a bullpen arm here or a bullpen arm there that if you can find an improvement that you go for it. I mean, I was doing some research before the show, and I'm looking at Tommy Canely and Will Vest and how good that they've actually been this year. And yet neither one of them seems to me like, oh, that's a lockdown closer.
Right.
But both of them have an ERA of like less than 1.61. And that's very, very, very good. But they're not closers necessarily. So keep looking and look under every stone that you can find and see what's available to you. If you're Scott Harris, and I imagine he is.
Okay, straight ahead. What's going on in this league? And I'm here for conspiracy theories, believe it or not. We'll get to that at 12:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, it's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great. 248-539-9797. Especially hope you enjoyed the long weekend, which Gator got a chance to get up north, which is always nice, and saw stuff. The mayflies. Well, we talked earlier about the
trees.
Well, there were down trees. There's more animal carcasses on the roads than I've ever seen before, and the mayflies were the worst I ever remember. Like the fish flies, I think of what they call them on the east side of Detroit. Yeah. Look, I've been going up north, I don't know, 50 times, 70 times, whatever it is. Something that's happened a lot as we, got a family and all that, got a place up there and just love it. But I don't ever remember seeing these things that bad. And you had a place on the water, right?
Yeah. Parents had a place in Petoskey right on the water, and it was an annual thing that my dad would, the first time they would go up, you'd get the shop vac out, and then you have to vacuum away all the flies that were on the back deck, whether they were adhered to doors or screens or the floor or whatever. It was gross. It was disgusting. So I usually didn't go up until like July.
So did you ever have to do that?
No. No, I planned my time well. Like, I can't make it this weekend. I'll be there. I'm trying to make it in July. To avoid it. But how many times have you been like to the Petoskey area at this time of the year, though?
Well, plenty.
Okay.
Because this is usually the holiday, right? And
yeah, but I know that you're always up in your place is not in Petoskey.
It's a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit north of there. No, we'd go into Petoskey all the time. I just never remember them being like this.
Yeah, they're gross. They're absolutely gross, and people on the east side know all about it.
And it's bad for like a week, and then they go away, I guess.
Kinda, yeah. They just hang around for a little bit. I remember the first time I encountered them in my life was after my senior year in high school, the summer of before I went to college, and I worked for a landscaping company. We did all types of jobs all over the place, and one time we had to go all the way on the east side, and we're doing a landscaping job over there for commercial gigs. And I'm like, oh my God, what are these?
Yeah.
I'm like, those are the fish flies. I'm like, what? Yeah, they come in.
They're awful.
Like just covering every business out there on the east side. It's gross, but it's something to deal with every year.
Well, anyway. Okay. So the other day, my chump of the weekend vote went to the Indiana Pacers. Because the Indiana Pacers were getting ready to put away the New York Knicks and take a 3-0 lead. They had a 20-point lead against the Knicks. And they blew it. They blew it. The Knicks came back and ended up winning by like 5 or 6. I don't remember what the final score was. 106-100. They won by 6. Scott, what the hell's going on in the NBA?
I don't know. They outscored them. I think it was 16 points in the fourth quarter to win that one. It's the NBA. It's when you go on that run. If it happens early in the game, you overcome it because it seems like every game this is what happens. Somebody gets up by double digits or maybe even get up by 20, and next thing you know, 10 minutes later, you got a tight game again. It's just how it is. I know some people want to throw conspiracy at it.
I don't mind. I'm here for it.
Some people want to blame the officiating and that they're part of it. Let's not let Indiana run away with this. Gotta have New York evening things up or coming closer. So what is it now? 2-1? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one thing
they've been great games to watch.
The theory we got yesterday on the air is that we are reacting to 20-point leads and blowing them to sort of a previous paradigm in the NBA. A 20-point lead isn't what it used to be with the proliferation of the three-point shot.
Correct.
And as guys have gotten better and the volume goes up, it's easier to come back from a 20-point lead.
And the defense is not what it was.
Than ever before. And that it might be just that simple. But it's funny when you look back, we made a big deal about the Pistons blowing an 11-point fourth quarter lead and a 7-point lead late in the game. That's paled in comparison to all these 20-point leads. The Knicks did it to the Celtics, I believe, 2 times. I think Denver and Oklahoma City, it happened in that series. There was a 20-point lead and a 17-point lead blown already in the Eastern Conference Finals.
But some of this happened with the Pistons when they were down big and then came back, take the lead, and then blew the lead. It happens both ways.
The idea that a 20-point lead is a safe lead. It just isn't. And
God's how much time is left, right?
I don't have any data in front of me. It feels as though, and Kang, you tell me I'm wrong. Are teams blowing more 20-point leads than ever before?
Yes.
Good. There's the data.
Take that for data.
I mean, what is the reason why?
All right. My guess is the 3-point shooting has become an ultimate equalizer. Like, not back in the day, you had shooting guards and maybe some small forwards that could shoot the three, right? Mm-hmm. Even your point guards were just driving a lane and dishing. Nowadays, 1 through 5 basically can shoot a three. Miles Turner can get hot. Karl Anthony Towns can fire the three. So I think you have more guys that are able to shoot threes, which you can close the gap pretty quickly if you go on a run. You can't play defense. We know that. You can't get physical. I know the playoffs have been more physical than the regular season, but you also see a lot of, look at Brunson, look at SGA hitting the foul lines a lot. So I think that's a big part of the reason is the 3-point line is available to everybody, and you can make these runs now.
I think the 3-point line giveth and taketh away at the same time. You got one team that's launching 3-point shots and starts knocking them down to eat away at the lead. You got the other team that's got the lead, and because the 3-point shooting is that's part of their offensive routine, they're launching these shots, which are not high percentage shots.
But
if you go cold and the other team starts to get on a heater, it trains around like that.
Yeah, it feels like for 20 points, you almost have to help somebody come back. But.
Right. It's like if I had a 20-point lead in an NBA game and we're getting into the late third quarter, fourth quarter, I might say, let's relax on the 3-point shooting here. Let's concentrate on higher percentage shots. So when the team does decide to come back, the other team's going to make their comeback. They're not getting these giant swings. They're getting 3-2, 3-2, as opposed to 3-0, 3-0 runs.
Let's get back to your open line calls. 248-539-9797. Jay in White Lake. Hi, Jay.
Hey, boys. How are you today?
We're okay.
I got to tell you, your fish fly story, I have to tell you this. It's crazy. When I lived in Detroit until I was 9, and my parents started making enough money, moved us into Grosse Pointe. And when I turned 16 and I got my driver's license, my mom finally got her own car. It was a Chevy Beretta, and she let me borrow it 2 weeks after I got my license. And I was going to the library to do homework on Lakeshore Drive, and I hit the brakes coming to a red light and slid on fish flies 20 feet out into the intersection and got T-boned.
Ooh.
There's so many on the east side that they literally form a layer on the road.
Yep.
And if anybody listening is from Grosse Pointe, they know exactly what I'm talking about. I literally slid. The car went sideways on fish flies.
That is
20
disgusting.
Feet. It was horrible.
I remember going out a couple of years ago to see a band play out in St. Clair Shores, and it was around this time. Same thing. You hit and it was my first experience of seeing them while they were actually still migrating and moving around and not realizing that the road was going to be slick as hell. Fortunately, it was like 25 miles an hour on that road.
It's like driving on snow.
Yeah, and ice. It's terrible.
Yeah,
and they're flying all over the
disgusting.
place and just smacking into your car. I'm like, just get me out of here. I want to get back to the west side.
Let's go to Mike in Sterling Heights. You're next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Great.
Listen, I listened to or watched a lot of these blown leads, and three things that I noticed that have changed. Number one, back in the day, he kind of mentioned it. You had a go-to guy like a Karl Malone or an Adrian Dantley or a Kareem. They were like our pitcher. They were somebody who could just stop a bad run. The other thing, timeouts. They used too many timeouts for challenges back in the day. It was a momentum stopper. Okay, let's call a timeout. Let's talk about it, and then let's go right to this play that is like our bread and butter play. And the third thing that I'm noticing is with so many lead guards that are scorers, you don't have that many lead guards who's, okay, we're going to run this offense, we're going to run this play, and this is our bread and butter play. Too many guys in that position are turning the rock over themselves. They're causing it.
Interesting. Mike, you might be right on all accounts. I hadn't thought about all the reviews serving as timeouts to kill momentum. And that's an interesting, because that's just stoppages we never had before. So it's an interesting thought, whether or not that has anything to do with it. It's just watching NBA games. 20-point leads are blown all the time in this postseason. All the time.
All the time.
And I have a sneaking suspicion the Pacers are going to rue this one. If you don't win this series, that's a second half that haunts you.
Yeah, I think they got this.
So on the bright side, locally, it makes me feel a little bit better about what happened to the Pistons.
Without question.
Right? Because I thought, like, I probably put it like 85% inexperience why they lost those leads. But now I'm like, maybe it was like 70%. You know, it wasn't like, hey, this happens to the best teams with experience.
248-539-9797. Interesting stuff about our Tigers coming from the national perspective. We will get to that coming up today at 1 o'clock here on 97.1 The Ticket. So we haven't gotten to our reaction to one of the bigger sporting events or anticipated sporting events in quite some time. Thoughts on the Weenie 500. This is the Oscar Mayer Weenie Mobile race that took place on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Friday. 6 Weenie Mobiles lined up and raced around the track twice. Gator, I think we all had very similar thoughts in watching it, but your analysis of the Weenie 500.
I loved it. I'm here for it. I want to see it again next year or something like it. I thought it was it was funny to see 6 elongated vehicles, double-decker vehicles out there on the track, and they were passing each other, drafting off of each other, and looking slow as hell compared to what you're typically seeing on a track like that, even though they probably weren't going that slow. But it was, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it thoroughly. What I didn't enjoy was that the announcers had every line ready to go, which starts making you think, was this thing rigged? Was it all just done for TV? And was it scripted?
Was rigged. There's no question.
It may have been. I don't know if I buy that 100%, but I certainly think that the announcers had a script that they were going to go with if something happened. To get
you
ready
don't
to
think
do
when
with
they said, frankly, this is getting exciting. No ifs, ands, or buns about it.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, that I didn't need to hear. I don't need the pun fun with all that. Just let me enjoy the race. But yeah, I know that you were convinced that it was rigged.
Yeah.
Or it was.
I think everything
predetermined
was scripted.
Entertainment.
As I'm watching this, I'm realizing I'm watching a $1 million commercial production for Oscar Mayer wieners. This is really just a giant commercial. Now, would I watch it again next year? Yep, I would. I wasn't quite as entertained as you were. But yeah, I think the whole thing was scripted I think my guess is those drivers had gone over the pattern. Okay, you're going to pull over, and I'm going to pass on the inside, and then right near the end, you're going to make a move, and I'll slow way down, and because how all of a sudden did one of the Weenie Mobiles seem to like rocket up to 70 miles an hour and zip past the one going 40 miles an hour?
Drafting.
It was slingshot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One was smoking. Said smoked buns.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had all the puns ready to go.
That part I didn't like.
That's why it was scripted, Doug. You're right. This thing, we missed dress rehearsal. We did.
Yep.
They went through this. This was wildly entertaining. I loved every minute of it. Also, it was scripted. It was like a mascot race. They know who's going to win those races. Like, those are fun to watch too, by the way. Like on President's Day, when the Nationals have all the presidents running around the baseball diamond, that's hilarious. This was the Indy 500's version of a mascot race.
Yeah.
And they knew who was going to win, who was going to, whose car was going to, whose weenie was going to smoke out, all that stuff.
It's funny because I can't believe we didn't realize this beforehand. We just watched a commercial. It was a commercial for Oscar Mayer wieners. And it was clever. It was unique. I was intrigued. But, it was a big commercial. That's what it was.
Like maybe next year you get the Super K-Dog Kowalski quality truck coming out there.
Do they have a truck?
Well, it's just a normal truck.
Oh.
But it has Super K-Dog on the side. He looks awesome.
Mm-hmm. But
get more involved.
Somewhere there's an executive at Oscar Mayer that is absolutely brilliant. Came up with this idea, got the buy-in from the network, was able to stream it through the Fox app. It was a brilliant idea. Absolutely brilliant. Also from the world of food, Joey Chestnut breaks his own popcorn eating record. Did you see this?
I saw it. I didn't see what the record was. I just saw the headline that he broke it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much popcorn you have to eat.
Joey down 32 servings of 24-ounce popcorn in 8 minutes, breaking his previous record of 28.5. Yep. See,
do you immediately, like within a day, get a colonoscopy and just make sure all that stuff's out, or do you at least go through the prep and just clean yourself out?
I don't know,
because you're eating popcorn, so some of that stuff is not great for you that it can get caught up.
No, it's not great for you. And I imagine the salt intake, even if it's any kind of, I guess if it's unsalted, I just.
There's no, I don't think they're doing buttered and salted popcorn.
No, I guess I'm starting to worry about Joey. Not sure Joey's going to be with us much longer.
He trains like an athlete, but he's not.
No.
But he trains like one. Works out all the time.
Yeah, and he's just announced that he will not be at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest again.
Well, he's got contractual obligations to other companies. So.
Wasn't this a shoot the boot that I lost? I said he'll be there. They'll make an announcement, and I lost.
You want to do it again?
No.
Come on.
Why don't you do it?
Well, this is your thing.
Yeah.
This is exact bet.
No.
This exact bet would be yours.
Yeah. You lost. Do it again.
No, this is the bet, though. You think, you know what?
It's like Ross getting divorced. It's his thing.
Anyway, yeah, this is this sad for the game?
It is, but I mean, it allows for somebody else to take the glory. But quick, anybody remember who won it last year without Joey Chestnut?
Eater X.
Did he?
I have no idea. That's the only other name I know. That's the only other name I remember.
But I mean, it does. It allows for somebody else to take center stage if they can.
Let's go back. Google search Nathan's hot dog. Patrick Bertoletti won it.
Oh, yeah.
Beat out Jeffrey Esper. I guess I remember the name Esper. Is Esper Eater X? I don't know. Bertoletti won it. So, for what it's worth. But, no Joey Chestnut. Are people going to watch? People going to watch.
Are you going to watch?
Am I working that day?
No.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to watch.
That's right.
I've worked a lot of 4th of Julys. I've talked a lot about the hot dog eating contest.
No, you have. And
because
listen,
it's always on between 10 and 2.
I mean, it feels like this could have been, they actually might have a challenger for Joey Chestnut. Last year, Bertoletti knocked down 58 hot dogs and buns. Joey Chestnut put down 62 the year before. It's a difference of only 4.
Was anybody that outside of Kobayashi, of course, was anybody within 4 in his entire run?
I mean, Chestnut's won it forever.
Yeah. Okay.
Last time, so he had Matt Stoney won in between Joey Chestnut wins. So he put down 62 one year in 2015.
Yep.
Chestnut did 61 in 2014 and did 70 in 2016.
It's a good year.
He upped his game. He realized he had to do something special, and he did. Good God, Joey Chestnut's he's a man.
Yeah, you know what? Unlike the NBA playoffs, you don't see a lot of blown leads in the Nathan's Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Elite comebacks.
No. And he's taken the game to a whole different level. He's great as Kobayashi was to start things off, and he was great.
Yep.
I mean, he was 50 and a half, 44 and a half, 53 and a half, 49, 53 and 3/4. That's a funny total.
Mm-hmm.
But then Chestnut, when he won it the first time, threw down 66. Like, Kobayashi was awesome, but Kobayashi can't compete. He can't compete with Joey Chestnut.
Chestnut did leave the door open that maybe he'd be back with Nathan's this year, but
I'd like to.
We
like
shall
to see it.
Game hasn't been the same.
You said he might be back this year?
He might. He's got a quote saying that there could be a change in their demands.
Are you sure you don't want to take?
I'm not doing that one. Okay. If I realize that was the dumbest shoot the boot I ever made because it's Major League Eating. Like, I know nothing about it. I don't pay attention. I'm out here making shoot the boot guarantees.
Oh, they're like
I'm going to try
contract details were available to you to understand it.
I wasn't going to read all those because I don't give a crap. So why would I do a shoot the boot about something I know nothing about? Do a shoot the boot on something I actually have what am I doing? Getting outside your comfort zone. And for that, I had to drink beer out of a shoe.
You know what we don't talk about enough is on the women's side. Miki Sudo.
I think we've now talked about it enough. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You still have more to say?
Miki Sudo has won like every competition but one since 2014.
Does she have a nickname?
I don't know.
All right. Okay. Straight ahead. National Voices, what they're saying about our Tigers and what the future holds. We will get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, Kang, during the commercial break, Gator's become somewhat fascinated with Mickey Sudo and all her eating records. And he's talking about all these things that she has eaten, like the Uranus Fudge Company or in Missouri.
Right. It was a Uranus Fudge Galactic Championship. She placed 4th.
Come on. That's what it's called?
Yeah.
Well, it's in Uranus, Missouri.
They got the same thing in Uranus, Indiana.
A fudge eating competition there, too?
Yep. Fudge from Uranus. Anyway, and so he's giving me all these stats. And he's like, I don't get it. It's so much food. You want to enjoy it. And I'm like, it's just like the realization that when you like for him, I try to put it in some layman's terms. To become a professional golfer, you have to golf so much that you sort of lose the enjoyment of the game. Gator feels like he's worried about them losing the enjoyment of eating.
Well, it's because they're on a time limit, so they have to shovel in as much as they can. I mean, we talked like, hey, what could you put down? A lot, and we come up with like normal stuff. Like, oh, I think I might be able to have like 8 pancakes, right? Mm-hmm. But you're still enjoying it at that point. How many tacos could you have? Oh, I could probably throw down 12 street tacos. Yeah, that sounds great.
So are you starting to think that maybe they're not enjoying the eating?
Starting to think that.
Yeah.
Starting to think that maybe the love of the food just isn't there when you're powering down 21 and a half meat pies in 10 minutes.
But if you put down 21 and a half meat pies in 10 minutes, then like that's it for the day. You go to bed, you get up the next day. Do you have breakfast? And you just
I don't
have
think
a
you
little
go to bed. I think you're on the toilet for the next 17 hours straight.
When you're done with that, are you like making a sandwich? Like, are you having a normal meal after that?
I don't know. I don't know what you like. Does your stomach allow you to, or do the doctors like? Are you given advice to say, yeah, you're going to lay off food for 3 days?
And do you lose the love of all food? Like when you go to a restaurant, you're like, none of this looks good to me.
I mean, there's a
this
price
is my
to
job.
pay.
This is my job.
Price to pay to be the best. To throw down 58 tacos in 8 minutes.
Because I would suspect that for some professional golfers, the way that we go on vacation and go play golf, they might not go play golf when they're on vacation. You know what I'm saying? If you're a professional golfer and you go on vacation, do you play golf? If you're a professional eater, do you even bother going out to restaurants? Because, first of all, the portions probably look tiny to you. Secondly, you're
I don't even know how you train for this stuff.
I don't know.
I mean,
Does it just ruin your love of eating?
I remember I had the 2-pound burrito from Pancheros years ago.
Yeah.
Like, oh, boy, that was a lot to put down.
Mm-hmm.
And Mickey Sudo at the Denver Outlaws World Burrito Eating Championships presented by Illegal Pete's last year had 13.87 pounds worth of burrito in 10 minutes. Like, it took me 45 minutes to throw down 2 pounds of that burrito. She had do that multiplied by 6 plus. Disgusting.
Yeah.
It's all disgusting.
I mean, yeah, of course it is. I guess I just, you wonder about them when they get away from the game. I bet the professional leaders play golf and the professional golfers like to eat.
Maybe
when they
that's
go on
it.
vacation.
You know how, like, football players, linemen, they go one of two ways when they retire.
Oh, when they retire? This is 100% true.
They either balloon up or they drop a ton of weight. And now the guy who used to be 6'5" and 320 is now 6'5" and 242.
Borderline unrecognizable.
I'm not a doctor, but something tells me they continue to eat at some point after they're done competing.
Well, yeah, I get that they must, but
no, but
could you imagine the idea though of sitting down to a piece of toast and a banana after you've eaten 10.8 pounds of burrito? Like
13.
Yeah, you brought up the golf analogy. It could be like football, like a guy never wants to pick up a football ever again, right?
Yeah.
Or, anything, career mechanics. Like, I don't want to change a tire. I don't want to look at, do an oil change. I'm done with that.
Mm-hmm.
Eating, these guys they literally have to eat at some point.
They can't not.
Yeah,
You're right.
You're right. But to Doug's point, like, could you go and eat, like, for she had 145 oysters in 3 minutes.
Yep.
Can you go out for seafood and think about, ooh, oysters sound good, or are you like anything but an oyster,
And when they plop down like an oyster, it got like 4. in the appetizer you ordered.
Here's your oysters, Rockefeller.
And you're like,
where's the rest of it?
Anyway, 248-539-9797. John's in Marysville, not 97. Want to take it? Hi, John. John, are you there?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's
All
up?
right, John.
Yep. So I competed professionally in Major League Eating in my early 20s for about a year and a half. And I've been through the whole routine. I had a set training schedule. I didn't hate food during it, and I actually had abs when I was competing.
How?
Well, Chestnut does.
You work out a lot. You got to have a decent metabolism to maintain that type of caloric consumption. And when you have a lot of body fat, especially visceral fat, it makes it harder for your stomach to expand. So if you look at like some of the top eaters in the history of the sport, Kobayashi, Chestnut, Eater X, you know, a lot of them are actually smaller because it lets them have more space for the stomach to expand when they are eating.
Okay, you said history of the sport.
Yeah, no, I mean, look at there's legitimate cash prizes throughout the entire country
It's a competition.
for Major League Eating events.
Okay, so after you competed and like we're done and you went home and you recovered, did you have like, you know, a bowl of cereal for breakfast the next day and go, this is it? Or did you lose your love of eating?
You know, it depends. It depends on the food. Funnel cake really wiped me out, and I think I fasted for a couple of days after that. Because I think I ended up eating a couple pounds of funnel cake at Valley Fair in Minnesota. And, you know, the heavier stuff, it's tougher to recover from. But if it's like lighter or sweeter, you're usually back on your feet pretty quickly. Okay. So it doesn't back you up too bad.
What was your most impressive eating? Yeah.
So Ben & Jerry's has something called the Vermonster, and it's basically a half-gallon bucket of ice cream, 20 scoops of ice cream, and all the toppings and everything thrown in there. And I polished that off in a little under 7 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Did you get like the worst ice cream
then,
headache?
Yeah, you know, after the first 15, 20 seconds of shoveling it in, because I was going for speed, your mouth just goes numb. You don't taste anything. And, you know, it's basically just trying to get as much down as possible, and you're just blacking out with numbness from that cold.
All right, well, fair enough. Thank you for the intel. Do you think Chestnut's going to compete at Nathan's?
You know, he's been the GOAT forever. If I were him, I would hang it up and relax and enjoy life.
Yeah, go play golf. Thank you. You know,
keep calling him back, though, man. I mean, it's the prestige.
Yeah.
The recognition.
He wants to put a number out there that'll never be matched.
Or he just loves living in the spotlight, man.
Maybe. All right, so Tigers. Memorial Day. Standings check. Surprises, letdowns, and more put together by ESPN. Their MLB experts, Jesse Rogers, Bradford Doolittle, Buster Olney, and Dave Schoenfeld. Now, we talk about this a lot, and it's getting outside opinions of our team. And, you know, just trying to I think we're all getting comfortable slowly. We're at various stages of getting used to having a good baseball team. And once you get used to it, you're not expecting the letdown. You don't look at losses. Like, any losing streak is going to be, at this point, in getting back into baseball for a lot of fans. I think any losing streak, there's going to be a curious eye looking towards it, wondering if it's the beginning of the end. If the chariot's going to turn back into a pumpkin. Like, when does the whole thing come to an end? So when they lose 3 in a row to Cleveland, I saw social media. There was absolute panic in the air, right? 3 in a row. Here we go. You know, I knew it was too good to be true, that kind of thing. So when you get outside voices that are talking about your team, I'm always intrigued. One of the questions for the Baseball Insiders on ESPN's website, of the 6 AL teams currently in the playoff field, how many will be there in October? Here were their answers. Buster Olney, 3. I'm buying the Tigers, Yankees, and Mariners. Detroit has been remarkable early in the season and how it's plowed through the injuries to the outfield. So he's buying the Tigers. Next expert, Jesse Rogers, 4. It's highly doubtful the AL Central will take 4 teams to the playoffs, so there's an opening for a couple teams outside the current wildcard standings to make it. 2 of the Boston Red Sox, Houston Astros, and Texas Rangers will make it to the postseason, along with the current 3 division leaders. So that's Detroit. So Jesse Rogers buys Detroit. Sean Doolittle, ESPN baseball expert. I'll go with 4. In my daily simulations, the Astros will override one of the AL Central clubs, probably Cleveland. And Dave Schoenfeld, probably at least 3. I'm buying only the Tigers and Yankees as locks. We got a ton of respect here. We get a ton of respect and a ton of stamps of credibility of being a legitimate postseason baseball team. And look, we've been on board, Gator and I, for quite some time, dating back to last year. Thought it would carry over, liked what we saw in spring training, got more fond of what they had after the Dodgers series, and kind of been riding it ever since as a carryover from last year. It's fun watching the national writers get on board. If you're not yet, if you're a Tiger fan, but you're still like scared, you're still suspicious that the wheels are going to come off, it feels like with each passing week and most series, they win most series, and more people are telling you, no, they're for real, they're for real. I wonder, if it's just soon it'll be 100% acceptance that this team's just simply good. And now it becomes a question of how good, right? We're not at 100%. I don't think we're at 100% acceptance that the Tigers are actually legitimately good. Once we get there, then we start debates on how good, and that's what dominates. It's what's going on with the Lions right now, right? We're not questioning whether or not the Lions are good. We're questioning whether or not they're good enough to win the whole thing. I still think some people are questioning whether or not the Tigers are good.
Yeah, and that number goes down every day. I think it's a very low percentage of people that are questioning them at this point. They're going through the worst stretch here, and they're 5-5 in the last 10. Yep. They're playing. They've rebounded from losing 3 out of 4 against Cleveland. Lost the first 3. Now they've won 2 games in a row here, and when all is said and done, the damage in the Central Division wasn't much. They got a 5-game lead over Cleveland and Minnesota and Kansas City 6 games back. It's remarkable what they've done. They've got everything you want. They've got really good starting pitching, a pitching staff as a whole with an ERA at 3.2 with a low whip, and an offense that's scoring runs. An offense is doing things that they weren't doing last year. They're hitting the ball out of the ballpark. They have a high OPS compared to where they were a year ago. Their run differential is at plus 81 after they lost 3 in a row. They're still at plus 81, which is third in all of baseball. Third or fourth, I guess. Let me check the Dodgers. It's third in all of baseball. I do think that when all is said and done, when we get to September, the teams that we're going to be talking about in the American League are Detroit and the Yankees. I don't know if Tampa's going to keep things up. Tampa's just been they're in second place right now behind the Yankees, but they're just barely above 500, and they're playing in a minor league ballpark right now. And what Tampa is, they are a minor league team. They supply the majors with all their talent. They end up trading them away when they get good enough because they're not going to pay anybody. Will Boston get on a heater and get back above 500? I don't know. I do think the teams in the Central Division are good baseball teams. And who knows what happens in the West? Everything's tight out there. But the Tigers are for real. The Yankees are for real. How are things going to look in August after the trade deadline comes and goes? Will the Tigers have added another bat to the lineup? Will they have added more pieces to the bullpen?
It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
A few years ago, I had some issues with my garage doors. They just weren't running right. It was very slow. They're making weird noises. So I picked up the phone and I called the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They came out immediately. They looked at my doors and they say, yeah, well, this is a problem here and this is a problem here. We can fix it. They've got the tools on site. We've got the expertise. We know what we're doing. We can fix things. And it's exactly what happened. They can do that for you as well. All calls are answered 24/7 by actually a live person, and they offer same-day service, and they have emergency repairs that are available as well. You want them on the weekends? That's great. They're available at no extra charge. And when you schedule an appointment online, you can do so at a time that works for you. They're willing to work with your schedule. You're not just beholden to what their window of opportunity is. They're going to work with you. So give them a call today. Any issues with garage doors whatsoever, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit them at precisiondoormi.com.
You know what's crazy? Gator, you want to hear something crazy?
Do I?
Who's the worst team in the American League Central?
The White Sox.
Yeah. Do you know how many wins they have?
17?
You see how many wins Baltimore has?
They're close to it, like 18?
Yeah, they have 19.
Okay.
How is Baltimore that bad? Baltimore was the darling of baseball. Baltimore was the team that was loaded with young players. Baltimore, there was talk about them trying to make a run at Skubal. They wanted, but they didn't want to break it up because they were going to be the team for the next decade.
So what happened? Santander left. That was a lot of their offense. He left. Not that he's doing a ton right now, but he left. And then, like, Adley Rutschman is not having the season that he had last year, that they were expecting him to continue on his path and get better, and he has not been good. And a lot of these young players, they just haven't developed like they thought that they would. I think they've been better the last week or so.
It's amazing, though.
They're on a 3-game win streak, Baltimore is. So
they got some guys hurt, and that's a big part of it, too.
Yeah, but you're right. They took a chance on what they had and didn't hang on to everything that they had. I figure they let a player go last year.
Didn't they trade somebody to Tampa? I feel like they made a deal with Tampa.
They did.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was, but there was another one of these young, promising players.
I think Norby.
Norby. That was it. Right. But guys that like Colby Mayo has not been what they expected. You know, he hasn't done a ton. But Rutschman is the one that's really kind of taken.
Dude, it's just hard to believe. It's hard to believe that team is okay. Got it. You're going to have ups and downs, and there's going to be, but they've just been authentically bad.
Well, they have. I mean, look at like Gunnar Henderson.
Yeah.
Awesome last year, right?
Yep.
He's got 7 home runs and 15 RBI this year. Adley Rutschman's hitting .211, and he's got 15 RBIs in the season. Mountcastle, he was great for him last year. He's hitting .223, and he's got 2 home runs. Jackson Holiday is, okay, young in his career, 6 home runs and hitting .267. But, I mean, they just haven't been able to get things going. You're going to lean on some of these younger players like Heston Kierstead, right? Mm-hmm. He hadn't done anything. He's hitting .195. Got 4 home runs and 15 RBI. It's not good. They have no offense right now.
Well, it's obviously just one of the more stunning things that happened. By the way, Norby was traded to Miami, not Tampa. My apologies.
Well, I was in Florida. You got it.
That was close. Let's go to Joe in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. I live in Chicago currently now, but I am from Detroit. I am visiting family for the holidays. Just went to the game yesterday, and I just tuned in to hear a little talk about whether people have a hard time getting on board with the Tiger team that we have. And I'm comparing it to the way people view their teams over there. And it seems like they're a lot more willing to get on board with, the Bears just have a new coach and they haven't done anything yet, and already people are talking like they went to the Super Bowl. But what I'm trying to say is I think we need to enjoy what we have and not worry so much about which round of the playoffs we're going to, not worry about getting so specific about this level, that level. This is a good team. This is a competitive team. 3 out of our 4 teams have been to the playoffs in the past year, and it is a good time to be a Detroit sports fan.
Yeah, just enjoy it. Just enjoy the ride that we're on. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't understand why people would poo-poo the Lions, or they'd sit watching with their arms folded and, I'm not gonna buy in until the playoffs. Well, why? Then you're not enjoying what's happening right now with the Tigers. I mean, my God, man, this is a really good baseball team. Enjoy it. It's okay. If things don't work out in October, then they don't work out in October. But right now, this is the best team in the American League, and in fact, it still has the most wins in all of baseball. So let's enjoy it.
I would not. I'm not going to get into what are they going to do at the end of the season. But when you consider where they've been within the span of, a season, not even a full season, they've taken such a huge step forward. And, generally speaking, when I hear national broadcasts, I hear a lot of stepping on how good other teams are. I don't think that's the case with this team. They seem to be able to do an awful lot with, very few superstars, but a lot of competitors. And I know it's like we're crossing sports, but just to give you an idea of how positive things are with people looking at the Bears and Ben Johnson, and they haven't played so much as a preseason game. That is the level of positivity. Maybe it's going too far, but I think I'd rather have that.
Let me be clear here, Joe. I think that it's pretty obvious here. We're at the end of May. There was, there's the guys it's not even May yet crowd, and then they haven't played 40 games yet crowd, and wait till they play the Yankees crowd or whatever. The people that thought we were overreacting earlier in the year, and I'm not. I want to make something clear. Not mad at anybody for feeling the way they feel. You're perfectly entitled to your own feelings. They're yours. Own them. However, I think it's a dwindling percentage of Detroiters that are waiting for the rug to get pulled out from under them this regular season. If you thought last year, okay, because last year's unthinkable run, and it included help from Minnesota. They collapsed. And Detroit was a team that took the advantage of that opportunity. Had to win, yeah. And they did. If you thought that there was some fluky nature to it, then you probably were slower to get on board this year team and just, as he put it, enjoying it. We're enjoying it here from 10 to 2 and enjoying it a lot. And I'm not worried about the rug getting pulled out from under me. And I don't look at every 2-game or 3-game. They've had 2 3-game losing streaks, right? Start the season against the Dodgers, and then last week against the Guardians. And there's been nothing in between, right? They've had a couple 2-game losing streaks.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a series to Houston and lose to Texas.
Yes.
Both of those series. But you look back at last year and it was pitching chaos. Mm-hmm. And that was the fluky part. You're not supposed to win that many games, have that good of a win-loss record towards the end of a season with 2 starting pitchers, right, let alone carry that into the offseason. Win a series that nobody thought you were going to win by taking down Houston at Houston, and then have a 2-1 advantage in the ALDS, and unfortunately couldn't beat the White Sox or the Guardians to finish that off. But starting this year, things were different. You had a rotation that was ready to go, sort of, even though we still haven't seen Alex Cobb. We're seeing a really good pitching team going right now, which is different than last year's pitching chaos. And when they've gone to pitching chaos this year, it hasn't worked out all that great. The lineup is, you're starting with, you're having to go with your 4th or 5th deep outfielder because all these guys were hurt to start the season. But yet the offense has been really good for this team to start the season. And it doesn't seem like this is something that should just stop and cease working. Maybe a player here and there. Maybe you don't buy in that Javi Baez is back. I'm not going to argue with on that. I'm enjoying Javi Baez right now, but could he revert and regress? Maybe. But Torkelson, I think we know what Torkelson is. I think we know what Riley Green is, what Kerry Carpenter is. And that's a pretty good trio of guys that you feel confident about.
Yeah, but with that being said, more reason to enjoy the ride is they could revert as well. You know what I mean? Like Torque is coming back to what we thought he could be, but honestly, it's baseball, and I don't know what next year brings for Torque and Carpenter. But for this year, they look like pretty good. And to bring up the Baltimore thing again, Doug, look what happened to Baltimore. They're
Dude,
terrible
it's crazy
this year.
How bad Baltimore is.
Yeah, and on top of that, in hindsight, thank God we didn't trade Skubal for those young guys or whatever, right?
There's no doubt. And that got plenty of talk last year.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty of talk. And given where the Tigers were, it was understandable. I mean, they were a prime team to be a seller, and they actually did sell. And everything involved in that deal now resides in the Tiger organization, which is amazing. But 248-539-9797. Yep, you heard it. 4 ESPN insiders asked about what the postseason field will look like. All included the Tigers. And 2 of them went so far as to basically say it's the Tigers and Yankees. These are the 2 most credible teams. I think one of them threw in Seattle as well. It's awesome. It's fun. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, all you female sports fans out there, Tuesdays are the day for you at your favorite Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for the ladies' night. $4 Happy Dads, Twisted Teas, mimosas, House Long Islands, margaritas, and sangria. $5 lemon drop martinis, green, white, orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. What better way to enjoy all the hockey and baseball and playoff action and basketball as well? You got Detroit battling San Francisco in baseball tonight. Make sure that you get there early enough for a front row seat to all the action. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Well, why not? Enjoy it all on wall-to-wall TVs, the coldest draft beer in the country. Like this month's featured beer, one of my favorites, Leinenkugel's Summer Shandy. Not to mention, hands down, the best bar food in the state. And then there's also the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. You know what's interesting is you think about the offseason for the Tigers, and if we just said, all right, the Tigers are going to sign player X and player Y. Player X is going to lead his position in OPS in the league, in the American League. Second in all of Major League Baseball. Player X. The other player is going to come out of the bullpen, have a whip of less than 0.9, have an ERA at 1.66, a strikeout an inning guy You would think these are big signings. Did we, and I'm talking about us and everybody, was there a lot of rejoicing when Gleyber Torres and Tommy Kahnle were acquired?
Not a ton, but I think we were warm to it. I'd like the additions.
They were nice additions, but
I was confused with Gleyber Torres because of what that meant with Colt Keith, and then we found out going into spring training what the plan was. I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. I didn't know if Torres was going to be a guy that could play third base or not.
Torres leads the American League in OPS for second baseman. He's second in all baseball. Kahnle's been great out of the bullpen. Not always perfect, right? But, none are.
No, but he's been great. You mentioned 1.66 ERA. He's got a whip below 1. Those are great numbers for a guy who's being used in a setup role on a team that really doesn't have a closer. But I don't know if A.J. Hinch cares about having a closer or not. It doesn't sound like it. Just puts guys in to get the job done. They get the job done more often than not.
Yeah, it's really been cool. And look, this is a team that the way they finished last year, I have to admit, I was calling for a big off season. Like not sort of these it turns out it was a big off season. It just didn't look like as big an off season as I had in mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I had in mind was bigger. But this has worked out really well. Really, really well.
Yeah, and I think that they'll be active before the trade deadline. I think they're going to add pieces to this team.
Yep.
But we don't know how big those pieces are going to be because they could do anything. They've got prospects they could send if they wanted to make a big splash. They've got major league ready players if they just want to do a normal swap. And they could go bullpen. I don't know if they'd go starter, probably not, or if they just go add another bat to the lineup.
Yep.
They've got a lot of options that they can do, and they don't have a ton of holes in this lineup. They just don't. And guys are getting healthier by the day. I mean, Parker Meadows is going to be back before you know it. Wenzel Perez is going to be trying to get back into the mix. When they just brought Veerling back. It's getting to be fun again.
Yeah. Well, it certainly is. All right. So did you see the news on the Top Gun franchise?
Let's see. So they made Top Gun 2, and Ray's waiting to see if there's going to be a Top Gun 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe I saw that was it the director?
Yep. Christopher McQuarrie
has figured out, he's unlocked it, and he's going to figure out what a script is for this movie, and he thinks he's got one ready to go, and he says it's in the bag, everybody's ready to go.
Yeah, so Christopher McQuarrie has done the Mission Impossible movies, and he was on a podcast recently, the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast.
And Tom Cruise is in both of those franchises.
Yes. Was asked about, has he kind of cracked the code on Top Gun 3 and what they're going to do? And he said, yeah, I already know what it is. It wasn't hard. I thought it would be. And that's a good place to go from is you walk into a room going, come on, what are we going to do? And Aaron Kruger pitched something. And I went, actually. And we have one conversation about it. And the framework is there. So no, it's not hard to crack. The truth of the matter is none of these are hard to crack. Well, easy for you to say, Mr. Keep making big money huge. Box office smashes. But if you're a fan of the Top Gun franchise, it sounds like they've got an idea in place. The framework of an idea for Top Gun 3. How you feel about it?
Look, I'm fine with it. I thought that the movie was okay.
Oh, you didn't love Maverick?
I thought it was fine. I mean, I know that you went nuts over it.
I loved it.
It was, it was fine.
What nuts implies that
you did what you said it was the best movie ever.
No, I said it was the best movie I'd seen all year.
Right.
Let's be clear here.
And yes, you don't watch movies. But no, you did enjoy the movie.
I enjoyed it a lot, yeah.
I got excited about when it came out because they started releasing trailers in 4K, and that's when 4K just kind of started, and I was like, oh, I can't wait to see this. And it was visually it was pretty cool. Movie itself was, like I said, it was fine. I think it was a solid 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. It was entertaining for sure.
I put it at a 10. Kang, what did you think of Top Gun 2 Maverick?
I didn't watch it.
What?
I didn't watch it.
Here we go.
Oh, I'm not going to
Have you seen the original?
Yes.
Okay. Did you like the original?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good movie. Good movie.
Just having that time.
I cannot believe Tom Cruise is still doing action movies. And I know Top Gun wasn't like the most action film, but
he did a lot of the flying stunts in it.
Of course he did. Like, this is a man who's testing his limits every single time out, and he's got to be 84 now.
A little bit of a death wish. Right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, have you seen the behind the scenes stuff with the Mission Impossible movie?
Yeah.
It's insane. He does not need to be doing this.
No, he's like 76.
Mission Impossible took him
he's
$200
62.
million.
Okay.
He's about to turn 63. Yeah, he does some crazy stuff. But you were not. Are you going to see Top Gun 2, Maverick?
I don't know, man. I don't like Miles Teller. He's got a punchable face. I'm not. I think he just is good at what he does. He knows this. He's good at playing that type of role. I don't know what kind of role he plays in Maverick, but most roles I feel like he wants me to be mad at him. Or annoyed or something like that.
He's Goose's son in the movie, right?
Yeah.
Is that a spoiler?
No, that's not a spoiler.
Okay.
No,
the whole movie
I didn't mind
based
it.
on it. No.
I didn't mind him, but I have no history with him.
Yeah,
I can't name
he's got
anything else he was in.
Yeah, he's got a punchable
that was the first time I saw him. Like, who's this dude? And who does Miles Teller play? Like, I had no idea that was Miles Teller.
Oh, you don't even know. Like, you're just the name. We're just throwing out the name. You
were throwing a name out there, and the name could have been.
He hangs out with
Yelnick McGuawa.
Aaron Rodgers on his.
Wait, does he?
He did, yeah, on his craziness.
Yeah, they're in like Hawaii together or something.
Yeah.
Oh, movies went down to a 9.
Yeah, the movie did just drop to a 9. And I'm less enthusiastic to see Top Gun 3 if he's in it. Okay, is it like over? Are they still boys? Miles Teller and
maybe not, because it was when he was with Shailene Woodley, right?
It was, yeah.
So they're no longer together, so maybe not.
I don't even know who that is, but let's go. I'm back on board with Top Gun. That was quick. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered with 4 Metro Detroit locations. They specialize in top quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that is the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Interesting move made by the Lions. And I'm not quite sure what to make of it because there was a time that I would have been really excited that the Lions had signed Zach Cunningham, the linebacker.
Yeah, well, it's just they've got roster spots on a 90-man roster at this point. So, and again, what I talked about earlier is linebackers, you're not sure how many guys are going to be able to practice because you got Barnes recovering from injury. You've got Rodriguez is recovering from injury. So I think it makes sense to go ahead and bring somebody in, at least for this week when they have the OTAs.
So out of Vanderbilt, I remember when he was drafted, we were yelling and screaming about this as a guy to go get. Got drafted by Houston Texans, spent 4 years there, got waived in December of 2021, and has bounced around ever since. He got claimed by the Titans. Looking at the Detroit News story here about him. Stayed with the Titans through 2022. Was with the Eagles in 2023. Was with the Broncos last year. He's 30 years old. Signed to the Broncos practice squad in September. Appeared in 7 games. And didn't do much. Yeah, I mean, it might be just, hey, we need guys to practice. We got to line up, and I'm a little surprised that you might be at the end if you're signing with a team like Detroit where there probably isn't a path to playing anymore for you, but it's better than not having a job.
Well, there might be a path, like I said, with the guys being hurt, and then you're competing to try to be on the 53-man.
Yep.
So,
well, let me be clear. If everybody's healthy, I'm not sure there's a path. There might be, but if guys are hurt and slow coming back, I liked him a lot out of Vanderbilt.
No, I liked him a lot out of Vanderbilt as well. Big fan of his, but he'll be competing with, Grant Stewart or Trevor Nowaski. Those are the guys he's going to be competing with. Is he a better option? I mean, he certainly has the experience, but I don't know if he can still play. He had 4 tackles all of last year.
Isn't Stewart a special teams demon? Like, you have to play special teams, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, Zach Cunningham is not what he was.
No.
But he was pretty good. I mean, good God, the 4th year in his career, he had 164 tackles.
Yep.
For Houston. There it is.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make the team or anything like that. And I don't anticipate as much attrition as they had last year, guys. But just in case they do,
yep.
I mean, they get him in here now just to see what he's like, you know what I mean? And learn kind of like the Lions culture a little bit, and maybe they have to call him back later in the year because guess who played linebacker for this team when it mattered the most at the end of the season last year? Jamal Adams was on this team starting. He started like 2 games off the street.
Yep.
So this is maybe just a little like, hey, just in case, we had Zach Cunningham in earlier this year. Like one of these. I ain't mad at it.
There's nothing. Yeah, there's no real. It's not like they had to cut somebody.
No.
It's not like they had to give something up.
No, I'm not. Look, he's since that year. By the way, we had 164 tackles. He's played in 40 games in the last 5 years. So he's been banged up. He's been hurt. He's clearly not the player that he was. But can he give them something if they need him?
Yeah,
maybe. Yeah, but Nowaski got a lot of play last year, right?
Yeah, a lot of these guys did. I mean, like I said, Jamal Adams was starting games for this team because that's how deep they got. Like I said, maybe it's just so they are kind of familiar with him, right? And see if he would even fit if they had to give him a call. And they already know, a little bit, get familiar with him. Otherwise, they go a different route. But, I mean, Brad Holmes was working that wire last year, man.
Yeah, he was. All right. I got a parenting question.
I'm here to help.
So, my little guy.
Yeah.
And he's a teenage boy, and he
must be a teenage man.
Yeah, he's forgetful. He's also got a personality on him, and one of his chores during the week is to take out the trash. And yesterday, I said, "Hey, don't forget, it's trash night." Then I sent him a text. Remember, it's trash night. So he had a verbal and a text, a reminder that it was trash night. I remind him because he forgets all the time. When he has forgotten in the past, we've taken the cell phone away. 24 hours. Second time it happens, 48 hours. Third time it happens, we're going on 4 days. Right? He's forgotten twice. This morning I get up and I walk outside, and the trash has not been taken out.
That's a problem.
And he's got a big baseball game today. So I'm like, I'm not going to wake him. I'm going to let him sleep. But I'm going to text him. They didn't take it out. I took the trash out. And I texted him, you did not take the trash out. You know the consequences. I just got a text from him. Hear me out, he writes. So realistically, trash day was today, but since Memorial Day was yesterday, it was moved back a day.
It's true.
So I didn't miss it today. No punishment? ? So he's negotiating. He forgot, but trash day wasn't this morning.
That's right.
So I took the trash out, and his whole thing is, hey, I didn't miss it. So he's trying to negotiate getting out of the
Smart.
punishment.
I think he should, and I agree with him.
Of course you do.
No, it's not. It's not. You know, I don't always go on this side. I side with you a lot. In this case, he's right. No, did he forget? Absolutely. But you know who else forgot? You forgot that it's a holiday and it didn't need to go out today.
This is 100% true.
So,
however, if I tell him to take the trash out on a Thursday as his father, even though it's not trash night, I want him to take the trash out. Do as your parents tell you.
To the curb?
Yeah. If I'm wrong, but I told you to do something, you do it.
Okay, I just want to understand this.
Yes.
So you put the trash out to the curb like 3 days in advance?
No, no. I'm using that as an example.
Okay.
As a parent,
Okay.
as a parent, if I tell the kid to do something, I expect them to do it.
Do you really?
Yes. Well, no, I don't anymore. I don't. My daughter will
life
try
is
and
full
wear,
of disappointments.
Yeah, my daughter
as a parent.
will try and wear us down until we quit and do it ourselves. And my son forgets everything. Like, I know their patterns. No, I don't expect them to do. But as a parent, that's the expectation.
That's the goal, really.
And nothing changed. He was told to do it. He didn't do it.
He didn't do it.
Yes. Kang, sorry.
But I'm just saying.
You side with him.
Well, yeah, because it technically doesn't even have to be out there until tomorrow when they come pick up trash. So I think he's okay.
Kang, what do you think?
So I actually want to side with your son.
Yep.
But if he would have just said this from the beginning, you know what I mean? Like, no, Dad, trash day has been pushed back. But he didn't know that, and now he's trying to use that as the fallback, which I ain't mad at him for that either, by the way. But as a dad, I want to be on your side, too.
I actually, part of me is like, it's kind of funny. Yeah. He discovered this.
It's the loophole, man.
Yeah, and there's multiple trash cans out, like on our street. Like, I walked out and saw others. I'm like, oh, crap. And I'm like, he didn't do it. But, I mean, as a parent, when you ask your kids to do something, like, Kang, are your daughters responsible for really anything yet?
No, not really.
Yeah. Okay.
Not yet. But I would say this. If you're a commissioner of the league and you had a 3-game suspension and he appeals, down to 1 game.
Yeah.
I think the punishment is, you do something for not listening, but it's not as harsh as it would have been.
Maybe here's an opportunity for you. Well, if you want me to forgive this, then you better do the other stuff I asked you to do ASAP.
Well, let's just say that he got a laundry list of stuff to do, because not only did he not do that, I got up today, my car wasn't plugged in, I backed out, his wallet was in the car, I'm driving to work, and I noticed, and I'm like, dude.
You're a mess.
He's a mess.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I put a list of demands that he needed to get done today. I think he's just fearful. Like, this is the big thing. When you were a kid, it was take the car away. Now it's take your phone away.
Yes,
yep.
100%.
Yep. Adam tweeted us.
I can give you another one to take away, but I don't think you'll like it and he won't like it.
Adam says, double down with the boy. No punishment now, but if he forgets within the next 2 trash days, you double the punishment. So I take it up to okay, I won't take his phone away, but now you've hit the 48-hour threshold. The next time you do it, it's 76 hours.
What if you take baseball away?
I could do that, yeah. I mean, I'm not doing it with today's game, but we might have some talk when I'm actually coaching the team, which is in the summer. I can't really do that now, but here is Rico Beard.
You're going to punish your kid?
Yeah, so today I told him to put out...
He's going to get it.
Well, listen to this. I told him to put out the trash.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do it. It's his weekly job. I put the trash out this morning and told him there'd be consequences. He just discovered, because of Memorial Day, trash day isn't this morning. It's pushed back till tomorrow. So he's like, hey, no punishment? He's trying to negotiate out of it. Gator's on board with it. Gator,
I think it's
I
smart.
mean, technically,
I'd do the same thing if I were him, but
technically he didn't do anything wrong.
well, he didn't, but he didn't listen to his dad.
You said to get the garbage out.
I said, put the trash out. He didn't do it.
Right, but the trash wasn't getting picked up. So if you put it out too soon, that's when critters from the neighborhood jump in the garbage and tear it all up.
But Doug didn't know that, and
He
so
didn't
Doug
know that either.
and neither did his kid.
Hey,
So
man,
Doug ended up taking the trash out this morning because he thought that it was.
So you had no patience. You didn't believe in your kid, who knew.
No, he wasn't taking it out. That wasn't happening.
You can't punish him.
I'll see how the negotiation goes. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
You can't punish him.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna make him work his way out of this.
That's how you do it.
It's a little bit of a Richard move, but you know what? It's your kid.
Yep. Being a dad you're not always friendly to your kids, man.
Yeah,
if you're
but-
always friendly to them, you're doing it wrong.
I just think that when you put the hammer down when they've done something, not for
But this
not
isn't.
doing
But this
it.
isn't a
the
hammer.
first time, and this isn't the first time.
okay.
And there is
Okay.
a list of things that
All right,
he
so-
hasn't accomplished yet that he needs to accomplish before more punishment comes down.
Okay. Then you know what? I stand down.
Well, whatever.
You can be like Ghost in the show Power if you want.
What do you got planned next?
You know, after looking at like the stuff that Skubal did, the complete game, is he going to be here long term? Not do the Tigers. Is he going to be here for a while? Because it's just weird how it's just kind of been in limbo.
Yeah.
So that and then we'll settle something that we heard from the morning show.
Okay.
We'll settle that first.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
How about showing up to work, Kenny? There's an idea. All right, Paul Serra with us today. DJ 305 is joining us. Rico and I ready to take you to Tiger baseball. And Rico, I want to start, and we have to do PSAs. People are so sensitive, and they misconstrue things. I want to start the show by telling you Heather Park is a good person. Okay? Just want to get that out there. That none of what I'm about to say is personal. But you and I both heard the morning show today, and it wasn't the normal dishonest, Lions stuff, 17-0, every game by 50. It was something different. Heather wanted to file a grievance. This was a splendid weekend at the ballpark, weather-wise. The series against Cleveland was not splendid. But she went to the game. Mm-hmm. And you like to hearken. I feel like she was bemoaning that there was a shirtless man at the game. And she talked, and this was a big topic for them. Except one problem, and you nailed this. You were like, Michael, there was a great irony in that segment. And you actually said it to me in a Morgan Freeman tone. But it was, Heather, while you're complaining about shirtless man at the game, your baby lady at the game.
Yeah.
You have a 1-year-old and like a 2-year-old that frankly shouldn't be out of the house because they can't even clean their own boo-boos. Why are they at a baseball game? So we naturally are the arbiters of justice on this station. We wanted to ask you guys this question. Bigger liability, bigger issue. The shirtless guy at a summer ball game. And I'm not telling you it's not unsightly. I'm not telling you it's the best idea in the world. I'm just telling you it's just a shirtless guy, and you just deal. There are plenty of unsightly human beings on a daily basis that you walk by. Versus the parents who just refuse to get a babysitter or can't get a babysitter or don't give a damn and say, F it. Now you're dealing with my kids.
Yeah.
What's a 1-year-old going to do at a baseball game?
Well, it's funny because
besides get clocked in the skull with a baseball.
Well, no, it's funny because she said that she normally is the type of person who's like anti-take your kids to the game. And I'm like, except for you were there.
With your kids.
And she was talking about the guy. And I'm like, well, the whole time she's telling the story, I was like, okay, but you brought, I think, a 1 or a little over 1 and a 3-year-old to a game, but you're complaining about the guy with no shirt on.
Little Karen-y.
A little hypocritical.
A little Karen-y. Like, Karen-esque.
Like, wait, but you brought, so, and I guess I talked to Doug in Crosstalk, and he was like, yeah, they actually said that guy was probably telling his people at work, yeah, I was at the game, and some woman showed up with 2 little kids.
You believe this, lady? Kid was 1, pooped his pants and was wearing headphones. Wait, what? So I'm being serious when I say this. I want to have a real conversation. Once again, Heather Park, good person. You can't complain about the moves if you got a 1-year-old and 3-year-old at the game. Right. I think that is a far bigger party foul, a far bigger liability. And the irony, you and I both detect. I go, oh no, wait a second. You're complaining about this. That's Karen on an airplane.
It's like, that didn't make a lick of, like, okay, you do realize that's a little bit of a problem as well, because he's sitting there the entire game hoping your kids don't start crying and screaming or throwing a tantrum. I don't know if they did or not. Like I said, you have wonderful children, but I'm sure the shirtless guy, the whole time was thinking, oh my God, I hope this kid doesn't start screaming.
Anyone who doesn't have kids at the game is simply rooting for your kids to F off to the sun.
Right.
So how do you get to complain about shirtless guy?
Right. Because it's like, Mike, you're on a plane and there's a little kid in your row and you pray to God this kid falls asleep and stays asleep the entire flight. Right. I don't want to be sitting next to a screaming kid. So I just thought it was funny. And
here's the thing. Before you call up and tell me it's Children's Day at the park, you can hang up right now. That doesn't count 1-year-olds and 3-year-olds. If you can't spell your own name with a pencil, you're not a kid. You're a baby.
Here was the thing. When I grew up.
I don't want to hear about kids. No. Kids, you got to be 5 and up. You got to be able to form a sentence. You got to be able to clean yourself, reasonably feed yourself. That's a kid. A 1 and a 3-year-old are organisms. They're not They're not even human at that level. They're just things.
When I was a kid,
take care of them. They're like pets.
No, when I was a kid, you had to sit there and you had to watch the game on television without going outside, without getting bored, without doing something else. And then that was your graduation. Okay, you can handle a game. Can you sit and watch 9 innings on TV, not moving, because that means, okay, I can take you to the game, like you said, and you're not going to be bored. You're not going to say, oh, I want to leave in the 3rd inning. I want to go do this. I want to go do that. Now, granted, they have stuff for the kids to do at the ballpark.
That are actual children. 1-year-old and 3-year-olds. No, that's an organism. I'm sorry. That doesn't qualify as Kids Day. So you can hang up the phone right there. But if it's a kid who can actually speak, or if you can't fasten your own hat, you're not old enough to be at this game. Kids are fine at baseball games, provided the parents parent.
If you're wearing headphones at the game, you shouldn't be there. That should be the prerequisite right there. If you have on the big headphones because it's so loud that you got noise-canceling headphones, so not to damage your delicate eardrums.
That's a good call.
You shouldn't be there.
I like that.
Because I see all the time, like, kids with these, Beats by Dre on there, like, well.
I still feel like, honestly, like this would be my advice. The barrier to entry to Kids Day should be, can you form a declarative sentence? Both in the written and verbal manner. If you can't do that, you don't qualify to get in the gates at Comerica. And that's what I would say. That you have to be old enough to appreciate where you are, or you're bothering everyone. Who's shirtless guy? But look, do I understand shirtless guy? I don't.
No.
It wasn't even that hot.
Right.
But who's he bothering? Now, if we factor BO, if this guy's got more hair on him than a silverback like my grandpa, my dad's dad.
Well, they said that he may have been like dough in the oven in his seat. Like he was spilling out into other seats.
This was a large individual.
Yes.
I'm telling you, neither is in the right.
Correct.
But on the scales of justice, when Heather Park brought this up to Cookies and John, Cookies stood up for...
And I want to give Cookies some credit because we talk about him sometimes, but on this, Cookies took the bullets because he kept getting hit with, well, you don't have kids.
That has nothing to do with it.
Kids have to get adapted to being outside, and it's like...
That's good. Take them to the effing park, and I'm not talking Comerica Park, your local one. Have them go stare at a tree. The idea that if you don't have kids, you don't get to rule on this, no, go to hell. There's an idea. You had the kids, okay? You decided to go bun in the oven, and now you're putting your plague on us.
Now, the funniest thing, I heard a caller basically saying, well, you got to have kids. And the entire time during the call, he had a little girl screaming in the background.
There you go.
And I'm like, this is getting even funnier. Yeah, you got to be able to, get your kids used to stuff. And the kid is crying in the background.
Look, my niece
screaming.
and nephew just went to a game. They're 8 and 5. They can speak.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, have to go to the bathroom. Like sentences and things.
Yeah.
The 8-year-old has a higher IQ than I do. The point is, you've qualified for a day at the park. If you don't know what the Old English D is, why are you here? Mm-hmm. You shouldn't be. I think Heather was in the wrong. I think shirtless guy's in the wrong, but he's less wrong than her. And I want the people to weigh in.
Yeah. And if you have to put headphones on your kid, probably shouldn't be there.
248-539-9797. And no, it's not going to be all happy horse bleep today. We have real things to get to, including a Tarik Skubal question that I think really requires that you think. But here's I want to start with this. At the morning show, they attack Cookies, who often deserves it, but I didn't think he deserved it today. Heather was complaining about shirtless, rotund man at game, while she's the cat lady who brought a 1 and a 3-year-old. Who's more in the wrong? I think she is. 1 and 3? No. If the little Heathers were 5 and 7, no issue.
Yeah.
Welcome to Americana. I hope the kids have a wonderful day.
Yeah. And maybe this is the start of them being Tigers fans, but I just this is very ironic.
The 1-year-old's really going to carry a lot of great memories from that day at the park.
You know what? That to me ranks right up there with the whole 1-year-old birthday party, but I'm not even going to.
That's not for them. It's for the parents.
I know. But
it's just like the vacations where the kids, why are you flying your kid halfway across the world? He's 2.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you had a kid. You know what my parents did when they had kids? They didn't travel. Your kids have to be old enough to travel. We've lost cabin pressure. I'm telling you. Oh, you have to. I don't have to have kids to have common sense. Yeah. So stop that. You made your bed. You lie in it. Don't ask me to lay in it with you.
But yeah, I just thought
You
it was
good
ironic.
otherwise? You ready to go?
Yeah.
Super. 248-539-9797. Paul, you look great today. Take that hat off. I can't look at a Spartan hat all day. I won't. I can't.
Leave the hat on.
It's evil.
Leave it on.
You may as well wear a hat that says loser on.
He'll live.
All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, and they have it all the time at the absolute lowest prices. Northville Lumber has you covered. You could stop by the showroom, take home some samples as well, buy it, plan it, build it, and do it right where the pros do. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay, once again, we like Heather, but I thought Heather was in the wrong this morning, and we wanted to do a little people's court to start. We'll get to Tarik Skubal at 3. The question is simple. She was complaining about shirtless guy at Comerica Park while having a 1 and a 3-year-old at the game. Jim Costa, to his credit, called her out, and then all hell broke loose. Who's more in the wrong? I think a 1 and a 3-year-old at the game is ridiculous. If the kids are 5 and 7, no problem. They're not old enough. You shouldn't be there. You know what else shouldn't happen? 1 and 3-year-olds on airplanes. Not old enough to travel. Oh, but nothing. You had the kid
They have
make
to go
the sacrifice.
They have to go see Grand.
Well, you can't say that. You don't have kids because I didn't want them. I hate them.
Bruh, when she told the story, I'm just sitting there like, but you realize he's sitting there hoping and praying.
You leave.
that your kids don't throw a tantrum.
You both wanted to be Thanos and just snap your fingers and turn each other
right.
to dust.
You wanted him, hey, put on shirts. He's thinking, please, kids, don't cry. Don't be a problem. I want to enjoy the game. I just laugh like there's irony there. And the funny thing was, she didn't see it.
No, I know. And Jim tried. But see, this is where they got lazy. Whether someone has kids or not has no bearing on the acceptability of children in public in confined spaces. 1 and 3 at a baseball game. No.
But people with kids will fight you and say, you have no business telling us
Go to
where
hell.
we should take our kids and what we should do.
No, I do. You know what my qualifications are? I'm a human being with common sense. Common sense suggests a 1-year-old shouldn't be at a ball game. And it's not hard. The 1-year-old belongs at a baseball game the same way he belongs in a lion's mouth. Both are bad places.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Right.
All right. Let's go to I'm excited. We have people who want to talk. Brian's on a cell. He bats lead off today. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, Mike. Man, I'm with you. And I absolutely hate when I go to a game and there's kids and they're screeching. And it's funny because Heather said that when her kids were at the game, they were screeching and they were making like dinosaur noises and screaming. So yeah, I would rather sit next to a fat guy with no shirt than 2 kids screaming in my ear the whole game.
So let me ask you a question. I've said, like, look, you should have to be 5 years old to go to a ball game. I think that's a magical time.
I say 7.
Okay, you want 7, but you've established it's not all kids at ball games. It's it's like a great thing of being American, right? You're going to go to a ball game, God willing. But Brian, 1 and 3, no way. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old can't run the bases, so why are they there?
They can't use the bathroom by themselves. I mean, Brian, there are so many issues. It's ridiculous. Let's go. I want to be very clear. It's wonderful to take kids to ball games when they're old enough.
Mm-hmm.
1 and 3, let me tell you how this works. Oh, but you don't have kids. No, but I can identify selfish whenever I see it. It's because you want to be there at 1 and 3. It ain't for them. They ain't remembering any of it.
Yeah. You could put them on the merry-go-round or you could take them to Disney World.
Men in Black, memory stick.
Yeah, they won't remember either.
I wish I could do the memory stick with Michigan State football and just forget everything.
Wow, 20. Well, you actually went off his hat. There you go.
Scott's on a cell. He's up next. I'm sorry, Rico. Scotty, what's going on, pal? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay.
So, a little bit of irony. I was actually in Pittsburgh over the weekend to see my kid. We went and saw the Pirates-Brewers game. Guy sits down next to me. He's got 8-month-old, maybe 1.5 old.
Oh.
And whatever, they're not bothering me. All I know is his wife went to the concourse probably 15 times, never saw any of the game.
Yep.
Here's the funniest part. I hear him talking, and I knew his wife had left. And I look, and his 8-month-old is on his lap with earphones on. There's runners on second and third, and he's describing what's going to happen if they hit a fly ball. And I looked at him, I'm like, she's like 8 months old. He goes, no, it's sinking in. I'm like, did you not see the earphones?
Oh.
This guy, God bless him, but I have 2 boys. They're grown, huge baseball fans. Didn't even take them till they were 5 or 6 till they really understood what was going on.
You know why, Scott?
You
know why? Because you're a grown-ass man with common sense. That's why, Scott.
One other thing before you cut me off.
No, you're good.
Is Heather would have loved Tiger Stadium back in the 70s and 80s in the bleachers where no one wore a shirt in the middle of July. It was no shirts and jeans and a little weed smoking.
There you go. Scotty, real quick, before I let you go, your review of PNC Park.
Best baseball park I've ever been to, hands down.
Really?
Yep. I loved it when I went. It's an unbelievable place. It's criminal that organization doesn't deliver a winning product.
The baseball is criminal.
It is.
The park is absolutely gorgeous.
It is. Rico, truly, it's bucket list.
Right,
Scotty, appreciate it. I'd put it right up there with Fenway. I'd put it right up there with Wrigley.
You know what? Because I guess I think Pirates. So
I know
I don't want to go to PNC.
It's the optical illusion because it looks like the bridge actually is built into the park. It's just the way it's set up. It's all of it. It's worth it.
So they don't do like the weird stuff like the Astros had that gigantic hill in the middle of center field for a while.
Oh, I thought you were about being cheating scumbags and banging garbage.
No.
Oh, okay. My bad. Go to Cameron, 97.1. Cam, what's going on, pal?
All right, so I'm tangentially relate this to something else Rico might understand this a little bit. So I'm a movie person. I go to the movie theater all the time. And Rico, I assume you're familiar with the Lilo and Stitch movie that came out this weekend?
Yeah.
All right, so there's a big brouhaha on Twitter about, kids don't have enough movies to go see, and I can't take my everyone's mad at me because I'm taking my 3-year-old to see Lilo and Stitch. You shouldn't be going to the movie theater when you're 3 years old. I don't want to hear you screaming during the movie. I agree with that, and, I agree with you guys on this.
Well, Cameron,
I would say this. As far as the movie thing, going to see a kid's movie, you go in the middle of the day, you already know I'm not here for the movie. I'm here. It's almost organized babysitting. It's going to be a bunch of kids, and they're going to be running around, and they're going to be yelling and dancing and singing. It's for them. It ain't for you when you go see a kid's movie, especially if you go early in the day.
True. Fair enough. I will admit that.
And again, Cameron, I want to be clear. I don't think shirtless guy at the game is out of the woods here. But if it's the spirit of Detroit, if it's the scales of justice, I'm sorry. Heather can't be the one to levy that critique with a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old at a ball game.
At this point, they're Spider-Man pointing at each other like, you.
Mutually assured destruction.
I guess it was just when she told the story, I would just, if I were on the morning show, like, what do you think he was thinking the entire time? Because I don't think she thought about that until it got brought up, and then she laughed and she said, "Normally, I'm not that type of person who takes my kids to the game,
except
you took your kids to the game."
That's like when Kenny says, "I'm not racist, but everything you're about to say."
Kenny just took it straight. Not even.
He's going to take him all day for not being here.
I know.
Off of a long weekend, and then you call in? No. It is going to be all day, all night. It'll be all week. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Going to Chris.
You got it out.
I'm sorry. I'm frustrated. I'm okay, but I'm frustrated. Let me go to Chris and
Gentlemen.
Chris, what's going on, bud?
Not too much. I think there's about a 50-50 shot of you dumping me before I'm done talking, but I got a few things to say here. This is right up my alley.
All right.
First of all, PNC Park, we've been to all 30 stadiums, me and my son. You're right, Mike. After Fenway and Wrigley, number 3, gorgeous. But I have a 7-month-old granddaughter, and I have a 3-month-old grandson who have been to each one of them 10 Tiger games because me and my wife and my children are season ticket holders. They're right up you guys' alley. I know you hate kids. I know you think they're stupid little monkeys. Listen, news for you. These kids wear the bubble ears, and I'll tell you what, they are nothing but wonderful at the games. I mean, seriously. And Comerica Park is so nice. They even have a pumping station for my daughter and daughter-in-law to go and do their thing. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
but hold on, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to let you finish.
All right.
But you do realize you're a little biased as granddad, right? And those kids will always be perfect.
Yeah, what are they calling you?
Well, Chris, there you go. Okay, you cut out on us. I want to make sure. Chris, and you listen. The whole question is this: so you believe the kids have more of a place at the game at 1 and 3 than shirtless guy? Because that's kind of what Heather was putting out there.
Well, shirtless guy's disgusting, and if he's sitting next to me, that's disgusting. We've all seen shirtless guy. There's also drunk guy and likes to swear guy, and idiot guy. So I just think that I watch my daughter and my daughter-in-law holding their babies. They ain't bothering nobody. As a matter of fact, if it's a blowout, everybody wants to take a turn holding the baby. It's a community thing. Now, I know you hate kids, Mike. I know you hate kids, and I'm a little more biased. But for God's sakes, it's family. It's building. We're all together. We're a family of 12 on Easter Sunday at the game. Have the time of our lives. And we had a 3-month-old and a 7-year-old. Yeah, they didn't know what the hell was going on. They won't know what the hell's going on until they're 5, 6, 7. But they're there with us, and they ain't bothering nobody. Now, if you got a little moron kid who's 5 and he's spitting and he's spilling stuff, get his ass up to the concourse and
There we
straighten him
go.
out.
That's Pop Chris right there.
Right.
Chris is. I'm going to tell you, no one's going to F with Grandpa Chris. See, now we're good.
They call me Baba, by the way. It's Baba Chris.
Baba,
Ain't
you
no
got it.
messing around. And you know what? It works out great for us, Mike, Rico. It really does.
That's good,
and as far
though.
as Heather,
And listen,
Heather shouldn't.
Chris, there's a reason I asked the question the way I did. I'm not mad if you believe, hey, kids over shirtless guy. I had to ask the question, though, because when she did it, and Cookies is like, wait a minute, but you had 2 babies at the game.
2 babies, 3 and 7 months. But that'd be more of a testament to my daughter and daughter-in-law being badass. But they're mama bears, and they're going to do this, and they're going to build their memories. Yeah, the memories are with their husbands right now. I get it.
So,
my
Chris,
son and my son-in-law.
So, Chris, when you guys are at the game, are they just really entertaining the kids to make sure that the kids just stay calm and not really watching what's happening on the field?
No, not at all, because I got a 9-year-old granddaughter and a 7-year-old granddaughter who are doting over them, and we're just lucky. These are 2 very good little babies, okay? We take turns holding them, Bob or Chris throwing them up and down, trying to get them on Cub Cam,
All right, Baba.
I'm going to tell you, Bob and Chris, I got to tell you this now. I'm being very sincere. You taught me something. I never knew they had a pumping station at Comerica. God bless. Good for you.
I didn't either.
I'm glad that thing's working. I know. Do we have food at 1901 Society yet? Or does Baba Chris got to go operate the grill?
We may need to get Baba. He looks like he'd lay down the law.
Listen. So his vote is kids, yes. Shirtless guy at game, no. That's the first person to support Heather.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Once again, Heather, good person. Think she made a bad decision. All right, Old Nation Brewing, let's talk about it. Very simple. Summer's on the way, including this week. We're going to have some 80-degree weather. Tranquilas, the Mexican-style lager by Old Nation. Crisp, light, infused with natural lime flavor, perfect for summer. And it is, again, another seasonal release. Respectfully brewed in Williamston. They drop this stuff. It sells out quick. So taste the difference yourself. Support local. Support independent. Support Old Nation.